Chapter 786. Don't let him escape, Lung Han Shuang reacted and suddenly shouted out. Spiritual Master Liang was very fast. No one could match his speed in escaping. It was the same in Southern Heaven's Gate, and it was the same here. Xian Yuan he did not chase after him, but said calmly, "Leave him to Boss." Since he was the sect master of the immortal controlling sect, Boss would definitely like him. After following Luo Tian for a long time, he naturally knew what Luo Tian needed. Cold Frost was stunned. Leave him to who? Luo Tian? Isn't he? Cold Frost's eyes became wet when she thought of Spiritual Master Liang's words. Xian Yuan, he was very calm and said calmly, "Do you believe what he said? Boss won't die. No one can kill him. You can rest assured that he will definitely appear tomorrow. Just wait and see. Trust. Trust without any reason." Xian Yuani knew that Luo Tian was still alive. He knew that he would appear in Duantin City tomorrow. There was no reason for this trust. It was just trust. Just because he was Luo Tian. Just because Luo Tian was his boss, he believed. When he heard Spiritual Master Liang's words, he actually wanted to laugh. Those who said that their boss would die would usually be killed by their boss. This was a rule. He knew very well that Spiritual Master Liang would die in Luo Tian's hands. In another place, it was a very ear-piercing sound, but the rhythm was very good. It made people feel uncomfortable, but they wanted to continue listening. This sound could be described as hovering between life and death. Yunling and Yuan were walking on the road. They heard a very wretched-looking old man playing the arrow at the intersection. Someone threw a few copper coins in front of him. The two girls saw that he was pitiful and threw some silver coins. Who would have thought? That wretched-looking old man directly grabbed their small hands and did not let go. He drooled and revealed his yellow teeth. He smiled and said, "Girls, let me tell your fortune. You can't say no to money. You don't have to say anything else. Just let me touch your hands for 10 minutes. Sister, look at his big yellow teeth. Let go of me right now, or else I won't be polite to you." Yunling and Yuan said anxiously. Yunling's face sank, and she said, "Senior, we still have other things to do. Don't blame me for being rude if you don't let go. Come on, you guys. You guys aren't being polite to me." Blind Lu had a wretched look on his face. His two yellow teeth were especially shiny, as if they had not been washed for hundreds of years. At this moment, behind Yunling and her sister stood a group of guards. In front of the guards was a large palanquin carried by 4 people. She lifted the curtain and gently coughed before coldly saying, "Go! Chase that beggar away. Don't ruin this Prime Minister's mood." Understood. The 4 guards hurriedly walked over. "Stinky beggar, get lost. If you don't get lost, I'll break your legs," one of the guards shouted. Blind Lu grinned and suddenly let go of Yunling and Yunyi's hands. "Ladies, let me play a song for you." After saying that, without waiting for them to agree, Blind Lu's fingers moved, and the sound of an arrow that sounded like a broken bellows rang out. Jie la, jie la, jie la. It was very ear-piercing, but Blind Lu's face was filled with intoxication, as if he was playing the most beautiful music in the world. Yunling and Yun looked at each other and reminded him, "Hurry up and leave. When they come, you definitely won't be able to leave." The 2 of them were very kind-hearted. Looking at Blind Lu, who looked like a beggar, and still begging in the middle of the night, they could not help but sympathize with him. Blind Lu acted as if he did not hear anything. At this moment, Yun Lingi wanted to leave, but she found that she couldn't move her feet. The rest of her body was very relaxed, but her feet couldn't move. It was as if a power had risen from the ground and bound her. She couldn't move. Other than the 2 of them, the 4 guards were the same. They were even worse. Their bodies could not move, and they could not even make a sound. Their faces were red, and they looked extremely angry. The person in the Jiao Zi was extremely unhappy. He snorted in a deep voice A bunch of trash. You can't even do such a small thing. I really don't know what's the use of raising you. Kill that beggar for me. I can't wait any longer." When he saw Yunling and Yun-Yi in the Yihong courtyard, his eyes were fixed, but he did not know why. Just as he led the two of them through the street, he was attracted by the unpleasant sound of the arrow. The two sisters insisted on giving some money to the beggar who played the arrow. Otherwise, he would have arrived at the mansion long ago and would have already made a mess. "Yes, sir." Two groups of guards immediately rushed up with murderous intent. The moment they got close, just like the four guards, they all stood there motionless, unable to make any sound. The person in the Jiao Zi was even more furious. Right now, his crotch was already filled with murderous intent. He could not wait to pick up his spear and kill them. At this time, they were wasting time, which made him extremely angry. The moment he got off the bed, he cursed loudly, "You damn beggar! Poochie!" Just as his voice faded, his head was suddenly cut off. A formless sound wave was forcefully sliced down without any warning. What was even stranger was that not a single drop of blood spurted out. There was no sound at all. Even he himself did not make a single sound. His head was cut off, and there was not even the slightest sound. This method of killing was truly high. Ha ha ha! I never thought that there would be such a powerful music expert in this place. It's truly rare. Suddenly, a figure landed on the ground. His sleeves were embroidered with star patterns. It was obvious that he was from the Star Sea Immortal sect. Moreover, his cultivation was above the 8th level of the profound god realm. His figure descended, and with a flash he passed through a few voices and directly landed beside Yunling. The corner of his mouth turned cold as he sneered, "Blind man, what I want is the lives of these two women. If you know what's good for you, then leave on your own, otherwise—" Humph. Blind Lu still revealed a pair of big yellow teeth, smiled faintly and said, "Them? They are the women that I, the blind man, have set his eyes on first. If you want their lives, how can that be?" "No. Since it's not possible, then go to hell." Suddenly, the Star Sea ranker suddenly moved, the hand on his back that had long since gathered strength slammed down, directly smashing towards the top of Blind Lu's head. If this palm hit, he would die without a doubt. Yunling cried out in alarm, "Old man, be careful!" Blind Lu's expression remained the same, but the rhythm of his fingers was slightly faster. A few sound waves that could be seen with the naked eye directly transformed into an ancient demon that was exactly the same as the one in his body and rushed out. The old bull was still riding, still fighting with all his might, still in the midst of a mad bull. Right now he was ranked 4th in the monthly votes. As long as he could hold on until 12 p.m., the old bull would finish writing even if he had to write until dawn. Chapter 787. Devil's Charge. Get the hell away from me. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The power on Blind Lu's fingers sank, and two ancient devils' sound waves rushed forward. The Star Sea ranker's eyes darkened, revealing a look of disdain as he mocked. "So what if the music is strong? This kind of sound wave attack can penetrate my peak 8th level profound god realm speed. You want to hurt me? Ha ha ha, you overestimate yourself." Just a moment ago, he had also penetrated through the sound wave power that Blind Lu had shot out. The two demonic sound waves were also part of the sound wave power, so they could also penetrate through. As long as they penetrated through, the power under his palm would be able to cause Blind Lu's head to explode. Whong! Bang! The Star Sea ranker was sent flying. He flew to the other end of the street and spat out several mouthfuls of blood. He laid on the ground and couldn't get up for a moment. He kept howling like a pig being slaughtered. He couldn't understand why he couldn't penetrate through. He was an 8th level profound god realm orthodox immortal sect expert. How could he not be able to penetrate through? The sound wave power wasn't that strong. Blind Lu grinned, revealing his yellow teeth, and said with a smile, "Two beautiful ladies, was my song beautiful?" Yunling's face darkened. She had heard it very clearly just now. The Star Sea rancor wanted their lives. Why was that? Once again, she looked at Blind Lu seriously and asked, "Old man, who exactly are you? Why did you save us?" He also looked at Blind Lu with a serious face. Blind Lu smiled and said, "It's very simple. I have fate with you. Although I haven't figured out what kind of fate it is, we will definitely meet again. At that time, don't bother this old man to buy another song for you." Ha ha, fate? Fate? Yunling and Yun-Yi said at the same time. Their bodies also relaxed. Their legs moved, and their bodies couldn't help but stagger. Once again, they thought of the purpose of their visit, and their hearts sank. The two of them looked at each other and said at the same time, "Oh no! This is bad. If we can't find out where sister-in-law lives, how can we save her?" Luo Tiangij. "What's wrong, big sister? I don't know how big sister Shuang is doing. If she didn't wait for the prince, then this time I'm afraid it's really—" Yun-Yi's face was a little anxious. He had originally planned to ask the Prime Minister about Li Schwetter's residence and then rescue her before daybreak. But now, the sudden appearance of an old man playing the arrow disrupted all their plans. "Wait!" Blind Lu, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped. His eyes rolled back and returned to normal. With a serious expression, he asked, "Who are you talking about just now?" "Luo Tiangij. Who is he to you?" Yunling and Yun-Yi turned to look at Blind Lu and said, "Our sovereign." "Sect leader?" "The sect leader of the Huashan Immortal School." "Luo Tian? Ha ha ha. Boss." Blind Lu suddenly cheered like a lunatic. He grabbed their hands and said, without caring whether they agreed or not, "Come with me." "Where to?" "We'll know when we get there." In another place, Duantian City, the slums, King Kong, Morong Bai, Big Beard, and the poisonous widow gathered together. In front of them stood 4 people. They were all experts at the peak of the 8th level of the profound God realm. They were also from the top 10 immortal sects. Humph! The people of the Huashan immortal sect came here to die. It saves us the trouble of looking for you. The experts of the vast heaven immortal sect said coldly with killing intent. "Luo Tian is not here. You are a bunch of trash. Today is your doomsday. Why are you talking nonsense with them? Just kill them. It's getting closer and closer to daybreak. The sacrificial ceremony is about to begin. Don't let these bugs spoil the good things of the ancestors. Otherwise, we will be punished. Kill." At this moment, King Kong and the other 3 looked at each other and directly swallowed the divine explosion pill. Their strength instantly increased. He snorted slightly and said, "Since you found us, then there's nothing more to say. One word, kill. I wanted to cause a ruckus in Duantian City tomorrow, but it seems that it will be brought forward. For boss. 4 sister-in-law. Destroy Duantian City. Kill." The cultivation of the 4 people at the same time protected 2 realms, and at this moment they suddenly rushed out. King Kong directly put on the iron blood gloves and roared, "Heavy thunder! Bombardment!" Bam! It was like a bolt of lightning striking down. An expert of the 8th level of the profound God realm took a step forward. His body suddenly expanded and his muscles continued to bulge. He said fiercely, "Just this little bit of strength is not enough in front of me. Get down." He directly faced the attack. He also moved his fists. 4 fists connected, and the power shot out in all directions. King Kong and he each took a step back. King Kong's face darkened, and he laughed wildly in excitement, saying, "I have some strength. Let's see if you can block it." Dragon blood, bone power. 3 heavy thunder, bombardment. A red light appeared on King Kong's body, and on his fists, traces of white bones grew faintly. His strength suddenly increased, and in addition to the blood essence of the second egg dragon god, his strength became even more vigorous. The expression of the expert of the 8th level of the profound God realm secretly changed. He was also extremely unconvinced. His heavy fists were like thunder, and once again he welcomed it with a cold snort. Consuming the burst spirit pill to increase your realm, even if your strength is at the 8th level of the profound God realm. It is impossible for you to compare with my strength at the 8th level of the profound God realm. Die for me! 8 Dragon Force. The muscles on his body swelled up again, and his strength became even more vigorous. The 4 fists collided once again. Rumble. The expert of the vast Heaven Immortal sect was directly sent flying, and directly crushed a building. At the same time, Murong Bai's white feather sword sent an expert of the Imperial God Immortal sect flying. The bearded man's berserk puppet beast directly beat an expert to the point of spitting out shit. The most deadly one was the Poison Widow. Her poison had not even started to spread before she fainted and fell to the ground. The 4 of them had won. Even an ordinary 9th level profound God realm expert would find it difficult to deal with their strength, let alone an 8th level profound God realm expert. Sending these 4 people was completely sending them to their deaths. Murong Bai's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. Since we have been discovered, Miss Shuang-Er and Yunling Yun must be in danger. We cannot stay in Broken Sky City for long. We will immediately find the 3 of them and leave the city immediately. Tomorrow we will enter the city and find sister-in-law before we act. All right. Everyone nodded, and when they were about to leave, an incomparably arrogant force pressed down from the sky, and their minds immediately sank. They directly lay on the ground, their bodies unable to move, and their mouths continuously spat out several mouthfuls of black blood. Want to leave? All of you go to hell. A shadow descended with an incomparably arrogant aura of the profound God realm. Stomachache, damn it, stomachache when the weather is cold, but stomachache could not stop the Mad Bull mode. Old Bull was still desperately writing, and there would be a large wave of updates at night. Thank you to my good brother, Jekai Jesya, for the 10,000 book coins floating red support. Old Bull is extremely grateful. Chapter 788. Under the Mystic Emperor, everything was like an ant. Even the experts at the peak of the 9th level of the profound God realm were the same. There was no power to resist. Not to mention Murong Bai and the others who were at the 6th level of the profound God realm. Every single one of them was completely crushed. Their minds were deathly still, and their sea of consciousness was constantly churning. Even their most powerful primordial spirits were trembling, uncomfortable, indescribably uncomfortable. Everyone felt as if they were dead. The shadow slowly descended, looked at the 4 of them, and couldn't help but sneer. You're the only one who died, the brother of that dog Luo Tian? And you want to overturn Broken Sky City? Looking at your sorry state, it's like a joke. He sneered. The aura of the Mystic Emperor moved faintly. Murong Bai and the others were struggling with all their might. But no matter how hard they tried, it was useless. They were still unable to break through the suppression of the Mystic Emperor. The black-robed old man sneered disdainfully and said with contempt, "You still want to struggle? In the Southern Heaven Gate, it was you who killed so many of my disciples and came to Broken Sky City to die. It's a pity. It's a pity that Luo Tian is dead. Otherwise, this old man will definitely let him watch you die, one by one in front of him." The black-robed old man said with some anger, and then his eyes darkened slightly and said, "I'm afraid those 3 women are already dead at this time. Now I'll send you on your way." As soon as he finished, the black-robed old man's finger moved slightly and flicked upwards. The bodies of the 4 people directly floated up, being lifted up by a powerful force. Their bodies were still unable to move. "We're going to die." Murong Bai laughed and said, "Mystic Emperor Sovereign Expert? Just you wait. When Luo Tian comes, he will definitely take your dog life. Ha ha ha." Suddenly he laughed wildly. Then the bearded man also laughed arrogantly. King Kong and even the Poison Widow laughed loudly. During this period of time with Luo Tian, they were very happy, killing enemies together, taking risks together, laughing together, and being happy together. For them, this was the happiest time of their lives. For Luo Tian, they wouldn't frown even if they had to die, let alone beg others. They laughed wildly. Jean Gang said naively, "Senior brother, let's be brothers again in the next life. If I have the chance to meet Boss again, I will definitely follow him again. The happiest thing in this life is following him. Every day is very enjoyable, especially Boss's barbecue." "Ha ha ha," the bearded man added. "It was him who let me know the true meaning of puppetry. It was him who made me understand how wonderful this world is. It was him who made me more brilliant on this stage. Thank you, boss." The poison widow smiled sweetly and said, "The most regrettable thing in my life is that I didn't go to bed with the official. If I had another chance, I would definitely push him down and let him enjoy himself." She wasn't shy at all. She was willing to do anything for the man she had set her mind on. Willingly, Morongbai laughed and said, "Luo Tian, you must avenge us." Immediately after, "Come on. Come if you have the guts. Come and kill us." The four of them roared. In front of a supreme expert like the Mystic Emperor, they knew very well that there was no room for resistance. At this time, they would not beg for their lives. Instead, they were unusually arrogant, as if it was not death but a rebirth. The black-robed old man couldn't help but be stunned. Then he sneered and said, "Avenge you? Ha ha ha. Luo Tian is already waiting for you below." "Bullshit, your mother." Suddenly, a deep and irritable voice came out. It was unusually strong, with a strong smell of gunpowder. Jean Gang's face darkened as he looked at the bearded man. The bearded man shook his head and looked at Morongbai. Morongbai said, "I didn't say it, but I also want to say it." "Who said it?" "It's too right." "That's right, it's bullshit. Boss can't possibly die." "Because he is our boss. His name is Luo Tian. He is destined to stand at the top of the Tianshan continent." Morongbai said arrogantly as if he was talking about himself. At this time, the black-robed old man's face changed slightly. He locked his eyes in one direction and stared coldly at a person. A big fat man walked out from the darkness. He was more than 2 meters tall. He weighed at least 250 kilograms. A big fat man. When he walked, the ground shook as if there was an earthquake. He walked out of the darkness step by step. He was still holding that roasted chicken in his hand. From time to time, he would put it into his mouth and take a big bite. His mouth was full of oil. Gulp! Jean Gang's stomach made a sound. He smacked his lips and said, "What a fragrant chicken. I want to have a bite." The black-robed old man's eyebrows moved. A strong Mystic Emperor's aura pressed down as if it was real. The ground cracked. The aura was like a crescent-shaped sword aura. It locked onto the big fat man's sea of consciousness and attacked. If his head was hit, it would definitely explode. There was no way he could survive. The big fat man didn't panic. He took a bite of the roasted chicken and walked forward without any defense. Die. The black-robed old man curled his lips and laughed coldly. "This kind of trash dares to stand in front of me without waiting for him to finish." The big fat man walked through the huge Mystic Emperor's aura as if nothing had happened. He didn't even have a scratch on his skin. He was unharmed. This power, it was incomparably valiant. The black-robed old man's face darkened. He said coldly, "Who are you?" The big fat man walked forward step by step. When he reached the black-robed old man, he had just finished eating the roasted chicken. He spat the chicken bone in his mouth at the black-robed old man's face. He moved his right fist and shouted, "I am your ancestor!" The power of the demon ancestor. "Get down!" All of a sudden, the big fat man suddenly made a move. That speed, that power, and that powerful aura presence were released. No one would have thought that this was released by a big fat man. Ferocious. Too ferocious. It was so ferocious that it was a mess. The black-robed old man was prepared. However, even if he was prepared, he was still shocked by the sudden burst of power from the big fat man. He threw a punch forward and said coldly, "You are not qualified." Rumble. Two fists collided. The black-robed old man was sent flying and crashed heavily on the ground. The thick limestone floor was smashed into powder. He vomited fresh blood, and his face was extremely pale. There was no trace of blood. The big fat man didn't move at all. He looked like he was fine. He spat at the black-robed old man and said with disdain, "Mystic Tharch martial expert? I think you are just a piece of sh*t. You dare to say that my boss is dead? You are courting death." His stomach was really hurting. It was rather difficult for him to do this. He suddenly realized that Old Bull was really risking his life. Although his stomach was hurting, Old Bull would continue to risk his life. Chapter 789. Domineering. It was too awesome. One punch was enough to make a Mystic Tharch Supreme expert lie on the ground, unable to get up. How awesome was that? Murong Bai, Jean Gang, and the others were dumbfounded. Awesome. Giant Bull. Too awesome. I have never seen such a fierce fatty. The three of them couldn't help but exclaim. What they admired the most was the fatty's words. Mystic Tharch Supreme Expert? I think he is just a pile of sh*t. Treating a Mystic Tharch Supreme Expert as a pile of sh*t? Did he have to be so sharp? This fatty was Fong Lei Fatty Lei, who had agreed to meet Luo Tian in Broken Sky City. He had arrived at Broken Sky City with Xian Yuan Yi and Blind Lu half a month in advance. He had been concealing his aura all this time, acting like an ordinary martial artist. He had been secretly observing Broken Sky City and waiting anxiously. They wanted to meet Luo Tian as soon as possible. They had been separated for 3 years and missed him so much. These 3 years, Fatty Lei, Xian Yuan, and Blind Lu had suffered unimaginable hardships. However, in order to snatch the bride and sister-in-law in Broken Sky City and share some of the burden with Luo Tian, they had endured pain that ordinary people couldn't endure and cultivated desperately. These 3 years were like hell to them. Pain. However, they were also happy. Every day, they looked forward to the day they could meet Luo Tian. They clenched their teeth and persevered with this belief. Originally, he didn't want to cause trouble. He wanted to continue hiding and wait for Boss to appear before turning Broken Sky City upside down. However, he had to hear the words Luo Tian is already dead. No matter who this Luo Tian, the black-robed elder, was talking about, as long as this name was mentioned, it would touch his bottom line. Who cared if it was 20 or 30 years old? He would just kill it. He could talk about anyone. However, he couldn't talk about his boss. How would the black-robed elder know that such a ferocious person was hiding in this slum? He didn't say a word and directly punched him to the ground without any reason. Furthermore, he was lying on the ground with severe injuries and couldn't get up for a while. A Mystic Tharch Supreme Expert. Like this? He could be considered the first one. Fatty Lei fiercely spat at the black-robed old man in the distance and said angrily, "My boss is dead? Your whole family is dead. Even if your whole family is dead, my boss won't die." Very unhappy. Murong Bai's expression changed slightly. Hearing Fatty Lei's words, he could not help but ask, "Your boss is also called Luo Tian?" Fatty Lei glanced at Murong Bai and said, "Your boss is also called Luo Tian? Why does this trash want to kill you? Who are you?" Vadra's face was filled with worship as he said, "We are from the Huashan Immortal Sect. Luo Tian is our boss. It's just that he entered the Earth's core pagoda, and we don't know if he has come out yet. This Mystic Tharch expert said that Boss died inside. Even if you beat me to death, I don't believe it. Boss can't possibly die. He is invincible." Fatty Lei laughed, hugged King Kong in his arms, and said, "My boss and your boss should be the same person. Boss is really mighty, meeting so many good brothers. You guys are also here to steal the bride, right? We are here to steal sister-in-law, Li Shuer. Also, we have to ruthlessly kill that bastard Morong Wanjian. All of these were said very casually. It was as if they could kill Morong Wanjian in minutes. Fatty Lei was very open with Luo Tian's brothers. He directly treated them as his own brothers, without any vigilance. King Kong was stunned and immediately laughed heartily. Ha ha ha! That's right, that's right. We are here to steal the bride and then kill Morong Wanjian. This time we came to Broken Sky City to kill those mystic Tharch experts. Morong Bai, Big Beard, and the poisonous widow were all stunned. They muttered in their hearts, "When did Boss have such fierce brothers?" One punch and a mystic Tharch expert was knocked down. Does he need to be so fierce? Why haven't I heard of him at all? Is Luo Tian still human? He is surrounded by perverted and awesome people. How can he let them live? Looking at Fatty Lei's strength, they almost felt inferior. Too valiant. Fatty Lei asked, "Where is this Earth's core pagoda that you are talking about?" "I am going to look for Boss. There's still more than 2 hours before daybreak. After daybreak, the heaven-worshipping ceremony will begin. After that, it will be Shuai, and that bastard Morong Wanjian's wedding. If Boss doesn't come, this show won't be fun." Speaking of Luo Tian, Fatty Lei's eyes were filled with fanaticism. He was incomparably excited. For the past 3 years, he had been looking forward to meeting Luo Tian every day. The heaven-worshipping ceremony would begin at daybreak. At that time, the union of the true dragon and the female phoenix would create a very powerful force. This force could penetrate the Tian Xin continent and reach a higher level plane. This plane was even more powerful than the ancient world. At that time, the force would descend. Those mystic Tharch supreme experts would become incomparably strong in an instant. When that time came, he was afraid this was the information that he had gathered in half a month. Therefore, he had to destroy this marriage before the union. After being asked about the Earth's core pagoda, Vajra's face faintly sank. He sighed heavily and said, "We also don't know where it is. We went in before, but it was too dangerous and was sent out by Boss. I only heard that no one who entered the Earth's core pagoda could come out alive. Even the mystic Tharch experts didn't come out alive. Boss." Fatty Lei frowned and then relaxed. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, Boss will definitely be fine. Just like what you said, he is our boss. His name is Luo Tian. So even if he meets a powerful opponent, he will be fine. Tomorrow, Boss will definitely appear." Fatty Lei looked very calm on the surface, but he was secretly worried in his heart. "Boss, you will definitely come. You will definitely come." If Luo Tian didn't appear, there were more than a dozen mystic Tharch experts in Duan City. His strength was still enough to deal with some early-stage mystic Tharch experts. Once he met Song Tianlong, he wouldn't be a match for those old monsters. Everything depended on Luo Tian. Then, again, if Luo Tian didn't appear, the union of the true dragon and the female phoenix was inevitable. The descent of a miracle was also inevitable. At that time, no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be a match. However, if it really came to that, he would still risk his life for Boss. The few of them looked a little worried. Fatty Lei put one hand on King Kong's shoulder and smiled. "Let's go. I will bring you to meet my other 2 brothers." The east was turning white, and the sky was gradually brightening. Luo Tian was still rushing with all his might. The mystic Thearka's strength soared to the extreme. He used his fastest speed to rush in the direction of Duan City. He secretly said in his heart, "I must catch up. I must. Little sister Shuai, wait for me. Chapter 9 has been delivered. First of all, I would like to thank Follow Your Heart for the 10,000 book coins, Piao Hong for her support. Old Bull is sorry. My stomach hurts so much. I drank cup after cup of water and couldn't suppress it. Old Bull is dragging me down. I am really sorry. More than 800 monthly votes. More than 1,900 recommendation votes. and 100 rewards. To be honest, all of you are the fiercest readers on the entire website. No one can compare. Old Bull thanks all of you. I have a group of brothers accompanying me. Thank you, thank you. Today, Old Bull is dragging you down. I am really sorry. I have to go to the hospital tomorrow. My stomach hurts as soon as the weather turns cold. I really can't stand it. To sum it up, the 4th monthly votes meant that I added 6 chapters. Today, I only added 4 chapters. I have to go to the hospital tomorrow morning. I can't make up for it tomorrow. I will make up for it the day after tomorrow. The 4 chapters that I owe everyone last month will also be made up within this week. A new day has begun. Old Bull is asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes again. When Old Bull is slightly better, I will go crazy again. I hope this crazy bull doesn't fall sick. Chapter 790. Outside of Duantian City, in a courtyard in the suburbs, Xian Yuanyi brought cold frost. Blind Lu brought Yunling and Yun Yi. Foam Lei brought King Kong and the other 3 to gather here. This was their temporary lodging. Because the 3 of them were practicing their techniques, they were not discovered from the beginning. Bringing Murongbai and the others out also blinded Venerable Liang's spies, causing them to lose their location. Boss will die. Blind Lu, do you think so? Who said so? Come out. I promise I won't kill him. Blind Lu raised his head and said, while wiping his arrow, he did not care about Luo Tian's death at all because he knew that Luo Tian could not have died. Xian Yuanyi smiled faintly and said, Boss will definitely not die. Don't worry about that. Fatty Lei laughed and said, Look, we have been separated from Boss for more than 2 years. At that time, he was not even a mystique venerable rank. But we are very sure that Boss will not die. He will definitely appear tomorrow. It was going to be dawn soon. Murongbai frowned. They also believed that Luo Tian would not die. But time was almost up. If Luo Tian did not appear at this time, something must have gone wrong. What if he was still in the Earth's core tower? Cold Frost said, The grand sacrificial ceremony is about to begin. The ceremony and the wedding will be held at the same time. At that time, the mystique emperors of the 10 major sects will definitely be there. What should we do then? Right now, we don't even know where young Miss is. If we know, we can save her first. Then everything will be easy. Li Shuer was the most important person. As long as she did not appear, everything would be in vain. The grand sacrificial ceremony could not be held, not to mention the wedding. They could also control the casualties to a minimum. Foam Lei looked at Cold Frost with admiration in his heart. Boss is boss. She even melted the iceberg. She's so mighty. Back in Jade Mountain City, she was extremely cold. Now, she only has Boss in her eyes. Ha ha ha! He was secretly delighted and immediately said, Sister-in-law shouldn't have come to Duantian City yet. There aren't many people from the Soul Hall in Duantian City. Her mother also hasn't appeared yet. She probably hasn't come to Duantian City yet. Where she came from and when she came, even the Duantian City Lord probably doesn't know. Unless you can capture Zhang Tianlong, that old monster, no one will know. Don't even think about it. The purpose of their grand sacrificial ceremony is to summon the divine miracle. Once the divine miracle descends, an extremely powerful force will descend from the high-grade plane. Those mystic, the arch supreme expert strength will increase tremendously in an instant. What we need to do is to disrupt the grand sacrificial ceremony. We can't find Big Sister-in-law, but there is one person. He is in Broken Sky City. As long as we kill him, everything will be the same. Nothing will change. Suddenly, Foam Lei's brain seemed to have opened up as he suddenly thought of a person. Everyone looked at him and asked in unison, Who? Morongwan Jian. Fatty Lei's mouth curled up, revealing an excited smile, and said, As long as we kill him, the true dragon's power will disappear. The divine miracle won't descend, and Big Sister-in-law won't have to marry him. What do you think of my idea? Damn, when did I become so smart? I didn't even know. Ha ha ha, everyone went silent. Without a doubt, this was a very good idea. No one would have thought that they would make a move on the true dragon's son, Morong Wanjian. Even Morong Wanjian himself wouldn't know. Furthermore, the most important point was Morong Wanjian was in the imperial palace of Duantian City. Everyone was deep in thought. After a few seconds, Xian Yuan said, "This idea is indeed not bad. As long as we kill the true dragon, then the heavenly sacrifice ceremony will not be able to proceed, and the wedding will not be able to proceed either. At that time, sister-in-law will still be the boss, but wouldn't it be too despicable for us to do this? Moreover, Morong Wanjian has always been the boss's target. After all, there is still a sister-in-law in their midst. Sister-in-law definitely hopes that the boss will save her and not us." Huh. I didn't think of that. We stole the boss's limelight. This is indeed not good. Of course, the boss has to do something like saving the beauty. Fatty Lay said foolishly. Morong Bai, King Kong, and the Poison Widow were all dumbfounded. Kill Morong Wanjian? This, they didn't even dare to think about it. But Fatty Lay said it so casually. It was as if Morong Wanjian was an ant that could be easily squashed to death. Was there a need to be so fierce? The one who was most shocked was Cold Frost. She had been to Jade Mountain City and met Fatty Lay. At that time he was just a fatty who didn't even know how to cultivate. He could only increase his strength by absorbing the blood essence of some demonic beasts. Now he was still a fatty, but a fatty who was so powerful that it was a mess. When she heard Morong Bai say that Fatty Lay knocked down a mystic Tharch expert with a single punch, she was extremely shocked. In 3 years he had become so powerful. This was simply unbelievable. At the same time, she realized that those who followed Luo Tian were all incredible people. Morong Bai's eyebrows tightened as he couldn't help but ask. Morong Wanjian's cultivation broke through to the mystic Tharch realm 2 months ago and comprehended the true dragon sword spirit. His true dragon bloodline's power has probably been cultivated to the perfection stage. It will be very difficult to kill him. Are you confident? Fatty Lay said, "I am not very confident. However, I am sure of one thing. Even if we can't kill him, we can severely injure him. We have been waiting for this day for more than 2 years. How dare he snatch our boss's woman? I have to kill him." Xian Yuan smiled gently. Blind Lu also smiled excitedly. The 3 of them were like 3 lunatics. All of them revealed confident smiles. Morong Bai and the others were shocked again. At the same time, Morong Bai looked at King Kong and the others, nodded heavily and said, "Since Brother Fatty is so confident, then we have no reason not to risk it. If we can kill Morong Wanjian, even if we die, our names will be recorded in the annals of history. How cool would that be?" "Ha ha ha!" King Kong laughed foolishly. "We should have done this long ago. Why didn't we think of it?" Immediately, everyone laughed loudly. These 10 people were simply 10 lunatics when they met. One had to know. In the palace of Duantian City, other than Morong Wanjian, there was also Song Tianlong and Star Ocean Ancestor, 2 extremely powerful old monsters. They actually thought of ambushing Morong Wanjian. If this wasn't lunacy, then what was? When I returned in the afternoon, I did a series of examinations. Luckily, the doctor said that I wouldn't die at the moment. I could live for at least 80 to 80 years. I took a bunch of medicine. The doctor gave me a sentence. "You have to take care of your stomach. Pay attention to your diet and rest." I said in my heart, "Hee, don't you know that I have to work hard this week? No matter what, I will maintain 5 chapters a day this week. Then I will update the remaining 2 chapters for chapters and 6 chapters. I realized that I could also be considered a lunatic. A new day. Please recommend votes, monthly votes. Brothers, support me. Chapter 791. This was a crazy plan. It was also a plan that only a madman would think of. Fatty Lay was very clear about one thing. He must not let the miracle descend. Otherwise, even if Luo Tian came, he wouldn't have any chance. During the 2 years that he disappeared, he had read many books. Among them, there were stories about the descent of the miracle from the lower planes. He didn't know how sky-concealing dragon knew how to summon the miracle, and he didn't know which plane the miracle came from. However, no matter where it came from, he couldn't let the miracle descend, or else sky-concealing dragon would become extremely powerful. This kind of power was unshakable. Apart from him, all the other mystic Tharch supreme experts would be able to get a share of the delicacies. Their cultivation levels would instantly increase by a few folds, or even tens of folds. Some of them would even be able to ascend to a higher plane directly from the mystic Tharch. Therefore, he must not let the miracle descend. The grand sacrificial ceremony was closely related to Morong Wanjian's and Li Shueger's bloodline power. As long as one of them disappeared, the grand sacrificial ceremony would collapse. The miracle wouldn't descend. Then, Zhang Tianlong's plan would not succeed. Those mystic Tharch experts would definitely be enraged. By then, they would definitely not let Zhang Tianlong off. Every day of the mystic Tharch experts' time was incomparably precious. To them, lifespan was extremely important. The mystic Tharch experts in the Tianxian continent were all old monsters that had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Even the mystic Tharch had a lifespan limit. If they couldn't break through in their cultivation, their lifespan would be exhausted one day. When that time came, they could only turn into a pile of dirt. If they wanted to break through and obtain more power, they actually had to go to a higher plane. This was the dream in every martial artist's heart. They were all working hard for this dream. Sky-concealing dragon's miracle plan had moved them. This was their only chance. As long as they succeeded, their lifespan would greatly increase. As long as they had time, they would have the chance to change their fate. Similarly, they would also risk their lives to ensure the success of this grand sacrificial ceremony. Fatty Lei knew how powerful Morong Wanjian was, but he didn't have a choice. He had to cripple or kill Morong Wanjian. However, this was their only way and also their only chance. When he decided to do this, he had already prepared for everything, including death. The 10 of them didn't stop at all. They concealed their auras and entered the city again, rushing towards the imperial palace. The sky was already slightly bright. The heavenly sacrificial ceremony would begin in 2 hours. Time was of the essence to them. In the depths of the palace, Zhang Tianlong slapped Lai Yangzhimin's face and said, "Unhappily, trash!" Bang! Reverend Scorching Sun was sent flying. His expression was rather ugly, but he didn't dare to show any anger. He didn't even dare to have the slightest bit of anger in his heart. He crawled up from the ground, knelt on the ground, and said, "Master." 3 formidable martial artists suddenly appeared. Their cultivations are all at the mystic Tharch supreme realm. Our men are no match for them at all. They have concealed themselves too well. Humph. Cut the crap. A month ago, I asked you to be on guard in Duantian City. Pay attention to whether or not there were any experts sneaking in, but you didn't notice. How did you become the sect leader of the Immortal Reigning School? Zhang Tianlong said with a pale face. The closer it was to the heaven-worshipping ceremony, the more nervous he became. His temper also became more and more irritable. This concerned his fate. He had lived for more than 49,000 years, and he had less than a year left in his lifespan. Once the time was up, even if he used all his abilities, he wouldn't be able to escape from the laws of fate. He would definitely die. In order to wait for this day, he did everything he could to find cultivation resources for Morong Wanjian. All these years, he had been looking forward to this day every moment. As long as the miracle descended, his ability would explode. He would be able to break through and ascend. He would be able to obtain more time in life. Morong Wanjian's cultivation improved so quickly because of his nurturing. Whether it was the true dragon sword spirit or the true dragon bloodline, They were all crazily improving with his help. Even the star platform of the Star Ocean Immortal sect was built by the Star Ocean ancestor. For the two of them to break through the mystic Emperor realm and be able to draw power from the higher planes, Tsang Tianlong spared no effort to nurture them. This plan started the moment they were born. It was about to be realized. He couldn't tolerate any mistakes. Any mistakes could affect the heaven-worshipping ceremony and affect the descent of the miracle. No matter who it was, no one could stop him. "Hoo!" Tsang Tianlong let out a heavy breath and said, "Don't bother about them now. Since they are here, they will definitely appear again. I will let someone else take care of this matter. What you need to do now is to eliminate those Huashan Immortal School disciples in the Western Forest. Hurry up. The disciples of the 10 major immortal sects are at your disposal. If you mess up this matter, be careful of your head falling to the ground." Venerable Lai Yang immediately said, "This disciple understands. Damn it, if I can't deal with Luo Tian's brothers, can't I deal with his disciples? I don't believe it. How many mystic Dharch experts do they have to protect them? This time, I will definitely kill all the Huashan Immortal School disciples to vent the hatred in my heart." After a few consecutive failures, he lost a lot of face in front of Tsang Tianlong. This made him very unhappy. Other than being unhappy, scram! Tsang Tianlong snorted coldly. Venerable Lai Yang hurriedly left the room. After he was a distance away, his eyes were filled with viciousness. His eyes twitched a few times as he said in a low voice, "Old thing, I will make you pay the price. Just you wait." His target was also the god's miracle. His cultivation was at the 9th level of the profound god realm, although he had yet to reach the end of his lifespan. However, he was very clear in his heart. With his talent, it was impossible for him to break through to the mystic Dharch realm. This was his only chance to turn things around. Tsang Tianlong sent him out of the city to guard against him. Venerable Lai Yang was very clear about this point. "Just you wait. I will be the first to obtain the power of the god's miracle. At that time, the first to die will be you. After that, it will be Luo Tian and those bastards. Luo Tian, oh Luo Tian, you better not die. I will personally send you to hell." Shortly after, his figure flashed and disappeared. In Tsang Tianlong's room, Morong Wanjian walked out and said respectfully, "Master, do you want me to kill those people who escaped?" Tsang Tianlong smiled faintly and said, "No need. What you need to do now is rest. The heavenly sacrificial ceremony will begin in 2 hours. That will be your time to perform. Go back now." Morong Wanjian didn't say much. His figure flashed and disappeared from the room. 10 minutes later, outside the Crown Prince's bedroom, 10 black figures landed. "The second chapter has been delivered. Thank you to Love *** needs to understand and Return of Love Line for your 10,000 book coins. Thank you to every good brother who tipped. Old Bull loves you all. Let's go have a meal first and continue writing tonight." Chapter 792. Lunatics were here. Furthermore, there were 10 of them who didn't care about their lives. Fatty Lay extended his palm and gestured for everyone to stop. His eyebrows twitched as he carefully released his intent. His face darkened as he looked at Xian Yuani and nodded. "He is inside." Suddenly, Xian Yuani took the lead and shot his gigantic sword in. It directly flipped the door open. The 2 guards at the side were directly crushed into pieces by the sword aura released by the gigantic sword. They didn't even make a sound. Bang! Rumble! Ah! Scream! Did we succeed? Everyone's face secretly changed as they all looked at Fatty Lay. Fatty Lay's intent moved again. His face changed as he revealed a shocked expression. He muttered, "Dead? So easy? Impossible." In that instant, Fatty Lay's heart trembled as he cried out in his heart, "Oh no!" At this moment, a figure floated in midair with a disdainful sneer on the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with contempt as he said, "I didn't look for you, but you came looking for me. It seems like your lives are destined to die in my hands. Morong Wanjian was here. No one sensed when he appeared behind them. Fatty Lei glanced at the dead person in the room and turned to look at Morong Wanjian, who was high up in the sky. He said, "You actually used a substitute? And you even used your own divine senses to support that person. Morong Wanjian, you are really a coward." Xian Yuani kept his gigantic sword and said, "Let me try first. I want to experience his true dragon sword spirit." He was discovered. Then there was no need for a sneak attack. Sneak attacking a mystic, the arch-martial expert, was an extremely difficult thing. That sword was just a test. If there was a mystic, the arch-martial expert, that could be killed so easily, then there wouldn't be a mystic, the arch-martial expert in this world. The surrounding people also walked up. King Kong laughed disdainfully and said, "So he's Morong Wanjian? He's not even half as handsome as Boss. He's just putting on airs and looks good, but he's useless. He can't be compared to Boss at all. How could such a person inherit the true dragon's bloodline? The true dragon must have shot in the wrong direction. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." Everyone burst into laughter. Only Cold Frost had seen Morong Wanjian before. She could be considered to have some understanding of Morong Wanjian. Her expression darkened as she warned, "Everyone be careful. He is extremely vicious." Yunling and Yun giggled and said, "I think Big Brother Dainyu is right. He really can't be compared to Big Brother Luo Tian. He's completely inferior to Big Brother Luo Tian. Big Brother Luo Tian is like a golden spear that won't fall." Cold Frost blushed and reminded them, "You two sisters don't know what shame is. How could you say something like that?" The Poison Widow's eyes lit up as she took over the topic. "Great official Luo Tian is definitely strong. From the first time I saw him, I knew he was very strong. As for this Morong Wandao, it's Wandao, right? You can tell that a man is a shy, red pillow at first glance. I estimate that a certain function will only last for at most a minute, or even less." Poochie, the four girls couldn't help but laugh. Morong Wanjian's expression didn't change, but his pupils shrank a little. He sneered and said, "Wait until I get rid of these people. Then I'll get the four of you onto my big bed. I'll let you have a good look at whether I'll last for a minute or two. All of you will be ruthlessly ravaged to death by me. You four little beauties, just wait for me." As soon as he finished speaking, Morong Wanjian's figure disappeared. He instantly appeared in front of Xian Yuani and said in disdain, "You think you deserve a sword spirit? Get down." He could sense an extremely strong sword intent emerging from Xian Yuani's body with a single glance. Morong Wanjian was a strong sword cultivator. He wanted to step on any sword cultivator, not to mention that Xian Yuani was a super sword cultivator who comprehended a sword spirit. He wanted to step on him even more. Xian Yuani was already prepared. 1. The tyrannical aura of the gigantic saber burst forth. The tyrannical sword spirit immediately flew out. Xian Yuani's mind moved crazily, and the tyrannical sword spirit also began to dance crazily. Wild sword dance. Rumble, the sword energy was like snow, falling from the sky one by one. Tyrannical? No. The sword energy was like a gentle fairy descending from the sky, bringing with it an aura that made people feel like they were bathing in a cool breeze. Fatty Lei was stunned and laughed. "Using this move right from the start. I haven't seen you so serious in a long time. Ha ha ha. Everyone back off." Fatty Lei quickly retreated a few steps. He was very clear about the power of the snow-like sword energy. If he got too close, he might be crushed into powder. This sword energy seemed ordinary and had no attack power, but once it exploded, it was powerful enough to destroy heaven and earth. Everyone retreated. Only Morong Bai's expression turned cold. He was the last one to take a few steps back. His face was extremely shocked, and he muttered to himself, "This sword intent is too strong. The gap between me and him is simply indescribable." This is too strong. He was also a sword cultivator. He understood the power of this sword intent. His heart was also moved at this moment, and he secretly clenched his fists. Murong Wanjian frowned slightly, snorted, and said, "Insignificant skill. You dare to embarrass yourself in front of me with this kind of sword intent? Come, let me see the power contained in your sword intent." Disdain. Very disdainful. He didn't take Xian Yuan seriously at all. This was an arrogance. It was confidence. As he spoke, Murong Wanjian's finger moved. He extended his index finger. An array of sword qi condensed on his index finger, condensing into a long sword. The long sword moved slightly, and the surrounding sword qi of snowflakes trembled. Murong Wanjian's sword intent was also released. A big drop of sweat rolled down Xian Yuanyi's forehead. His eyes were ferocious, and the gigantic sword in his hand moved. Heavens dance! Break! The surrounding snow-like sword energy suddenly moved. The sword energy suspended in the air directly turned into an extremely tyrannical sword energy. This sword energy could penetrate all power and all defense. It was extremely powerful. This kind of power was called lifting something heavy as if it was light. A very powerful power was released like cotton. It looked ordinary, but in fact it contained extremely powerful power. The sword energy was like dancing in the sky. It was as if it was riding a crazy killing post. It crazily crushed towards Murong Wanjian. Murong Wanjian moved his finger sword, looking extremely relaxed. Looking at the incoming sword energy, he sneered, "This kind of sword intent is too weak. What did that trash Luo Tian teach you? Just this? It's not enough." Damn it! Fatty Lei was instantly enraged. His entire body turned crimson red, and blood-red scales began to faintly appear on his body. The third chapter has been delivered. Old Bull was still writing, and there was an update at night. Chapter 793. Hearing the word trash, Fatty Lei's anger immediately soared to the heavens. It didn't matter if he said it, but he couldn't say it was his boss. The suffering he had suffered in Jade Mountain City was still vivid in his mind. Everyone looked down on them, calling them trash again and again. This made him feel extremely disgusted with the word trash. So when Murong Wanjian said the words, "Luo Tian trash," he couldn't hold it in anymore. Other than him, blind Lu sat in the air, and the arrow on his back instantly landed in his hands. He said coldly, "Let me play a song for you." The others' faces also revealed slight anger. They all seemed to be in a bad mood. They were the same as Fatty Lei. It didn't matter who they were, but they couldn't say anything about Luo Tian. Murong Bai's face darkened and said, "We can't care so much, let's attack together. There's less than 2 hours until the sacrificial ceremony. We must kill Murong Wanjian and end this quickly." "Ha ha ha! I've wanted to do this for a long time. That's a good idea. I like to beat him up in groups. Let's beat him up. This kind of thing is my favorite, ha ha ha." The bearded man laughed as he spoke. His hands moved as fast as the wind, and in less than 3 seconds, a huge puppet appeared beside him. Its entire body was like a blade. It was refined from the bones of the Blade River King. As if it had its own consciousness, its body rose and fell, and white air came out of its nose. The bearded man moved and said, "Wolverine, attack!" Howl! With a wolf's howl, the puppet wolf rushed forward. Yunling and Yun summoned their warhammers. The two of them looked at each other and connected their minds. Then, the two of them seemed to have become one person. Their strength suddenly multiplied as they rushed forward, releasing their innate divine strength. Humph! Like trash brothers. A bunch of mobs. "Today, I will kill all of you one by one. Go to hell and meet your trash boss." Murong Wanjian sneered. An arrogant and overbearing true dragon aura was released from his body, and the strength of his body suddenly changed. It became abnormally thick. Berserk! Power of the demon ancestor. Boom! Fatty Lay's body was covered in blood. His body turned into a beast that looked like a blood Kirin, but he was much stronger than a Kirin. His power seemed to have come from another world, and it kept coming out of him. Roar! Fatty Lay roared and pounced forward. You said, "My boss is trash? You better King lie down." The ancestral demon was extremely powerful. During these 2 years, he had been risking his life to cultivate this power. Not only had his physical body improved, but his strength had also increased countless times. Even an ordinary mystic Dharch expert would not be able to withstand a single strike from him. He rushed forward. Murong Wanjian immediately felt the pressure. His brows furrowed, but his face still had a disdainful sneer as he said, "True dragon bloodline. Strength of the dragon! Get out! Rumble!" Suddenly a loud explosion sounded from his body, followed by the roar of a dragon. His strength changed again. It was as if the strength of a dragon had burst out. The sword on his finger kept breaking Xian Yuan Yi's sword chi. "Trash! Trash! All of you are trash!" Murong Wanjian walked forward step by step with a complacent expression. The strength on his body revealed a giant dragon. This giant dragon was tens of thousands of times bigger than Erden. The scales on its body were flashing, giving off a cold silver light. It was just like a real dragon. It coiled around Murong Wanjian's body and stared fiercely at the 10 of them. This strength, it was so ferocious that it was a mess. Murong Bai's expression changed as he said, "True dragon bloodline perfection stage. Murong Wanjian has cultivated to the perfection stage, but the strength of the dragon is only at the 2nd stage of the bloodline. Our strength is too weak compared to him. Brother Fatty?" Murong Bai looked at Fatty Lay. Fatty Lay had yet to release his strongest strength. However, he was very clear in his heart that even if he released an even stronger power, he still wouldn't be Murong Wanjian's opponent. He had underestimated Murong Wanjian, underestimated the strength of the true dragon bloodline. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have taken the risk to bring everyone to assassinate Murong Wanjian. There was no turning back. It was too late to regret now. The strength of the 10 of them was still not enough to resist. The strength on Murong Wanjian's body continued to increase as he pressed forward step by step. Xian Yuani was the first to spit out a mouthful of blood. The sword spirit was also being suppressed. What he could not accept the most was that Murong Wanjian did not even look at him. He did not even release his true dragon sword spirit. This kind of gap made Xian Yuani feel extremely uncomfortable. He was very unhappy. Gap! Xian Yuani clenched his teeth and said, "Wang, an arrow string was broken. Wang." The arrow pole was also broken. Blind Lu spat out a mouthful of black blood. His face was extremely pale. He looked at Murong Wanjian, who was closing in on him step by step. An even more powerful energy began to stir within his body. It was constantly moving beneath his body. Demon! The ancient demon was suppressed by Murong Wanjian's strength of the true dragon and became extremely irritable. Blind Lu was almost unable to control himself. The 3 of them were unable to resist. Murong Bai's group of 7 was even more so. However, they did not give up on attacking. They released the strength in their bodies to the maximum and continuously attacked Murong Wanjian. However, their strength was too weak for Murong Wanjian, who was at the Mystic Emperor realm. Step by step, they retreated step by step. The true dragon bloodline's power was also increasing. It had to be said, the strength of the 10 of them was very strong. Murong Wanjian rarely used the true dragon bloodline's power because he felt that the true dragon bloodline's power was incomparably noble. To be able to die because of the true dragon bloodline's power was a great honor. However, he had no choice but to use the true dragon bloodline's power now. Or else, he really could not deal with Fatty Lay and the others. Too strong. Murong Wanjian was much stronger than they had imagined. Furthermore, they had also underestimated the true dragon bloodline's power. The power of a perfect true dragon's bloodline was unimaginably strong. Although Murong Wanjian had only broken through to the Mystic Emperor realm 2 months ago, his strength could easily kill a 5th-order Mystic Emperor or even stronger experts. Fatty lay retreated step by step. He was extremely angry in his heart. Looking at the pale faces of the people around him, he felt extremely uncomfortable. Mother asterisk cur. Fatty Lay laughed in a deep voice. Murong Wanjian, right? The true dragon bloodline is very strong, right? I want to see how long you can be arrogant. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to fight with my boss for a woman? As soon as he finished speaking, Fatty Lay's primordial spirit shook violently. Demon ancestor split. Chapter 4. Just a dozen votes away from exploding the chrysanthemum in front of me. It seems like the one in front of Old Bull is still a girl. Everyone be a little gentler and explode it, haha. Chapter 794. Fatty, you are crazy. Fatty, do you want to die? Xian Yuani and Blind Lu shouted at the same time. Murong Bai looked at Fatty Lay and saw that his entire body was emitting golden light. He couldn't help but exclaim, Primordial spirit power, self-destruction? Brother Fatty, no. Everyone exclaimed. It wasn't the critical moment yet. How could he self-destruct his primordial spirit? At least he had to expend a little more. They were all prepared to die. But wasn't it too early to self-destruct the primordial spirit? Murong Wanjian's expression changed slightly. The huge true dragon body on his body moved slightly. He was still arrogant, proud, and not panicking. He sneered and said, Primordial spirit self-destruction? You want to perish together with me? With just you? You don't even have the qualifications to perish together with me. Disdain. He didn't put Fatty Lay in his eyes at all. Fatty Lay's body was indeed very strong. Even if the primordial spirit self-destruction wanted to hurt him, it would be very difficult. Murong Wanjian didn't care at all. On the surface, he was acting like this. However, he was still a little afraid in his heart. After all, Fatty Lay's cultivation was very high. He wasn't weaker than the mystic Tharch. How strong would the power of such a person's primordial spirit self-destruction be? On the surface, he pretended to be calm, but on the inside he was very cautious. His speed, his strength and defense, no matter which aspect it was, he could dodge Fatty Lay's primordial spirit self-destruction in the shortest time possible. Fatty Lay roared and shouted, Everyone back off. I am going to self-destruct. Lunatic. He was a thunder madman through and through. Self-destruct directly? Self-destruct meant turning into ashes. There was no possibility of survival. He couldn't even become a ghost. At this moment, Fatty Lay's primordial spirit had already split open. It was too late to stop it. Xian Yuani kept his gigantic sword and brought Blind Lu, Murong Bai, and the others away with him. They landed a few hundred meters away. Brother Fatty, he will die. Fatty is too impulsive. We haven't failed yet. If we are going to self-destruct, I should be the one to do it first. Why is he, Sai? He's boss's first brother. We are so frustrated. Why can't I become stronger? King Kong blamed himself fiercely. The bones on his back instantly pierced through his clothes, and a row of long bones flashed with a cold light. Xian Yuan Yi and Blind Lu were shocked. Xian Yuani frowned and said, Don't worry, Fatty isn't a reckless person. He won't self-destruct unless he has no other choice. Moreover, he's much stronger than we imagined. I believe he won't self-destruct so easily. At first, he couldn't react in time. Now, Xian Yuan felt that Fatty wouldn't be so impulsive. He looked like a big guy, but his mind was quite meticulous. He was the kind of person who was truly wise but looked foolish. Everyone backed away. Fatty Lay smiled sinisterly and said, Let's see how many times your true dragon can withstand my demonic ancestral rend. Explode. As soon as he finished speaking, Fatty Lay's body turned into a red bolt of lightning. He was like an angry blood Kirin as he leaped forward. He was incredibly fast. Morong Wanjin's brows twitched. True dragon bloodline, 7th level, open for me. Buzz. With a roar, a powerful dragon's might came crashing out. The defense on Morong Wanjin's body was like a huge mountain blocking in front of him. The body of the true dragon protected him tightly, and this kind of bloodline defense was extremely strong. Even if the primordial spirit self-destructed, it wouldn't be able to hurt Morong Wanjin. It would only be able to hurt the true dragon. Ha ha ha, get down! Rumble, rumble. A bloody light shot out into the sky. The power in Fatty Lay's primordial spirit crazily attacked, and attacked again, producing loud sounds one after another. The entire Duantian city was alarmed, and countless people looked towards the imperial city. Those who didn't know better would think that it was fireworks. Morong Wanjin retreated a few steps. His face was slightly angry, and his eyes darkened. True dragon bloodline, 8th level, come out! Roar! The true dragon seemed to have been provoked as well, and became abnormally angry. He was also extremely unhappy with the power of the demon ancestor's primordial spirit that had erupted from Fatty Lay's body. The might of the true dragon continued to crush him. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. After 3 roars, Fatty Lay disappeared. The surroundings were like a balloon filled with blood exploding. Blood sprayed everywhere, and it was abnormally horrifying. Ha ha ha! Can the self-destruction of the primordial spirit hurt me? A few strands of Morong Wanjin's hair were scattered, and his face was only slightly pale. He used the power of the true dragon bloodline to block the power of the demon ancestor's primordial spirit. He laughed arrogantly. You bunch of trash, come and self-destruct your primordial spirit again. Damn, don't be in such a hurry. I haven't finished yet. It was unknown when Fatty Lay stood behind Morong Wanjin. It was exactly the same as before. He didn't have any injuries, and he didn't turn into ashes. He didn't die from the self-destruction of his primordial spirit? Is this guy still human? Everyone was stunned. Xian Yuan relaxed and said, Fatty, don't scare us. You're not trying to kill him. You're trying to kill us. The hearts of the 9 people were all in their throats. Seeing the Fatty's body explode and seeing the blood splatter everywhere, they thought that it was over. Fatty Lay was dead, but they didn't expect that this damn Fatty was actually standing behind Morong Wanjin, and even Morong Wanjin himself didn't notice. Morong Wanjin's face darkened, and a cold killing intent flashed across his eyes. He was a little angry. He felt as if he was being toyed with. He turned around and coldly stared at Fatty Lay. He coldly said, You're dead. The corner of Fatty Lay's mouth curled up, revealing a silly smile, and said, Are you angry? Weren't you very arrogant and proud of yourself? You can still get angry? You want me to die? Then let's see how many times you can withstand the demon ancestor split. As soon as he finished, Fatty Lay's body once again emitted a golden light, and his primordial spirit split open once again. The power within his primordial spirit crazily burst out, and this time the power was even more violent than before. This Fatty was too scary. He actually used the self-destruction of his primordial spirit as a cultivation technique. Wasn't this too awesome? However, the demon ancestor split was extremely damaging to his primordial spirit, and he had no other choice now. However, even so, he knew that he wouldn't be able to kill Morong Wanjin. His goal was simple. Even if he had to die, he had to injure Morong Wanjin and help his boss kill Morong Wanjin. This was all he could do right now. Demon ancestors split. Fatty Lay roared, and the powerful primordial spirits Self-destruction, once again, charged forward. Morong Wanjin's expression turned cold, his gaze twisted, and he coldly snorted. True Dragon Sword Spirit, come out! Chapter 5. Thank you, brothers, for exploding the girl. You guys are too lewd, too slutty, ha ha ha. Old cow ate medicine today. His stomach doesn't hurt anymore. Tomorrow, 7 chapters will explode. Brothers, recommend tickets, monthly tickets. Brothers, good night. Chapter 795. Wung, wung, wung. The sound of the sword was very ear-piercing. Amidst this sword sound, there was also the sound of a dragon's roar. The dragon's might suppressed. The sword spirit was arrogant. The two powers merged together and formed a dragon-shaped sword spirit. Morong Wanjian's mind moved. Looking at Fatty Lei, who was pouncing towards him, his face darkened slightly as he shouted, "Get lost!" A stern shout. The true dragon's sword spirit turned into a huge sword chi and blocked it like a wall. This is the true dragon's sword spirit? Xian Yuan, he was stunned at first. Then his eyes became serious. With a flip of his right hand, the sword intent on his body suddenly poured out and directly merged into the gigantic Gate Divine Sword. At this moment, his mind moved. Overbearing sword spirit, Xian Yuan slash. Break for me. When Long, Xian Yuan Yi's overbearing sword spirit rushed out. Blind Lu's fingers moved, and the arrow was connected by an invisible force. With the power as the string, it floated in the air. The demonic aura in his body was also released. His 5 fingers turned into skeletons as he gently plucked the string of power. He said in a very low voice, "Let me play a song for you guys." His 5 fingers moved. A huge, wave-like sound wave directly rushed out. Morong Bai, King Kong, and the others were shocked once again. They thought that they were already a little abnormal, but compared to these 3 people, they were like 3-year-old children. In their hearts, they secretly said, "So Boss's brothers are all so strong." No, I also want to become stronger. Otherwise, how can I continue to follow Boss? If I don't die today, I will cultivate with all my might in the future. I will definitely reach the same height as them, because only then can I continue to follow Boss. They swore in their hearts at the same time. The power that Fatty Lei and the other 2 exploded out gave them a strong impact. Fatty Lei and the other 2 released their strongest power. They didn't hold back at all. Their goal wasn't to kill Morong Wanjian. Ever since Morong Wanjian had unleashed his true dragon bloodline's power, they knew that it was impossible to kill Morong Wanjian. Thus, their goal was to heavily injure Morong Wanjian. Before he released his strongest power, they had to heavily injure him. 3 people, 3 powers. Fatty Lei's demon ancestor split, charged towards the true dragon's sword spirit with the power of his essence spirit. Xian Yuan Yi's tyrannical sword spirit, Xian Yuan slash towards Morong Wanjian. Blind Lu's demonic energy helped Xian Yuan tear apart Morong Wanjian's true dragon defense. Their cooperation could be said to have reached a supreme level. This was the tacit understanding they had cultivated over the past 2 years. So strong, too strong. With this kind of power, even a 5th-order Mystic Emperor expert would be killed in an instant. The 3 of them are simply too strong. King Kong's face was filled with excitement as he tightly clenched his fists. He stared at Morong Wanjian, afraid that he would miss any details. They did not move. He didn't go to help either. They knew that their strength was completely negligible to Morong Wanjian. Rashly rushing forward would instead cause unnecessary trouble for the 3 of them. This was the wisest choice. Morong Wanjian was slightly moved, and his face revealed a trace of ruthless killing intent. The muscles in his eyes twitched a few times, and his eyes turned cold as he gloomily said, "You 3 trash want to hurt me." True Dragon Bloodline Level 9. True Dragon's Fury. Roar. The coiled true dragon on Morong Wanjian's body suddenly flew out and directly rushed towards the sky. With a swing of its huge tail, the entire sky darkened. The sky seemed to be unable to withstand this power as it continuously let out ear-piercing roars. Immediately after, the incomparably huge true dragon was sinister as it flashed with a silver cold light and descended from the sky. "Get down!" Rumble! Rumble! The imperial city shook and the sky changed color. The surrounding 1,000,000 kilometers were enveloped in the dragon's might. The lower-level creatures did not even dare to breathe. The commoners in the city were crushed to the point that they could not move at all. The entire Duantian city was awakened. The earth shook, and the sky constantly resounded with the sound of thunder. Those mystic emperor experts were also awakened. However, no one moved. Even Tsang Tianlong merely stood in the air, calmly watching. His face showed a satisfied smile, and he said to the supercluster ancestor beside him, "Let everyone not make a move. It is time to let Morong Wanjian show off a bit. These past few years, he has always been cultivating, and he very rarely appears in everyone's line of sight. I never thought that before the heavenly worship ceremony, there would unexpectedly be 3 experts to give him a trial to appear. This is just what I wanted. Ha ha ha." Even Tsang Tianlong was not clear about Morong Wanjian's power. He was still worried that Morong Wanjian's power would not be able to draw the power of the miracles from the higher planes. Now, it seemed that his worries were completely unnecessary. Morong Wanjian's power had greatly exceeded his expectations. The most important point: this was not Morong Wanjian's strongest power. Above the true dragon bloodline was the 9th level, the truly terrifying 10th level. The power of the first 9 levels added together was not even a 10th of the 10th level's power. The 10th level was an extremely powerful power. The supercluster ancestor slightly nodded and said, "The true dragon bloodline's 9th level is already able to erupt with such a powerful power. If it is the 10th level, will it really be the descent of the true dragon?" He did not know. Tsang Tianlong also did not know. He shook his head and said, "We will know in another 2 hours. At that time, Morong Wanjian will definitely release the power of the 10th level's bloodline. At that time, it does not matter if it is the descent of the true dragon or not. Just the power of the 9th level is enough." Immediately after, Tsang Tianlong laughed and said, "Brother Xinghai, there is already nothing to see here. We should also go and prepare. A new day has begun. Our new era is about to arrive." Ha ha ha! The supercluster ancestor could not help but laugh loudly. Half a second later, in the void, the auras of all the Mystic Emperor Supreme experts disappeared. No one paid attention to the battle between Morong Wanjian and Fatty Lei. They all gathered at a huge sacrificial altar that had been erected in Duantian City for countless years. Or it could be said that it had been there since the birth of the Tianxian continent. 10 Mystic Emperor Supreme experts stood in different positions. Their brows were tightly knitted, and their mouths were silently chanting something. At the Crown Prince's palace, Fatty Lei's demonic ancestral rend was blocked. His body once again recovered. At this moment, he was ruthlessly stepped on by Morong Wanjian, unable to move. Blind Lu's finger was broken. He fainted while dripping with blood. Xian Yuani's face was incomparably pale. The gigantic K divine sword in his hand could no longer emit a trace of sword intent. It was like a piece of rusty scrap metal, no longer emitting a trace of power. Defeated extremely miserably, Morong Wanjian proudly laughed wildly. "Cold. Even my fingers were frozen stiff. But so what? I am a bull that can fight with all my might. Today is the 7th chapter. Brothers, use your support to warm my hands. Let me write as if I have the help of the gods. Ha ha ha." Chapter 796. The power of the true dragon's rage was too strong. One strike. With just one strike, Fatty Lei and the other 2 were flipped over. and all of them were heavily injured. Fatty Lei had used up too much of his strength. Being stepped on by Morong Wanjian and suppressed by the true dragon's might, he couldn't even move. He gasped for breath, but his arrogance didn't decrease in the slightest. He laughed and said, "Come, kill me." Because he was being crushed, Fatty Lei couldn't even activate his true primordial spirit to self-destruct. Finished, Fatty Lei looked at Xian Yuan Yi and Blind Lu, who were not far away, and said with a smile, "I underestimated him and made you suffer. King Kong, leave immediately." King Kong did not move. Murong Bai and the others did not move. Defeated, they had already planned to die. From the moment they followed Feng Lei into the palace, they had already prepared for everything, including death. Although the assassination did not succeed. However, to be able to force Morong Wanjian to this extent, they could be considered very valiant. When Luo Tian appeared tomorrow, he would definitely have an understanding of Morong Wanjian's strength and wouldn't be defeated like them. The corner of Morong Wanjian's mouth curled up slightly as he sneered. "Escape? Where else can you escape to? Is there still a place for you to hide in the profound sky continent? Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. Those who oppose me, Morong Wanjian, will only have one outcome, death." As he spoke, Morong Wanjian exerted strength in his feet and forcefully stomped Fatty Lei's body into the mud. He ruthlessly stepped on it and stomped his feet. Bam! Feng Lei's body completely sank into the mud. Immediately after, Morong Wanjian stomped his feet again, and once again stepped on Fatty Lei into the pit. He coldly looked at Feng Lei and said, "A trash like you wants to assassinate me? Ha ha ha. In my eyes, you are just a bunch of pitiful ants, and your boss, Luo Tian, is the same. He is lying on the bed in Jade Mountain City, pretending to be dead. Even in front of the woman he likes, he doesn't dare to make a sound. This kind of person. Ha ha ha. It's a joke. Living in this world is adding glory to me. Without trash like you, how can I show off my strength and my handsomeness? Ha ha ha. Ants tremble. Ha ha ha. Pride." He laughed wildly, incomparably arrogant, the kind of insufferably cold arrogance. When he was in Jade Mountain City, he knew that Luo Tian was pretending to be unconscious, and at that time he did not put Luo Tian in his eyes. Even if Luo Tian had created one miracle after another in these 3 years, he still regarded Luo Tian as an ant. Luo Tian was not qualified to fight with him at all. So what if Luo Tian had fused 3 divine bloodlines? So what if he cultivated an emperor technique? All of this was just child's play in his eyes, and it had no effect on him at all. Only the true dragon bloodline was the strongest power. Descendant of the dragon god? That little bug? They would be directly crushed to the ground by the true dragon on his body, not daring to move at all. The bloodline of the true dragon was incomparably powerful, especially since he had cultivated his true dragon bloodline to the great perfection realm. This kind of power was even more powerful, incomparably powerful. This was Morong Wanjian's capital. This was his capital to be rampant. Xian Yuanyi gritted his teeth and stared blankly at Morong Wanjian. "You have the best cultivation resources in the entire profound sky continent. You have a mystic emperor as your master. You have the backing of the divine driving immortal sect, the Star Ocean immortal sect, and the 10 great immortal sects. Without these, you would still be a low-level martial artist today. What did Luo Tian have? Background, backing, resources. Everything was fought for by himself. Morong Wanjian, you are indeed very strong, but compared to Luo Tian, you are nothing. Today we will die here, but you won't live for long. Once boss appears, your end will also come. If he said that he will trample you to death under his feet in 3 years, then he will definitely do it. You just have to wait and see." "Ha ha ha, well said." Fatty Lei said excitedly as he let out a wild laugh from the soil. Everyone's expression instantly changed and became excited. They all revealed disdainful sneers at Morong Wanjian. Who do you think you are? You can't even compare to a toe of our boss. What qualifications do you have to compare with our boss? You are just a tool of the 10 great immortal sects. You don't even have the qualifications to compare with our boss. Ha ha ha, Morong Wanjian, aren't you tired of living? Do you have friends? Do you have brothers? Does anyone treat you as a friend? You have nothing. You are the most pitiful worm in the world. Cold Frost said indifferently. Kiki, the space was cracking. A beam of light shot out from Morong Wanjian's body and enveloped the plaza. It was like an extremely powerful energy barrier that instantly crushed Morong Bai and the others. They were lying on the ground and continuously sinking into the soil. He was angry, extremely angry. He had the strongest bloodline and the strongest power. In this world, power was everything. The anger in Morong Wanjian's heart was roaring. The killing intent on his body was unusually sharp. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to judge me? Ant-like things. All of you can go to hell. His anger was overflowing. The true dragon's aura on his body erupted like flames. Arrogant, incomparably valiant. It was as if a real dragon was enraged. Ha ha ha, did we hit a sore spot? Morong Wanjian, you are a pitiful worm. The most pitiful worm in the world. Ha ha ha. King Kong's body was covered with bone spurs as he roared with difficulty. His laughter was abnormally arrogant. Even if he died, he would continue to be arrogant, especially in front of Morong Wanjian. You are absolutely right. He is just a tool, a pitiful worm. Our boss is the strongest person in the world. Miss has never liked you. Her heart has always been missing Luo Tian. Even if you can marry her, she will never give her heart to you. Luo Tian is 100 times better than you. Ha ha ha. Cold Frost changed her usual self and also laughed wildly. In the past, she couldn't raise her head in front of Morong Wanjian. She had always regarded Luo Tian as her everything, but now she had completely changed. Luo Tian was her everything. Brothers. For boss, we still have to be brothers in our next life. We still have to live happily with boss. While they were talking, their bodies continued to sink. Fatty, Lei had already sunk a few meters deep. His body couldn't take it anymore and was about to split apart bit by bit. The others couldn't take it either. The blood vessels in their bodies kept exploding, and the entire pit was filled with blood. At the last moment, the 10 of them shouted in unison, "Boss is mighty. Boss is domineering." Ha ha ha! Morong Wanjian was so angry that he was about to go crazy. He roared, "You are still thinking about your next life? I will turn you into ashes in this world. You won't even be able to become ghosts." Wait. Suddenly a voice rang out. "Give me a monthly ticket to warm my hands." Chapter 797. Wait. A cold voice sounded. The voice was somewhat hollow, as if it came from beyond the heavens. Morong Wanjian sneered and scolded. "Even the heavenly emperor can't stop me. All of you die. What about me?" As soon as the voice fell, a huge starry wing flapped. The owner of the wing was like a fairy from the 9 heavens as she floated down. She wore a white muslin dress and had a peerless face that carried a trace of coldness, a coldness that kept people 1,000 miles away. It was an unforgettable face and a coldness that penetrated one's heart. Within the coldness, there was a trace of sorrow. This sorrow made one's heart ache, and it made one's heart involuntarily surge with grief. Li Shuer, the female phoenix Li Shuer, landed. She coldly stood in front of Morong Wanjian and coldly said, "What if it was me?" Morong Wanjian's expression slightly changed. In an instant, he was completely attracted by Li Shuer. Like Luo Tian, he hadn't seen Li Shuer since the first time he saw her in Jade Mountain City. Seeing her again after 3 years, Morong Wanjian's heart was moved when he saw her peerless face. He retracted his gaze and revealed a gentle gaze. He revealed the appearance of a modest gentleman and gently said, "Little sister Shui." Ah, too beautiful. In this world, the only woman that could attract Morong Wanjian was Li Shuer. From the first time he saw Li Shuer, Morong Wanjian secretly swore to get her. Today was their wedding day, and his vow was about to be fulfilled. Even though Li Shuer had always been his fiancée, but the word fiancée had always stayed in his heart. He had always hoped to turn his fiancée into his wife. When he saw Li Shuer, his heart started to beat wildly. He couldn't remain calm. Any man in this world wouldn't be able to remain calm when they saw Li Shuer. She was the #1 beauty in the profound sky continent. Who could resist her beauty? Now Li Shuer had matured. Compared to her cuteness 3 years ago, she was now more mature and beautiful. She had the charm of a grown-up girl next door. Coupled with a faint sadness on her face, she was even more attractive. She was so beautiful that it was hard to breathe. Morong Wanjian withdrew the power from his body and said again, "Sister Shuer." Li Shuer's eyes were cold as she indifferently said, "Let them go. They're no threat to you." Huh. Morong Wanjian was somewhat astonished. He was a dragon among men. Among the tens of billions of martial artists in the profound sky continent, he was the only one who possessed the bloodline of the true dragon. He was very arrogant, very insufferably arrogant. He could lower himself in front of Li Shuer, but there were some things that made him very unhappy. Fatty Lei was one of Luo Tian's men, and Li Shuer was about to become his woman, but she was pleading for Luo Tian's brother, which made him very unhappy. Morong Wanjian calmed down. He withdrew his agitated expression and recovered his cold and arrogant expression. He faintly said, "They are indeed no threat to me, but I don't plan on letting them go because they are Luo Tian's friends." Speaking up to this point, Morong Wanjian disdainfully sneered and said, "Although I don't put Luo Tian in my eyes and don't see him as my opponent, he doesn't even have the qualifications to be my opponent. However, I hate him. He, and everyone related to him, must die. The Huashan immortal sect must be destroyed. The great Tang dynasty must be destroyed. And I won't even let Jade Mountain City go. I won't let anyone who goes against me go, even if it's a baby." As he spoke, Morong Wanjian's body released a cold, killing intent. He wasn't joking when he said this. From the moment Li Shuer pleaded for Fatty Lei, he was prepared to do this. Li Shuer's expression didn't change as she coldly said, "What if I insist that you let them go?" Morong Wanjian frowned and said, "Then I still won't let them go unless—" Li Shuer said, "Unless what?" Morong Wanjian laughed with great interest and said, "Aren't you a female phoenix? You are the noblest woman in the world, an existence that all men look up to. I really want to see how a female phoenix feels when she begs someone. Beg me." "Ha ha ha," Morong Wanjian laughed. His laugh was very sinister. At the same time, his heart faintly ached. He could see the reason for the coldness in Li Shuer's eyes. He hated it, extremely hated it. Looking at the current Li Shuer, he hated Luo Tian even more. It was because of this man's appearance that his woman became like this. Since it was like this, Morong Wanjian laughed coldly in his heart. "If I can't get your heart, then I will get your body. I will ruthlessly ravage you and use all methods to ravage you." "Waha!" Li Shuer didn't hesitate and said, "I beg you, let them go." "Miss, sister-in-law, don't. Don't. We aren't worth it for you to do this for us. Even if we don't die, we won't be able to live for long. Our bodies are already on the verge of destruction, and it will be hard to recover. Sister-in-law, don't beg this dog." In the pit, everyone shouted loudly. Morong Wanjian laughed sinisterly. "Ha ha ha. Little sister Shui. Just one sentence? This doesn't seem like begging, right? In any case, these people are Luo Tian's brothers and a few women. If you ask me to let them go with just one sentence, wouldn't my status be too low?" Li Shuer asked again, "What do you want me to do?" Morong Wanjian stared at Li Shuer. and a lewd smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Li Shuer's gaze slightly changed. Murong Wanjian laughed lewdly and said, "Why? Are you scared? Don't worry, I won't ask for too much. You are Murong Wanjian's woman, and there will be plenty of time in the future. I won't do anything to you now, ha ha ha." However, Murong Wanjian's voice suddenly changed and became sinister as he said, "If you are begging, you should act like you are begging. If you want me to let them go, it's simple. Kneel down and beg me. Kneel down and beg me, and I will definitely let them go." "Ha ha ha!" he laughed maniacally. "Murong Wanjian, you will die a horrible death. Sister-in-law, please don't kneel down to this bastard. Who does he think he is? Miss, please don't." "Sister-in-law," everyone crazily shouted loudly. Li Shuer lightly laughed. Her laughter was extremely cold as she said, "My kneeling is worthless." After speaking, Li Shuer instantly knelt down. Murong Wanjian's body slightly shook. His expression was extremely ugly. Li Shuer had the supreme phoenix bloodline. How noble was this? It was absolutely impossible for her to kneel down to anyone. However, she actually knelt down without hesitation. This made Murong Wanjian extremely unhappy. Li Shuer coldly said, "Can you let them go now?" Once again it was night time. It was time to have sex again. The girl in front blew up Old Bull during the day, and it's our turn at night. We are only 10 months away. Brothers of the Chrysanthemum team, go! Chapter 798. For Luo Tian, she was willing to do anything. Luo Tian wasn't here anymore. Her heart was dead as well. Seeing Fatty Lei and the others suffering, she thought of Luo Tian and wanted to do something for him. This was the first time she knelt down for someone. She even knelt down for the person she hated the most. She didn't regret it. Fatty Lei was Luo Tian's brother, and this was the only thing she could do for him. To others, kneeling was the greatest humiliation, but to someone whose heart was dead, it wasn't much. She wasn't even afraid of death, let alone kneeling down. Even if Murong Wanjian wanted her life, she wouldn't hesitate. Women were just this silly. In these 2 months, Li Shuer was like a walking corpse. She didn't talk, didn't sleep, and didn't care about anyone. She silently looked in the direction of Jade Mountain City and thought of someone. Every day, she was very clear what kind of place the Earth's core tower was. She also knew very well that no one who went in came out alive. She used the power of the stars to sense every day. Just the day before yesterday, she was still searching for Luo Tian's traces, but she couldn't find him. Her heart was completely dead at that moment. Even the pain was gone, and she was completely numb. Luo Tian was the only person in this world who gave her warmth. Now that he wasn't in this world, she felt that there was no meaning in living. However, she still came to Broken Sky City. She didn't know why, and she didn't know why either. She just thought of Luo Tian's words. 3 years later, I will definitely appear in Broken Sky City. I will snatch you away. No one will be able to stop me. Perhaps it was the last trace of hope in her heart. So she cooperated and came. Along with her were her mother and the experts in the Soul Hall. Seeing Fatty Lei suffering, she didn't hesitate to rush over. During this process, her mother repeatedly tried to dissuade her. Her expression changed, and she even had the urge to hit Zi Luolon. However, she resisted in the end. Using the power of the mystic Tharch realm, no one could stop her. When she saw Murong Wanjian, there wasn't a single ripple in her heart. It was icy cold. The moment she knelt down, she saw the fury in Murong Wanjian's eyes. She remained the same and coldly said, "Can you do it now?" Ah, Murong Wanjian roared towards the sky. His fiancée knelt down for another man's brother. It was as if he had been insulted. It was very uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. This kind of uncomfortable feeling could not be described with words. He roared to vent the anger in his heart and roared heavily. "Yes! Of course you can. Of course you can kneel before a female phoenix. Li Shuer, oh Li Shuer, you really disappoint me. You are really too despicable. Ah, while speaking, Murong Wanjin's eyes were bloodshot as he roared once again. His figure disappeared from his original position as he roared heavily. Just you wait. Tonight, I will let you know how powerful I am. Ha ha ha! Arrogant and lewd laughter resounded in the air. Murong Wanjian was completely enraged. However, he suppressed the anger in his heart. He hated Luo Tian, but he couldn't do anything about it. Luo Tian was already dead. Even if he hated Luo Tian, it was useless. He couldn't just drag Luo Tian out of hell and ruthlessly crush him, right? Luo Tian, oh Luo Tian, you died too easily. If you are still alive, I will definitely step on you in front of Li Shuer. I will let her see that this is the trash of a man that you like. I will make you tremble under my crotch. Murong Wanjian's hatred in his heart was incomparably intense. At this moment, he couldn't wait to tear Luo Tian's body into pieces. However, he was also clear about the dangers of the Earth's core pagoda. There were only those who entered, and no one came out alive. He didn't dare to enter. Murong Wanjian left. 2 streaks of tears streaked across Li Xuan'er's eyes as she cried. There was no sound. This was the first tear she had shed in 2 months. She thought that she wouldn't cry, but she still couldn't hold it in. Those tears made one's heart ache incomparably. Li Xuer slowly stood up. She didn't wipe the tears from her face. Her eyebrows moved, and specks of starlight flashed around her body. Like fireflies in the dark night, this starlight slowly floated into every pit. Immediately after, it slowly entered everyone's body. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling, a series of melodious bell sounds rang out as the bodies of everyone in the crater recovered rapidly. Their bodies were nearly destroyed, but under the healing power of the stars, they were as good as new. Moreover, the strength of each of them had increased by a notch. This was the power of the stars. This was also Li Xuer's strength. Bang, 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 bang. 10 people rushed out of the pit and flew up. Cold Frost took the lead and walked up. Miss, you are a female phoenix and incomparably noble. How can you kneel to him? It's not worth it for us. It's really not worth it. As she spoke, Cold Frost began to cry. A trace of astonishment flashed across the Poison Widow's face. So beautiful. No wonder Sir is willing to risk his life for her. Even if it's me. This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful woman. Yun Lingyun giggled and said, Sister-in-law is so beautiful. I only knew that the female phoenix was the #1 beauty in the profound sky continent. But now I see that she is even more beautiful than the rumors. Murong Bai's eyes were filled with shock. The bearded man was the same. Even King Kong had a face full of shock as he said foolishly, Sister-in-law is so beautiful. Beautiful. Extremely beautiful. It was a beauty that one would never forget with a single glance. However, on Li Xuer's face, there were 2 shallow streaks of tears, causing one's heart to ache incomparably. Fatty Lei scratched his head, and the evil Buddha above his head became even more sinister and terrifying. He laughed foolishly and said, Sister-in-law, thank you for saving us. Since you have appeared, then come with us. No way. You street beggars can't kill Murong Wanjian, and you still want to take my daughter away? Let me tell you, you better scram quickly, or else don't blame me for being impolite. Zi Luolan landed, her expression extremely fierce. She was extremely angry at Li Xuer for kneeling just now. At the same time, she hated Luo Tian even more in her heart, because it was Luo Tian who caused her daughter to become like this. Fatty Lei immediately wanted to explode. King Kong carefully reminded, she is sister-in-law's mother. Fatty Lei's expression immediately changed, and he muttered in his heart, How is this like a mother? She is simply an evil woman. A trace of resentment flashed across Li Xuan's eyes as she looked at Fatty Lei and said, Quickly leave, the further the better. Never come looking for me, and never seek revenge. Cold Frost immediately said, Miss, come with us. Pa, Without waiting for her to finish speaking, Zilualan's body moved slightly and a slap came down. "You damned servant, if you dare to say another word, I will take your life." Cold Frost lowered her head, not daring to resist. At this moment, the Poison Widow suddenly asked, "Is Luo Tian really dead?" Li Xuan'er's tears once again uncontrollably flowed out, and she lightly nodded her head. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 4. Old Bull was still writing, and there were still many updates at night. Chapter 799. If anyone said that Luo Tian was dead, they wouldn't believe it. But these words came out of Li Xuan'er's mouth. It was completely different, especially Fatty Lay. He understood Li Xuan'er very well. She wouldn't speak carelessly. From her painful expression, it wasn't hard to see that Luo Tian might really not be in this world anymore. They were dumbfounded. The 10 of them seemed to have been struck by lightning in an instant. They were stunned on the spot as their eyes became lifeless. "Boss is dead. Boss is dead. Boss is dead." Fatty Lay kept repeating these words. He no longer had the arrogance of a demon ancestor. It was as if he had lost his mind as he walked out step by step. "Boss is dead. Boss is dead." The others were similar to Fatty Lay. There wasn't even any pain. It was as if they couldn't react. They were all numb. The 10 of them were like zombies as they slowly walked out of the Crown Prince's palace. They slowly walked out of the Imperial Palace. No one stopped them. There's not much time left. It's time for us to make our preparations." Ziluolan looked at Fatty Lay and the others with disdain as they left. Her eyes were filled with disdain. After they left, she immediately smiled and said, "You really shouldn't have knelt down in front of Morong Wanjian. Your bloodline is even more noble than his. How can you kneel down in front of him? This Morong Wanjian is really too much. He actually made such an unreasonable request. When I see him, I'll have to talk to him." Li Xuan'er turned around. Her eyes instantly became extremely cold. She coldly stared at her mother, Ziluolan, and said coldly, "If you weren't my mother, you would already be dead." These words were extremely cold. When Ziluolan said those malicious words, Li Xuan'er couldn't hold it in any more. When Ziluolan hit Cold Frost, she couldn't hold it in even more. However, she still cared about her mother's face and held it in. Ziluolan still dared to say more. She immediately couldn't hold it in any more. When Li Xuan'er spoke, her tone was filled with undisguised killing intent. Ziluolan's heart trembled. Her face darkened as she said, No matter how much you hate me, I'm doing this for your own good and for your future. I really regret that I shouldn't have appeared in the ghost prison mountain range. I shouldn't have met Luo Tian's father. Otherwise, none of these things would have happened. Look at you now. It's all because of that trash Luo Tian. If it weren't for the fact that my cultivation is lower than his, I would have killed him at the southern heaven gate." Ziluolan's eyes were filled with intense hatred as she spoke viciously. Li Xuan'er's expression turned cold once more as she said, "If you dare to say that big brother Luo Tian is trash one more time, I won't be polite. Please don't challenge my bottom line." He enunciated every word clearly. Every word was filled with killing intent. Ziluolan's expression changed again and again. She was directly suppressed by the powerful aura released from Li Xuan'er's body to the point that she couldn't speak. She couldn't even breathe and felt extremely uncomfortable. However, she still roared in her heart, "Luo Tian is a trash with a shattered dantian. He was in the past and he is now. Even if he dies now, he's still a trash." She was roaring in her heart. However, Ziluolan didn't dare to say it out loud. She could feel that her daughter was angry. She said every word very seriously. Then again, today was a joyous day. It wasn't good for the mother and daughter to fall out. Ziluolan sneered in her heart, "Luo Tian, it's good that you died. It's just that I didn't see it. Otherwise, I would definitely cheer loudly. After today, I will be Morong Wanjian's wife. You can suffer in hell, ha ha ha. After a few minutes, Li Shuiger took the lead and walked out. After withdrawing the pressure, Ziluolan suddenly took a deep breath. Her face was a little red. Looking at her daughter's back view, a strange light flashed in her eyes. She then chased after her with big strides. Heaven Worship Altar. 9 Mystic Emperor Supreme experts stood at 9 specific positions on the Heaven Worship Altar. Song Tianlong stood at the center of the Heaven Worship Altar. His brows relaxed as he smiled and said, "She's finally here." A figure was getting closer and closer. Finally, she landed on a specific position on the Heaven Worship Altar. Looking at Song Tianlong, she smiled and nodded lightly. "The female phoenix is here. Everything is under control." He was the last to appear. He had been monitoring Li Shuiger, including when she knelt down in front of Morong Wanjian. He was also in the dark. Like Song Tianlong, he wanted to ensure that no accidents happened during this heaven worship ceremony. The female phoenix was the most important factor. "Haha, Brother Soul King, you came at the right time. The timing is just right." Song Tianlong smiled. The inexplicable excitement in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. He looked at the sky and muttered something. Immediately after, Song Tianlong said in a deep voice, "The heaven worship ceremony begins. Offer the sacrifice." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Tianlong's eyes darkened. A drop of essence, blood, flew out from between his brows. He controlled it with his mind and gently dripped it on the spot where he was standing. At the same time, the other 10 Mystic Emperor Supreme experts were doing the same. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Deep in the ground, there was a constant buzzing sound that was extremely intense. The heaven worship altar began to shake. The heaven worship ceremony had begun in another place. At Fatty Lei's side, the 10 of them walked out of the imperial city in a daze. As they walked on the street, they felt the ground shaking. They looked up and suddenly said, "How could Boss die? He can't possibly die." In an instant, Fatty Lei suddenly woke up. He turned to look at the other 9 and asked, "Where's sister-in-law? Why didn't she come with us?" Everyone looked up at Fatty Lei. "This is bad," Fatty Lei shouted. Thinking of what Luo Tian said to Li Shuiger in Jade Mountain City, he suddenly said, "Sister-in-law must be waiting for Boss to appear, because Boss said that he would definitely appear on this day. If Boss doesn't appear, sister-in-law will also." Thinking of this, Fatty Lei gritted his teeth and said heavily, "Damn it, this time I will directly self-destruct my primordial spirit." Finished, he suddenly rushed to the place where the wedding ceremony was held. It was the heaven altar that was close to the heaven worship altar. Because they were a true dragon and a female phoenix, their wedding was held on the altar of heaven, which was only 100 meters away from the altar of heaven. Moreover, these 2 places existed together and were very ancient. There were some words and runes carved on them that no one could understand. Seeing Fatty Lei rushing over, Xian Yuani also suddenly moved and said, "Fatty, wait for me." Blind Lu grinned and said, "Me too." "Count me in. I'll go too. Isn't it just death?" "Damn it. Just like what Brother Fatty said. Don't say anything. Just self-destruct your primordial spirit. Even if we can't kill Morong Wanjian, we have to let him see that we are Luo Tian's brothers. Kill." There was still an update at night, and Old Bull was still writing with all his might. Chapter 800. On the altar, 11 drops of the mystic Thearka's blood essence dripped onto the altar. Invisibly, buzz, buzz, buzz. 11 consecutive tiny sounds pierced through the air and shot into the sky, into the clouds and beyond the 9 heavens. On another plane, a majestic power began to stir, slowly surging along the thin lines that rushed out from the altar. The scene was like a Transformers, where the 3 types of energy pillars opened up a space-time tunnel, awakening some kind of powerful force. However, the power of the higher plane did not return to the Tianxian continent immediately. but was waiting for another kind of power to summon. All of a sudden, Song Tianlong's eyes widened, and his mouth was filled with uncontrollable excitement. He said, "It's connected. Now only the union of the true dragon and the female phoenix is left. Once the two of them combine on the altar, they will immediately trigger the power of the higher plane. By then, we will be able to obtain even more power and will not be limited by our lifespan. We will have the fate of immortality, ha ha ha." He laughed wildly in excitement. Many of the mystic Tharch experts also revealed excited smiles. At this moment, Song Tianlong had waited for 3,000 years. 3,000 years ago, he accidentally entered the extreme north abyss and found a tombstone. The tombstone was inscribed with how to trigger the power of the higher plane and how to use this power to break through instantly. From that moment on, he had been planning. He had been waiting. Finally, he waited for the birth of the true dragon, the birth of the female phoenix. To him, this was the best gift given to him by the heavens. For this day, he had sacrificed too much. Now that the powerful force was about to descend, his wish was about to be fulfilled. This feeling was too exciting. Immediately, with a thought, he sent a voice transmission. "The wedding can begin now." Buzz! A loud chime of a bell was heard. "It's coming. The wedding is about to begin. Hurry up, the wedding of the true dragon and the female phoenix is about to begin." This is the biggest wedding in human history. It can be said to be earth-shattering. The female phoenix and the true dragon. This is a match made in heaven. Of course, the two of them broke through to the mystic Tharch realm on the same day. The two of them were born as a pair. Don't be long-winded. Hurry up and go see. Maybe you can see the female phoenix's peerless face. She is the #1 beauty in the Tian Shin continent, a woman you will never forget after seeing. The streets were packed with people, rushing toward the temple of heaven like a tide. Among the crowd, Fatty Lei, Xian Yuanyi, Blind Lu, and the rest were like death gods. Their killing intent was wrapped around them as they rushed towards the sky altar. "Brother Xinghai, are the disciples of the 10 great immortal sects ready?" Song Tianlong asked. Today, no mistakes were allowed. Otherwise, all their efforts would be wasted. Supercluster Ancestor said, "Be at ease other than your great disciple Liang, bringing a group of people to clear out the remnants of the Chinese Mountain Immortal School in the forest. The other disciples of the 10 great immortal schools are all in the city. They will not allow anyone to approach the Temple of Heaven. No one can think of destroying it." This time, the people of the 10 great immortal sects came out in full force. It was to ensure the success of this sacrificial ceremony. It was all for this miracle. Zhang Tianlong nodded and said, "That's good. No mistakes can be made. No one is allowed to destroy it. If anyone dares to destroy it, kill them." Supercluster Ancestor said, "I will give the order now." The Soul King gently smiled, saying, "Brother Zhang, do not worry. Today's heavenly sacrificial ceremony and wedding ceremony will not have any mistakes. You can be at ease. Even if the female phoenix dies, she will die after the miracle descends. You need not worry about this point." Finished speaking, the Soul King mysteriously smiled. Song Tianlong also smiled, saying, "I am very clear about Brother Soul King's abilities. I am 100% at ease with you." The corner of the Soul King's mouth twitched, and he sneered. The other Mystic Emperor Supreme powerhouses also ordered their disciples to be careful and on guard. For a time, the entire sky-shattering city was like an iron bastion. Outside the city, in the western forest, the Taoist Liang did not appear. After he left Song Tianlong's room, he only called a small group of people. These people were all disciples he had personally nurtured. They were absolutely loyal to him, and they did not leave the city. Instead, they stealthily concealed themselves. Han Hua's brows tightly wrinkled, pacing back and forth. "We are not waiting. Gather all the disciples and kill our way over. Even if we die, we can't let the heavenly sacrificial ceremony go on successfully. With the descent of a miracle, our strength has greatly increased. From today onwards, there will be no place for the Huashan immortal sect to stand." Han Hua looked at the sky and said anxiously in his heart, "Luo Tian, why haven't you appeared yet?" Dan laughed excitedly. "I can't hold it in any longer. All disciples of the Huashan immortal sect, listen to my orders. Kill your way into the city and steal the bride." The Huashan disciples immediately stood up in high spirits. They took out the semi-god tools that Luo Tian had forged for them and shouted in unison, "Steal the bride, steal the sister-in-law, steal the bride, steal the sister-in-law," for a time. Under the leadership of Dan and Han Hua, thousands of Huashan disciples rushed toward sky-shattering city like ferocious tigers descending the mountain. They were originally waiting for Morong Bai and the others to return before making a plan. But now that the wedding was about to begin and they had not returned, something might have happened. Since that was the case, then there was nothing to hide. They would just kill their way over. Back at the heavens sacrificial altar, the 11 people were all in position. The wedding was about to begin. Just at this time, the people from the Devil sect had all arrived. Lu Qingfeng and the 4 Mystic Emperor Realm experts directly landed on the side of the altar. One of the Mystic Emperor Realm experts smiled and said, "Looks like I'm not too late. The wedding hasn't started yet." Tsang Tianlong smiled slightly and said, "Demon Lord Qi Lian, it's about to begin. I thought you wouldn't come." Demon Lord Qi Lian smiled and said, "Brother Tsang has invited me so warmly, how could I not come? Furthermore, this is the most prosperous time in the profound sky continent. How could we, the Devil sect, not be involved in the descent of a miracle?" Ha ha ha! The dozen or so Mystic Emperor Realm experts laughed at the same time. In order to ensure the safety of the miracle, Tsang Tianlong had joined forces with all the powerful forces. He only had less than a year left in his lifespan. He didn't want to die, he had to succeed this time. It was also because of this that he joined forces with the Soul Palace and the Devil sect. Time passed by minute by minute. Suddenly, a voice came from the direction of the Imperial City. "The groom is here!" On the other side, a voice came from the direction of the Phoenix Pavilion. "The bride is here!" Suddenly, the joyous gongs and drums started to sound. An entire broken sky city became a sea of joy. 2 rows of bridal escorts stood in the air, one from the east and one from the west. The 2 of them walked over step by step in the air. Damn it! I'm about to go crazy. We're finally here. It was so cold that his hands and feet were numb, but so what? I'm an old bull. I'm an old bull. I'm not afraid of the cold. I'm not afraid of the cold. I've been numbing myself. It's too bitter. What I want to say is, there was still an update tonight, and the Mad Bull was still desperately writing. Chapter 801. They were all supreme experts of the mystic Tharch realm. Standing in the air was like standing on flat ground. Murong Wanjian was dressed in red. Li Shuer was also dressed in red with a red veil on her head. The 2 walked over step by step in the air. The wedding in the sky was extremely grand. Everyone in Duantian City saw it. There was a feeling of looking down on the earth. This was looking down from above. In order to prevent some people from destroying it, Murong Wanjian and Li Shueker were all high-level experts of the mystic god realm. They were majestic and mighty. Who would have so many experts guarding their wedding? The crowd was in a heated discussion. Fatty Lei and the others arrived outside the altar. Looking up, Fatty Lei's eyes darkened. "Everyone be careful. There is a giant net formed by pressure in the sky. If you touch it, you will be knocked down. Be careful. Our deaths will be worth it." "Understood." Immediately, Fatty Lei looked at Xianyuan Yi. Xianyuan Yi nodded. The demon ancestor aura on Feng Lei's body suddenly burst forth. The primordial spirit in his mind suddenly moved. His eyes locked onto Murong Wanjian. He clenched his fists tightly. Just as he was about to rush into the sky, a hand pressed down on his shoulder. Don't mess around. Phone Lay's face darkened. He wanted to curse, but just as he turned around, he was shocked. Uncle Frenzied Blade. Xianyuan Yi and Blind Lu also looked over at the same time. Their faces changed. They became abnormally excited. The one standing in front of Phone Lay was none other than blood-sucking Frenzied Blade. With Luo Tian's help, Frenzied Blade obtained an extremely powerful physical body. At this moment, he was wearing a bamboo hat. A few strands of messy hair hung down. He had a full beard. His face was filled with vicissitudes. He looked like a wanderer who wandered the world. He also looked like an uncle. He was carrying a coffin on his back, a huge stone coffin that weighed at least 10,000 kilograms. Many people around him were pointing at him. They were very dissatisfied with the coffin on Frenzied Blade's body. Carrying a coffin on a big day, what kind of joke is this? If the Morong family saw this, they would definitely beat him up. Isn't this looking for bad luck? What bad luck? He actually made a coffin on the wedding of a true dragon and female phoenix. The surrounding people said angrily. Frenzied Sword did not care at all, as if he did not hear anything. He looked at Fatty Lay and laughed in a low voice. After 2 years, we meet again. Ha ha ha, this feeling is really good. I thought I was the first to arrive. I did not expect you to be here first. Fatty Lay was also excited, but when he thought of Luo Tian, his expression couldn't help but become downcast. Frenzied Sword looked around and glanced at Morong Jian and the others. Then his gaze landed on Cold Frost. He couldn't help but laugh. Luo Tian, this brat is really capable. The woman who wanted to kill him back then has now become his woman. Ha ha ha. He has a personality, just like me. Why don't I see in Chun Chun? I didn't see Tang Tang or Qin Yu. They're not here yet? Frenzied Sword did not care about Fatty Lay's dejected expression. Fatty Lay shook his head. The 3 of us arrived at Broken Sky City half a month ago, but we haven't seen Chun Chun and the others. I guess they're still on the way. Maybe they won't make it? Humph. Who says we won't make it? All of a sudden, the dense crowd automatically opened up a path, and the 3 women walked up. 3 devastatingly beautiful women walked over. To be exact, it should be 2 peerless beauties and an extremely beautiful little girl. Every single one of them was so beautiful. This was especially so for the little girl who had a seductive look in her eyes. That exquisite little face of hers was just like a porcelain doll. Beautiful. So beautiful that it was bubbling. And Chun Chun, Qin Yu, Tang Tang had arrived. And Chun Chun's mother did not appear. And Chun Chun had an arrogant look on her face as she puffed up her cheeks and looked at Fatty Lay. She pretended to be angry. Who said that we didn't come? How could we be absent on the day of Big Brother Luo Tian's bride kidnapping? Qin Yu smiled. On the way, we bumped into a Tonghulu seller. Chun Chun insisted on learning how to make Tonghulu from him, delaying us for a few days. Tang Tang smiled mischievously. How could we be absent for such a fun event? Are these the friends of the stinky hooligans? Big sister Yu, look. There's even such a beautiful pair of sisters. Qin Yu did not look at Yunling and Yun Yi. Instead, she looked at the Poison Widow. Wow, they're even bigger than me. And they're even more charming than me. Big sister, how did that bastard Luo Tian seduce you? And Chun Chun walked over to Cold Frost and said, Big sister Shuang, you've changed. You're no longer as cold as before. This is my big sister Shuang. Before the introduction, these women were already familiar with each other. Morong Bai's eyeballs were about to fall to the ground as he looked at Fatty Lay. These are all Luo Tian's women. Fatty Lay nodded his head. Morong Bai suddenly had the urge to die as he looked up into the sky. This is too unfair. Too unfair. Oh God, are you blind? I don't even have a single woman. And yet, Luo Tian has so many women. King Kong consoled. Big senior brother, don't worry. I'll introduce you to a few village girls. I saw quite a few of them casting flirtatious glances at you earlier on. Uff! All the girls could not help but burst out laughing. Fatty Lay's brows sank. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Boss might not be able to make it. And Chun Chun did not react at all. Neither did Chin Yu, and Tang Tang. It was the same for Frenzied Sword. Fatty Lay was a little puzzled. Big Sister Shui said that Boss had entered a place called the Earth's Core Tower. He might not be able to come out ever again. They were still the same, not reacting at all. It was as though they did not care at all. Cold Frost could not help but say, It's true. Why aren't you guys sad at all? And Chun Chun giggled and said, Big Sister Shuang, Big Brother Luo Tian will definitely come. I believe he will definitely appear. Frenzied Blade continued, I can still feel his aura. I've been in his body for too long, and I'm too familiar with his aura. Furthermore, this aura is getting closer and closer, and I believe it will arrive at Duan Tian City soon. Everyone was stunned. Fatty Lay was stunned. Could it be that there was something wrong with the female phoenix's star power? King Kong was the most direct as he laughed foolishly. I knew Boss wouldn't die. Boss is the strongest. Frenzied Blade let out a light breath and said, I just don't know if he can make it before the miracle descends. If he can't make it before the miracle descends, then it would really be bad. At this moment, on the Temple of Heaven, Murong Wanjian and Li Shuiger stood in a row. Bow to the heavens and earth. Bow to the heavens and earth again. Bow to the heavens and earth 3 times. Their wedding ceremony only bowed to the heavens and earth, because it was the powerful bloodline bestowed upon them by the heavens. After the 3 bows, a supreme elder of the imperial immortal sect smiled and said, Is there anyone who doesn't agree? Agree. Agree. A true dragon and a female phoenix, a perfect match. Who would disagree? We don't agree. Fatty Lay and the others shouted in unison. At this moment, a deep roar came from the sky. I don't agree. I realize that I'm a madman and a cow. I'm really afraid that I'll get mad cow disease in the future. A new day has begun. Old cow, please recommend me. Chapter 802. The elder who was presiding over the wedding just asked a question out of formality. What he didn't expect was that someone would object. And it wasn't just one person. However, at this moment, Frenzied Blade, Fatty Lay, and the others suddenly raised their heads to look at the sky. They were too familiar with this voice. Boss is here. Ha ha ha. Boss is really here. Big Brother Luo Tian. Sir. It was boiling. In an instant, their silent hearts became hot-blooded, and their fighting spirit soared. Everyone's faces were filled with excited smiles. He finally appeared. On the Temple of Heaven, Li Shuiger instantly removed the red veil on her head. Looking at the sky, her tears involuntarily flowed down as she cried out loud. She was crying so hard that she almost broke down. She bit her lips tightly and tried her best not to cry out loud, but in the end she couldn't hold it in. She had suppressed it in her heart for too long. The pressure she had been under these 2 months was too great. Looking at the black dot in the sky getting closer and closer, Li Shuiger cried and laughed at the same time. Big Brother Luo Tian, you really came, you really came. Woo! Lun Hanshuang also shed tears. Yunling and Yun Yi also shed tears. The Poison Widow was the same. At this moment, their hearts were completely moved by Luo Tian. At this moment, the true dragon blood in Murong Wanjin's body burst forth and soared to the peak as he roared heavily, Luo Tian! Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sky exploded and suddenly sank. It was as if the world was suppressed by Murong Wanjin's powerful strength. It was extremely violent and abnormally angry. He's not dead? Not dead? He actually came out of the Earth's core pagoda? Could it be that he has already passed through the Earth's core pagoda Impossible, this is impossible. Even if the Mystic Emperor realm experts entered, they would never come out. He is only at the Mystic God realm. No. He has also broken through. He is also a Mystic Emperor realm expert. Furthermore, the aura on his body has become extremely powerful. The Soul King turned pale with fright. He never thought that Luo Tian would be able to come out of the Earth's core tower alive. This was absolutely impossible. He's really not dead. This kid's life is really tough. The Earth's core tower was destroyed by him. On the Heaven Worship platform, more than a dozen mystic, Tharch Supreme experts started to discuss. Violet's expression changed as she asked, "Why didn't he die in the Earth's core tower?" Seeing the black dot in the sky getting closer and closer, Zhang Tianlong frowned. At this moment, Murong Wanjian's eyes turned sinister as he coldly snorted and said, "It's best that you didn't die. I want you to die by my hands. I want to kill you in front of Shui. I want to kill you in front of everyone. Luo Tian, your appearance is just to add glory to me. Now, die." Suddenly, Murong Wanjian's body suddenly moved as he was about to fly out. Zhang Tianlong sternly shouted, "Wanjian, don't go. The miracle is about to descend. I will naturally deal with Luo Tian. I will leave his life to you. You stay on the heaven altar for me. Li Yong, the wedding will continue." The hosting elder's expression immediately changed as he said, "The wedding will continue." He didn't finish his words. Li Shuer immediately took off the phoenix coronet on her head and threw it to the side. She glanced at Luo Tian in the sky and then coldly looked at Murong Wanjian and said, "I am not willing to marry you. The person I like is Big Brother Luo Tian. I have liked him since I was 3 years old. It is still the same now. Murong Wanjian, I will not marry you." As she spoke, she took off her red clothes. Murong Wanjian became even more furious. His eyes seemed to be about to spit out flames of anger as he said in a deep voice, "Slut, you want to be together with that trash? Don't even think about it in this lifetime. You are my woman. Even if you die, you are still my woman. Don't even think about leaving me, haha." Murong Wanjian revealed a crazy smile. Li Shueda's face sank and her gaze became cold. Her body emitted a bit of starlight as she said, "The true dragon's bloodline is indeed very strong. But if you want to keep me here, it's impossible. If I want to leave, no one can stop me." While they were talking, Li Shueda's back suddenly opened. Wang, a pair of huge wings condensed from the power of the stars. Her body emitted an unshakable power that was extremely powerful. This kind of power directly forced Murong Wanjian back half a step, and the entire Duantian city began to shake. The power of the female phoenix's stars. Too powerful. This power isn't any weaker than Murong Wanjian's true dragon's power. Who exactly is that brat? Why did the female phoenix become like this when she saw him? Everyone began to discuss. Murong Wanjian's face became even uglier, making him look bad in front of so many people, and it was his woman. This was undoubtedly humiliating him. The anger in his heart continued to burst forth. His entire body faintly flashed with dragon scales. The true dragon's scales flickered with a golden light. It was incomparably powerful. Great Perfection Realm. The power of the Great Perfection Realm of the true dragon's bloodline. True dragon possession. He could directly turn into an incomparably huge true dragon. Anger. Extreme anger. Murong Wanjian was born high and mighty, an existence that looked down on everything. But now his self-esteem seemed to have been trampled on. On his own wedding day, his own woman was going to follow another man. This kind of humiliation was something he could not endure. Gritting his teeth, he said word by word, "Li Shuer, I will kill Luo Tian. I will kill him in front of you. Then, I will take you to the dirtiest place in the world. I will let barbarians sprint on your body. I will let a slut like you be ravaged by millions of men. Ha ha ha, the worst outcome for going against me, Morong Wanjian, is death. His anger burned. Right now, his rationality was no longer under control. Tsang Tianlong began to worry. He never thought that Luo Tian's appearance would turn out like this. He couldn't help but blame himself in his heart. He had underestimated Luo Tian's ability. Immediately after, Tsang Tianlong's voice moved as he shouted, "Wan Jian, she will be your woman. Luo Tian will also die in your hands. Don't move now, the wedding will still proceed." As soon as his voice fell, Tsang Tianlong looked at the Soul King and said, "It's time, right?" The corner of the Soul King's mouth turned cold as he smiled and said, "Any time." Tsang Tianlong smiled in satisfaction. He looked at the sky and sneered disdainfully. "Luo Tian, you think you can ruin my plans? You're overestimating yourself. 10,000 arts of the heavens. Heavenly dragon exterminating immortal formation. Open for me." Tsang Tianlong's eyebrows twitched. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds came from the surroundings of Duantian City. Soon after, an incomparably valiant power of the formation shot into the air and formed an incomparably powerful barrier power. The barrier enveloped Duantian City. At the same time, Tsang Tianlong looked at the Soul King and said, "Begin." The Soul King smiled. A strange power rose from his body and directly linked to Li Shuer's body. Old Bull was destroyed by a girl again. Do you have to be like this? Is this really okay? Let's do it tonight, ha ha ha. Chapter 803. Their minds were connected. He didn't allow Li Shuer to reject. This power seemed to be irresistible to her as it directly entered her sea of consciousness. Buzz, there was a loud noise in her head. His eyes instantly became sluggish, showing a lifeless state, just like a puppet. Young mistress, sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Everyone was suddenly shocked. It was obvious that Li Shuer's aura had changed. After that strange power entered her sea of consciousness, it changed. The Soul King sneered and said, "Now she is my puppet. My words are orders. The wedding can continue." Tsang Tianlong smiled proudly and said, "All right." At this moment, the Soul King's mind moved and said, "Put on the clothes and the phoenix coronet for me." With that order, Li Shuer immediately picked up the clothes on the ground and put them on. She also put on the phoenix coronet and stood there without moving. "Ha ha ha. Good, good, very good. Brother Soul King, you really didn't disappoint me," Tsang Tianlong said excitedly. He then looked up and saw Luo Tian falling down heavily. He sneered and said, "Dog, I will deal with you later." Morong Wanjian laughed. "Ha ha ha!" He laughed arrogantly and looked at the dazed Li Shuer. He then looked up at Luo Tian and said, "You want to snatch my woman? Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to take my woman? She is my woman. After I play with her, I will give her to the savage beast men and let them ravage this slut." Ha ha ha, laugh. He laughed proudly. The anger from before was completely released at this moment. If Li Shuer wanted to leave, he really couldn't force her to stay. Now it was different. Li Shuer was controlled, and the wedding could continue. Even if Li Shuer resisted, it would be useless. Luo Tian's eyes darkened. The mystic Thearka's aura instantly burst out, and his anger overflowed. His eyes moved. He stared straight at the Soul King before turning back to Li Shuer. "Sister Shuer, I won't let anyone hurt you." Immediately, Luo Tian summoned the annihilating blade. At the same time, Tsang Tianlong shouted, "Wan Jian, finish the wedding and exchange your essence blood. After that, you can be as impudent as you want and kill as you wish." Luo Tian's appearance made him feel a trace of pressure. It was not because of Luo Tian's power. It was because Luo Tian had even destroyed the Earth's core pagoda. What kind of powerful trump card did he have? Morong Wanjian sneered and said, "As you command." With a sinister sneer, he looked at Luo Tian in the sky and laughed. "You dog, watch carefully. Watch how I toy with your little sister, Shuai. Ha ha ha. The wedding proceeded at this moment. The coffin on Frenzied Blade's back suddenly moved. His voice sank as he shouted, "We can't let them exchange their essence blood. Once the miracle descends, we won't have any chance. Now is the time for us to make our move. Ha ha ha, I can't hold it in any longer. My fist has been lonely for a long time. Kill them all. Today we will turn Broken Sky City upside down." One by one they rolled up their sleeves, and their killing intent soared to the sky. All of them revealed arrogant smiles. The appearance of Luo Tian had made them incomparably excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Where is the alliance army of the 10 great immortal sects? Block them for me. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. 100,000 immortal sect disciples instantly descended around the Temple of Heaven. Before Frenzied Blade and the others could move, they were surrounded. Frenzied Blade gently patted the coffin that was making a loud noise and said, "Brother, it's time to let you out. Today, I'll let you drink to your heart's content. Kill." At this moment, in the sky, Luo Tian's face darkened as he looked at the stunned Li Shui. His heart ached as he held onto the extermination blade and bellowed, "Critical strike mode! Heaven's shocking blade, 2nd level. Break for me." The saber chi soared into the sky, directly descending upon the world. An arrogant and tyrannical aura continuously shot out in all directions, forming a sea of saber chi. The entire profound sky continent began to tremble, crazily trembling. An incomparably powerful saber chi. Even Frenzied Blade was stunned. He smiled and said, "Good boy, you actually comprehended such a domineering blade chi. And that blade is so powerful. It has the power of destruction. What shocked me the most was the power of this blade. How strong is it?" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Luo Tian chopped down with his saber. "Kill." Rumble, rumble, rumble. As the blade landed on the barrier began to crack, bit by bit like an eggshell. Under the power of the heavenly blade, it became incomparably weak, completely unable to withstand it. The power of the heavenly blade was too strong. A few seconds later, walala, walala, the barrier that had just been opened shattered all over the ground, and it suffered a violent impact. The center of Duantian City was split into 2 halves. A deep and thin crack appeared in the middle. The eyes of many Mystic Emperor experts changed. What kind of cultivation technique is this? What a powerful blade! I'm afraid we won't be able to withstand it. This kid is Luo Tian? Song Tianlong, is this the ant you were talking about? He's not a threat to us. Are you sure? The Mystic Emperor experts on the sacrificial altar were all shocked by Luo Tian's blade. Heaven's shocking blade, Emperor technique. The 2nd level of saber intent had even surpassed the Emperor technique. Even the super strong barrier that Song Tianlong personally set up couldn't withstand Luo Tian's attack. Not to mention that Luo Tian was in a rage. Li Shui's sudden change made him seem like a demonic beast boss. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Luo Tian descended from the sky and shattered the pressure net formed by the profound god experts. He stood in front of Frenzied Blade and coldly looked at the alliance army of the 10 great immortal sections. He roared slightly, "Those who block me will die!" The pressure was like a mountain. The aura of the Mystic Emperor realm was like a blue flame on Luo Tian's body, clearly visible. The alliance army of the 10 great immortal sects was shocked. They couldn't even breathe because of the aura on Luo Tian's body. Powerful beyond compare. Ha ha ha! Boss is mighty, boss is domineering. Everyone walked forward and stood behind Luo Tian, forming a straight line. Facing the 100,000 immortal sect alliance army, their aura was even stronger. It was as if they weren't surrounded, but the immortal sect alliance army was surrounded by a dozen of them. Luo Tian looked at Li Shuer on the altar. His gaze tensed up and said heavily, "Little sister Shuer, I'm here." For some reason, Li Shuer's eyes flowed with 2 drops of happy tears. It had begun. Old Cow went to have a meal first. There was still a huge wave of updates at night. Brothers, I need firepower. Chapter 804. The enchantment set up by the blood essence was broken by Luo Tian in 1/. This point, P'Song Tianlong never dreamed of it. Facing the doubts of the many mystic emperor experts, he was speechless. However, P'Song Tianlong quickly recovered from his shock and said, "The arrangements of the heaven altar have been completed. We can leave the heaven altar and do our best to ensure that the ceremony on the heaven altar will proceed smoothly. That's enough. No one can stop the descent of the divine miracle. Everyone, you all want to break through your own strength. Now it's time for that bit of strength to come out, right?" After P'Song Tianlong finished speaking, he swept his gaze across the entire scene. Everyone looked at each other and revealed a cold smile. "Luo Tian, this brat is here to court death. Even if it's the emperor, I won't let him off. Let's kill him first." The 11 mystic emperor experts moved in an instant. It was also at this moment the mystic emperor experts of the Devil's Sect also moved in an instant, and Lu Qingfeng followed suit. Bam! 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 15 mystic emperor experts descended from the sky, bringing with them the incomparably powerful mystic emperor's power. Like a bolt of lightning, each of them landed in front of their corresponding immortal sect. The 15 mystic emperors' pressure directly blocked the pressure released by Luo Tian. The alliance army of the 10 great immortal sects also heaved a sigh of relief. The 15 mystic emperor experts stared coldly at Luo Tian. Luo Tian had ruined their plans, which was equivalent to taking their lives. If they missed the power obtained from the descent of the divine miracle, they would never have another chance. To them, time was the most important. Lifespan was their everything. If they couldn't break through, their lifespan would be exhausted and they could only die. Everyone was afraid of death. These mystic emperor experts were even more afraid of death. Everyone landed and instantly formed a strong encirclement surrounding Luo Tian and the other 15 people. All of a sudden, the aura turned over, and the pressure of the mystic emperor's supreme aura crushed towards them. It was extremely powerful. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Morong Wanjian suddenly laughed wildly and said, "Luo Tian, if you want people, you don't have anyone. You're even worse than me in terms of power. The 10 great sects are my backing. What about your Huashan Immortal School? If we're comparing bloodlines, I have the true dragon bloodline and have cultivated it to the great perfection realm. What about you?" So what if he had fused 3 god-tier bloodlines? The Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise bloodlines are only at the first stage. In front of my perfect true dragon bloodline, they are nothing more than ants. Compared to the mystic Tharch, there are 15 mystic Tharch supreme experts here. Including me, there are 16. How many people do you have? In terms of cultivation, you're even weaker. What do you have to compete with me? What qualifications do you have to compete with me? I am the son of the true dragon. I am the man of the female phoenix. Her birth was prepared for me. I can do whatever I want. You like her, don't you? Murong Wanjian revealed a sinister cold smile. Suddenly, a vicious slap landed on his face. Bang! A very loud slap landed on the dazed Li Shuer's face. Li Shuer's mouth was overflowing with blood. Her body swayed slightly and almost fell to the ground. She immediately stood there like a puppet, as though she didn't know pain. Indeed, she was now a puppet completely under the control of the Soul King. "Young lady, sister-in-law, damn you, damn it, Murong Wanjian, you bastard. You will die." Everyone was extremely furious. Luo Tian's eyes were wide open like an angry King Kong. He gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. When he saw the proud smile on Morong Wanjin's face, he was extremely unhappy. Extremely, extremely unhappy. You want to compete with me? All right. I will compete with you. Luo Tian's heart was boiling with anger. He moved his right hand and took out a medal. He crushed it and said in a deep voice, Shady Mountain Corpse City Legion, come out! Rumble, rumble, rumble. An old couple took the lead and flew out. The old man looked at Luo Tian and grinned excitedly. I knew that you would need me one day. I have been preparing for this day for more than 2 years. Corpse C, come out. Boom, boom. One after another, golden zombie-like corpses rushed out with the old couple. Each of them was a super corpse with rank 8 undying goo. Most importantly, they weren't afraid of any attacks and didn't know any pain. The faces of the 10 great immortal sects changed. Shady Mountain Corpse City? Descendants of the undying Goo King. This brat actually went to Shady Mountain Corpse City. So many corpses, and they are all very powerful. In less than half a minute, more than 30,000 corpses fell. All of them stood behind the old couple. The old man smiled and said, Brat, who do you want us to kill? Luo Tian didn't say anything. Morong Wanjian sneered and said, What's the use of getting a bunch of trash? Descendants of the undying Goo King? I think they are just a pile of SH*T. F*CK. Who is this person with a mouth full of SH*T? Do you want to kill him? Luo Tian, how can you endure this? Your personality isn't like this. The old man was very unhappy. He couldn't wait to fill Morong Wanjin's mouth with SH*T. Luo Tian didn't say anything. He took out another medal and shouted, Gnome tribe, Fan Chongjian, come out! The medal was crushed. The space opened again. Fan Chongjian laughed heartily. Boss Luo Tian, I'm here. Everyone from the Gnome tribe, come out. Boom, boom. Another large wave of people came running out. Compared to 2 years ago, their cultivation had increased by a lot, especially Fan Chongjian. Fan Chongjian shouted the moment he appeared. Set up the formation, the killing formation! Understood. Hero, we see you again. The 10 great immortal sects were shocked again. Descendant of the Formation King. He is actually related to the gnomes. Where did this brat go? Morong Wanjin's face was still full of disdain. Just a group of dead dwarfs. Just them. Luo Tian, what kind of people did you call over? If they are not corpses, then they are dwarfs. Do you think this is a garbage collection plant? F*CK. The fire is getting bigger. Fan Chongjian and old man Inshan said disdainfully at the same time. Luo Tian didn't say anything and crushed another medal. Titan, come out! Boom, boom. 2 incomparably huge bodies walked out from the void and stood behind Luo Tian. They laughed excitedly. Boss, Luo Tian. It wasn't over yet. Luo Tian crushed another medal and shouted, Heavenly Palace, Divine Race, Dragon Race, come out! Rumble, rumble! Qin Changtian roared and flew out from the void in his dragon form. He stood behind Luo Tian and said, Boss Luo Tian! It wasn't over yet. Luo Tian took out another medal. It was nighttime. It wasn't good to not find something to do. Brothers, let's see if there are any chrysanthemums for me to burst. Old Bull was still writing. There were still updates at night. Chapter 805. The Shady Mountain Corpse City was here. The Gnome race was here. The Titan race was here as well. Now, even the most mysterious Heavenly Palace, Divine Race, and Dragon Race were here. It wasn't over yet. Shocked. Everyone was shocked by Luo Tian, including Frenzied Sword, Fatty Lei, and the others. Their hearts sank as they thought at the same time, what did Boss experience? For today, in order to step on Morong Wanjian, in order to save Li Shuer, Luo Tian risked his life. And it was for 3 years. For the past 3 years, there wasn't a moment when he didn't think about today. There wasn't a moment when he didn't remember what happened in the Jade Mountain City that night. That disdain and contempt made him remember it in his heart. Now it was time. Murong Wanjian's expression changed as well. The people that Luo Tian called over weren't a threat to him. His expression changed because these people all called Luo Tian boss. This was something that he couldn't accept. Right at this moment, Li Shuer's mouth moved slightly as she said with difficulty, "Big brother Luo Tian is someone that you can't compare to." Murong Wanjian was shocked as he immediately stared at Li Shuer. She still had a dull expression as though she didn't say anything. However, he heard it very clearly. His expression turned ugly as he roared, "These people aren't even enough for me to kill. What's the use of calling over these trash? Compete with me? Luo Tian, you are still far from it. At least 15 mystic, Dharch Supreme experts are something that you can't handle. Mystic Dharch Supreme expert, the strongest existence in the Tian Xian continent. Compete with me? Compared to me, who do you think you are? Ha ha ha!" After he finished speaking, Murong Wanjian madly laughed. His eyes were filled with disdain as he stared at Luo Tian with a cold and proud expression. Indeed, he was right. In this world, the strong were respected. Whether it was the Yinshan Corpse City, the Gnome tribe, the Titan giant race, or the Heavenly Dragon divine race, none of them could compare to the supreme experts of the Xian Emperor. Their cultivation was incomparable, but other than those supreme experts of the Xian Emperor, it was enough. As for the number of mystic, Dharch supreme experts, the corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up as he laughed coldly and said, "Don't be anxious. Isn't it just a mystic, Dharch supreme expert? Demon Kings, descend." Luo Tian's brows twitched as he crushed the last teleportation medal. He sneered as he stared at Murong Wanjian and said, "I will let you see what a mystic Dharch supreme expert is like." Rumble, rumble, rumble. A loud explosion sounded out in the sky as a black hole appeared. Demonic flames soared into the sky from the black hole. Then, "The demonic bear is here. The fire demon is coming." Wood demon is here. One by one, huge figures descended. Every figure had the aura of the strongest realm in this world, the aura of the mystic Dharch realm. A total of 10 people. Every one of them was abnormally valiant. Behind them was a group of demon kings from the soul, refining, great array. Each of them was extremely valiant. The last one to appear was a woman. Exai, the 10 mystic Dharch realm demon sovereigns, walked to Luo Tian's side. They bowed and said respectfully, "Boss Luo Tian." 10 more mystic Dharch experts appeared all of a sudden. How is this possible? These demon sovereigns were all injured not long ago. It is impossible for them to break through to the mystic Dharch supreme realm. Could it be they broke through in less than a minute yesterday? All 10 of them broke through at the same time? Shock. Once again, they were shocked into a mess. No matter if it was the 10 great immortal sects or Murong Wanjian, their expressions turned extremely ugly. No one expected Luo Tian's forces to be so huge. Facing the alliance army of the 10 great immortal sects, the demon sect led by Lu Qingfeng, and the Soul King led by the Soul Palace, Luo Tian's forces weren't weak at all. No one expected Luo Tian to have so many mystic, Dharch supreme experts behind him. Lu Qingfeng's expression was the most ugly. The faces of the demon sect's mystic Dharch supreme experts behind him also turned into the color of pig liver. 2 months ago, they joined forces with the immortal sects to ambush them. Now, they only had 4 mystic Dharch supreme experts, but they had 10. This was an overwhelming suppression. The bear demon king smiled coldly and stared at Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng, long time no see. The 10 of them stared at Lu Qingfeng at the same time. The mystic Dharch supreme aura moved. 10 mystic Dharch supreme aura formed an incomparably valiant pressure sword and directly pierced into Lu Qingfeng's mind. Bang! Lu Qingfeng's head directly exploded, and he died instantly. This action caused everyone to panic, but no one dared to move. This action caused them to doubt the strength of the mystic Darch Supreme Realm and completely give up. Only mystic Darch Supreme experts could do this. Lu Changfeng, who was at the peak of the mystic god realm, was instantly killed just like that. The faces of the demon sect's people darkened. The Soul King looked at Luo Tian and couldn't help but ask, Luo Tian, is there a mystic Darch pill in the Earth's core pagoda? 10 mystic Darch Supreme experts broke through together and appeared together. Obviously, this matter was closely related to Luo Tian, and Luo Tian just came out from the Earth's core pagoda. There must be a huge treasure in the Earth's core pagoda. From the moment Luo Tian appeared, the Soul King secretly regretted. If he knew earlier, he would have entered the Earth's core pagoda. It was because of fear that Luo Tian glanced at the Soul King and said, "Get lost. I'll deal with you later. I don't have time to deal with you now." The Soul King's face turned ashen. Luo Tian didn't even look at him. He smiled coldly and stared at Morong Wanjian playfully. Comparing people? Compared to mystic Darch Supreme experts? Are you happy now? Invisibly, Luo Tian gave Morong Wanjian a ruthless slap. This slap made Morong Wanjian feel very uncomfortable. Morong Wanjian naturally didn't expect that Luo Tian had so many mystic Darch Supreme experts. Furthermore, they all called him boss. This was much stronger than the supreme experts of the 10 great immortal sects. The most important point was that these people would pledge their loyalty to Luo Tian. This was something that the experts of the 10 great immortal sects couldn't compare to. Morong Wanjian sneered and concealed the unhappiness in his heart. So what if you have mystic Darch Supreme experts? Luo Tian, didn't you fuse 3 types of divine bloodlines? I heard that it's only rank 1. In terms of bloodline, are you as noble as me? So what if you have many mystic Darch Supreme experts? Just the true dragon bloodline alone is enough to make you stronger. You want to compete with me? Ha ha ha! Morong Wanjian sneered complacently again. The perfect true dragon bloodline was his strongest existence. In this world, no one could compare to him. So he was cocky. He was arrogant, because he knew that Luo Tian's 3 types of bloodlines were all rank 1 and couldn't be compared to him. Morong Wanjian laughed loudly and said, "Come, compete with me. I'll see how you compete. Little sister Shui. Watch your big brother Luo Tian embarrass himself." Ha ha ha! At this moment, Luo Tian suddenly disappeared. At this moment, at the back of the Imperial Immortal Sect, a large area suddenly collapsed. In an instant, 7 or 8 disciples were killed. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tian returned to his original position. His eyes darkened as he shouted, "White Tiger bloodline, come out! For Divine Beast's bloodline, fuse!" Unknowingly, he was only a few dozen votes away from the first place. The chrysanthemum was right in front of him. Brothers of the chrysanthemum insertion team, kill him! Old Bull was still writing and had an update at night. Chapter 806. You like to be arrogant in front of me? You like to be proud of yourself in front of me? You like to show off in front of me, right? Great perfection, true dragon bloodline, right? Just you wait for your father. Luo Tian wanted to crush Morong Wanjian. He wanted to crush him in all aspects, whether it was cultivation method, bloodline, or person. He wanted to crush him until he was lying on the ground, unable to move. The moment Morong Wanjian showed off his great perfection true dragon bloodline, Luo Tian immediately started a massacre, directly raising his unbeatable bloodline to 2,000 points. The idea moved. Exchange for White Tiger bloodline. Ding. Exchange complete. Do you wish to cultivate? Yes, sir. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for possessing the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger bloodline. Do you wish to fuse with the 4 Divine Beasts bloodline? Luo Tian looked at Morong Wanjian and sneered, then shouted loudly, "Fuse!" The surrounding crowd did not know what Luo Tian meant by the word fuse. Even Frenzied Blade and the others did not know. Morong Wanjian sneered in disdain and said, "What's wrong? You don't dare to release your inferior bloodline? Come, let everyone see your 3 trashy bloodlines. Let them tremble in front of me, a true dragon." "Ha ha ha, you don't dare?" While they were talking, Morong Wanjian's eyebrows twitched as he roared heavily, "True dragon bloodline, come out!" 9th stage, True Dragon's Fury. Roar. An incomparably huge dragon rushed out, its body directly standing in midair, releasing an extremely powerful dragon's might. It was extremely strong, just like a real dragon, its 2 eyes staring at Luo Tian fiercely. The dragon's might crushed. The people from the 10 great immortal sects immediately cried out in alarm, "True dragon!" The power of the true dragon bloodline is too strong, and it's only at the 9th stage. Luo Tian did not release the great perfection true dragon bloodline, and the true dragon bloodline is supreme in the profound sky continent. How could the 3 bloodlines that Luo Tian fused be a match for the true dragon bloodline? It's not enough at all. Although the vermilion bird, black tortoise, and azure dragon are all god-level bloodlines, Luo Tian is just a piece of trash. He doesn't even know how to raise the level of his bloodline. In front of a perfect true dragon bloodline, these 3 bloodlines aren't even ants. Does he dare to release it? He wouldn't dare to do it at all. If he were to release 3 different bloodlines, he would probably be scared shitless. Ha ha ha, everyone jeered. Song Tianlong also smiled faintly. He didn't stop Luo Tian from showing off. He also wanted to see Luo Tian embarrass himself. He wanted to see Luo Tian being suppressed by the true dragon bloodline to the point where he couldn't get up, just like him. The surrounding Mystic Tharch Supreme experts also wanted to see Luo Tian make a fool of himself. Many people mocked, "Luo Tian, when the time comes, release your 3 bloodline powers. Are you still a man? If you have the guts, release it. What's there to be afraid of? Since we can't compare, we just want to see if your so-called azure dragon, vermilion bird, and black tortoise bloodlines would be scared shitless in front of the true dragon bloodline." Ha ha ha, jeers. Disdain. Every face revealed an expression of disdain. The strongest factions of the Tianxin continent were gathered here. Even if Luo Tian also had such a valiant force in front of Morong Wanjian, they just wanted to see Luo Tian unable to raise his head. They just wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Morong Wanjian laughed complacently. "Luo Tian, you piece of trash. Do you dare to do it?" Immediately after, Morong Wanjian looked at Li Shuer, who still had a dazed expression, and said with disdain, "Look at your big brother, Luo Tian. He is so scared by my true dragon bloodline that he can't even speak. I really don't understand why you would like such a piece of trash. In front of me, what is he? Ha ha ha." At this moment, Li Shuer didn't move, but her forehead revealed traces of sweat. She was fighting with her life on the line. She was using all her strength to break through the acute poison that the Soul King had planted in her mind. She was breaking away from his control. She wanted to release her phoenix bloodline, wanting to suppress Morong Wanjian's true dragon bloodline. However, no matter how hard she tried, she still couldn't break through the acute poison in her sea of consciousness. She had never seen this kind of poison before. "Big brother Luo Tian, do your best." F***CK. Looking at his arrogant expression, I can't take it anymore. "Uncle Frenzied Blade, what are you waiting for? Let's attack together and kill him." Fatty Lei said with extreme displeasure. The scales on his body flickered, and he was on the verge of going berserk. Looking at Morong Wanjian's complacent expression, none of them were happy. Everyone wanted to give Morong Wanjian a few tight slaps to make him stop, and Chen Chen stared at Luo Tian and giggled. "Big brother Luo Tian, do you need help?" "Chen Chen has changed her strength. let me help you. Xan also walked to Luo Tian's side and said, I can do it too, let me help you. One was the power of luck. The other was the power of destiny. The two of them were the most special existences in the profound sky continent. Their strength was indeed able to shake the true dragon bloodline. However, Luo Tian did not plan to let them help. He chuckled and said, Don't worry, I will make him lie down and sing Conquer later. And Chen Chen revealed a cute smile and said, Big brother Luo Tian, Chen Chen hates him. He caused big sister Shui to be like this. How can he lie down and sing Conquer? He has to sing Conquer at least 10,000 times. Cold Frost could not help but say, In the morning, in order to save us, Miss knelt down and begged Morong Wanjian. Luo Tian, I beg you, kill Morong Wanjian. The Poison Widow also said, Sir, as long as you kill him, you can have any position you want. The front and back are fine. The Luan family will cooperate with you. Tang Tang and Qin Yu were startled. They looked at them and immediately said, Stinking pervert, if you don't kill Morong Wanjian today and save sister-in-law, you're not allowed to get on our bed. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, Then what if I kill him? Can you guys agree to one of my requests? Yun Lingyun said directly, As long as you kill him, not to mention one request, we will agree to 1,000 of them. Luo Tian looked at Qin Yu and the others and asked, What about you guys? All the girls nodded and said, We agree to your request as well. And Chen Chen, who had 2 ponytails, giggled and said, Chen Chen also agrees to your request. Big brother Luo Tian, you have to kill Morong Wanjian. We all hate him, he is a big scoundrel. Luo Tian revealed a lewd smile and said, My request is very simple. All of you roll on the bed with me. Huh. Ah, pervert. The girls were startled, looked at each other and said, All right, we promise you. Luo Tian laughed, his gaze turned, and coldly looked at Morong Wanjian, who was still laughing maniacally, and said, You're going to die. At this moment, ding, for Divine Beast's bloodline fusion complete. Thank you, brothers, for your rewards. Many brothers, many familiar names have been repeatedly rewarded. Old Cow thanks all of you. That's all for today's update. It's too cold. Even the old cow's hooves can't take it anymore. If this goes on, I'll definitely get frostbite, and at that time, I probably won't even be able to type. For the sake of the old cow's hooves, please look at it tomorrow. Good night, brothers. Finally, I recommend a girl's book, Infinite Perspective, Jade Beauty. Thank you. Chapter 807. For Divine Beast's blood lineage? Blood lineage could still be fused? He had already fused 3 blood lineage, and he could still fuse with other blood lineage? Everyone was puzzled. A warrior could only fuse with one type of blood lineage. If he fused with a second type of blood lineage, his body would not be able to withstand it and would immediately explode. This was common sense. Luo Tian had already fused with 3 types of divine level blood lineage, and he still wanted to fuse with the 4 divine beasts' blood lineage? Everyone's eyes were on Luo Tian. Fatty Lei laughed arrogantly and said, You bunch of snobs, open your eyes wide and take a good look. Is my boss something that you people can touch? Even if you look up, you won't be able to reach it. He had enough of despising and ridiculing. Fatty Lei was extremely disgusted by this. At this moment, within Luo Tian's body, the power of the 4 divine level blood lineage S formed a vortex of power and lined up in order. Azure dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, white tiger. For different colors, the 4 types of divine beasts phantoms slowly fused, intertwined together and entered Luo Tian's shattered pubes. The shattered pubes let out a series of buzzing sounds. It was as if a sleeping lion had suddenly woken up. Standing at a high place, it looked down on the world and suddenly let out a loud roar. Pubes! Luo Tian's heart could not help but tighten. The pubes in his body was shattered, Could he withstand these 4 types of blood lineage? He himself was not sure. However, he believed in the system. Since the system said that it could be fused, then it could definitely be fused. Luo Tian's shattered dantian constantly emitted a buzzing sound as a vast amount of power was released from the depths of his dantian, bolstering his body. His aura was constantly changing. Sometimes it was the azure dragon, sometimes it was the vermilion bird, sometimes it was the black turtle. These 4 powers were frantically alternating. Whoosh, whoosh, the power gathered and slowly quieted down. Luo Tian's brows twitched. The corner of his mouth hooked up coldly, and he sneered in disdain. You want to compete in blood lineage, right? Then I'll let you see the new blood lineage that I just fused with. Suddenly, Luo Tian took a step forward. His eyes flashed with a trace of light, and he bellowed, For divine beast's blood lineage, come out for me. Crack, crack, an earth-shattering sound came from his body. It was as if a powerful demon was about to come out of his body. Rumble! The heavens and earth trembled as a vortex of clouds formed above Skybreak City. With Luo Tian as the center, the vortex spiraled upwards unceasingly, piercing through the skies and into the black hole of nothingness, following which an incomparably violent pressure came crashing down. Quang! Boom! It was as if a huge thunderbolt had struck Luo Tian. In an instant, Luo Tian's body underwent a series of transformations. Power! Power! Inexhaustible power, too valiant. Luo Tian's expression became abnormally excited. He couldn't help but roar towards the sky. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! The power of the 4 divine beasts. This is the power of the 4 divine beasts' bloodline. Morong Wanjian, with your true dragon bloodline, kneel down for me. As soon as he finished speaking, the vortex in the sky suddenly shrank. Immediately after, a laser-like power that could be seen with the naked eye directly crushed the body of the true dragon that was already trembling in fear. Bang! Rumble! The incomparably arrogant true dragon, the insufferably arrogant true dragon, was completely crushed into pieces by Luo Tian's power of the 4 divine beasts in an instant. Like a pile of yellow sand, it floated down one by one without any power to resist. The disparity in power was too great. It was so great that Morong Wanjian was unable to resist. Bang! Pooh! Morong Wanjian's body sank as he knelt heavily on the ground. The blood in his chest rolled as he spat out a mouthful of black blood. His face was incomparably pale. At this moment, his face no longer had the slightest bit of arrogance. He was completely crushed by Luo Tian. It was extremely difficult for him to even breathe. His eyes were filled with anger, but he was completely unable to vent it. His bloodline, his unique bloodline, the bloodline that he was most proud of, had been crushed. You're so arrogant. F***CK. Luo Tian couldn't help but curse. The anger in his heart was crazily vented. For the past 3 years, he had been working hard all the time. He wasn't risking his life. Morong Wanjian was like a huge mountain pressing down on his heart. He desperately wanted to overturn it, but Morong Wanjian had too many resources. He thought about this moment all the time. Now, Luo Tian was kneeling in front of him. The anger that had been suppressed for the past 3 years was completely vented out. He sneered and roared. Being despicable isn't enough. You still want Wanjian. How many swords do you have? You want to snatch my woman? You want to compete with me in terms of numbers and bloodlines? Continue to compete. His voice was very loud. It carried the crushing power of the 4 divine beasts. Within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers, Luo Tian's voice enveloped the area. Everyone's mind was incomparably shocked. No one knew what Luo Tian had experienced in the past 3 years. No one knew how much he had suffered for today. No one knew how many times he had faced death. No one knew. For the past 3 years, he had clenched his teeth and endured. Now he was going to release. He was going to release to his heart's content. He was going to release the anger that had been suppressed in his heart for the past 3 years. What kind of power is this? Oh my God, it's actually the power of a true dragon's bloodline. Who exactly is he? He can actually fuse bloodlines continuously. This is absolutely impossible. Too powerful. Everyone started discussing. Looking at the divine beasts on Luo Tian's body that they had never seen before, they had an extremely arrogant aura. It gave people a huge sense of oppression. No one dared to take a step closer. It was too powerful. Ha ha ha, boss is mighty. Boss is domineering. Boss is awesome. Boss, we love you. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian's brothers laughed loudly. The anger in their hearts was also vented out. Fatty Lei's gaze swept across the entire crowd. He roared aggressively, "Shout! Why aren't you shouting? Laugh, don't you like to laugh? Laugh for me again, you bunch of trash. My boss's ability surpasses all of you. Tremble in front of my boss, ha ha ha." On the Temple of Heaven, Murong Wanjian was firmly suppressed by Luo Tian. He knelt on the ground, his knees bleeding, and his expression was incomparably ugly. By his side, Li Shuer's lips once again moved slightly and said, "I already said that you can't compare to my big brother Luo Tian. You can't even compare to a 10,000th of him. In his eyes, you are just a stumbling block that can be kicked away at any time." Cluck, 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 Murong Wanjian gritted his teeth. Hearing Li Shuer's words, he became even angrier. He stared at Luo Tian and suddenly shouted, "True dragon, sword spirit, come out!" At this moment, Luo Tian did not give Murong Wanjian any chance and instantly roared, "Tyrannical blade spirit, kill!" Clang. A new day. Old cow, please recommend me. Thank you to my Taiyan for giving me another 10,000 book coins. Thank you. We have given more rewards than anyone else this week. Brothers, why are you so strong? Old cow just wants to ask, why are you so strong? Chapter 808. You still want to resist? Get down on the ground. Crushing required a 720-degree rotation, followed by a backflip, followed by a 360-degree crushing. He wanted to crush Murong Wanjian until he couldn't get up. This was what Luo Tian was going to do today. The moment Murong Wanjian released the real dragon sword spirit to kill the power of the 4 divine beasts, Luo Tian immediately released his tyrannical blade spirit and shouted, "Real dragon sword spirit is awesome, right? Get down on the ground again." Buzz. The real dragon sword spirit rushed out from Murong Wanjian's body with a dragon's roar. Everyone was overjoyed. The real dragon sword spirit is not restricted by the power of the bloodline. It is an extremely powerful sword intent that has been comprehended by fusing with the power of the true dragon. It has the effect of killing in one strike. Let's see how Luo Tian will block it this time. He definitely won't be able to block it. Murong Wanjian is Murong Wanjian after all. His strength has yet to explode. All sorts of disdainful voices rang out from the alliance army of the 10 great immortal sects once again. This caused Fatty Lei to be extremely unhappy. In an instant he was enraged. A violent and brutal aura was released from his body, and he immediately wanted to rush up and give these people a big slap to make them stop. However, Luo Tian stopped Fatty Lei, laughed coldly, and said, "It's just a group of dogs looking for a sense of existence. What's the point of caring about these dogs?" Then, a gigantic blade spirit rushed out from Luo Tian's body, bringing with it a passionate and arrogant, domineering aura, and laughed. "Ridicule, continue to ridicule. I like your ridicule. Let me give each of you a slap, ha ha ha." The moment the blade spirit appeared, 10,000 blades rang in unison. The idea moved and directly slashed down at the real dragon sword spirit. Clang! Walala! The real dragon sword spirit instantly shattered. The aura released by the sword spirit was once again suppressed. Murong Wanjian stood up with all his might, and his knees were slightly raised. Luo Tian coldly snorted and said, "Kneel down properly for me." Bam! Murong Wanjian's 2 knees directly shattered the limestone floor. Fresh blood spurted out, and even his kneecaps were broken. "Does it feel good? Bullying my woman. You dared to touch my brother, and now you're kneeling on the ground? Let me ask you one question. Does it feel good?" Luo Tian was arrogant and fearless. Once again, he suppressed Murong Wanjian to the point where he couldn't say anything. He was kneeling on the ground like a piece of trash. How arrogant! He was extremely arrogant, so arrogant that it was a complete mess. Comparing people? Luo Tian crushed him. In terms of bloodline, Luo Tian was superior. Competing with the sword spirit? Luo Tian was still crushing him. All of them were crushed. Furthermore, the aura that Luo Tian was releasing was rampant and overbearing, suppressing everything in the surroundings. It was as though he was the ruler, the god that ruled over all living things. The surrounding people, including the mystic Tharch and supreme experts, didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Fear rose in their hearts. He regretted it. They regretted coming to Skybreak City, regretted going against Luo Tian. This person was a complete lunatic, a lunatic who would kill anyone who provoked him. Murong Wanjian had provoked him. He was now kneeling on the ground, unable to get up. Silence. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. No one would have thought that Murong Wanjian would be suppressed by Luo Tian to such an extent. He didn't even have the slightest bit of resistance. Compared to Luo Tian, he was simply too weak and couldn't be compared at all. This was the son of the true dragon? This was the dragon among men that the Tian Xian continent fancied? At this moment, he had become a pile of sh*T. Luo Tian swept his gaze and suppressed everything with his aura. He spoke in a deep voice. Damn it. Who else is there? Aren't you all good at listening? You all know how to laugh, right? Laugh at me again. Try calling me again. F***CK. He cursed again, venting out the anger in his heart. Everything in the surroundings was completely suppressed, not moving at all. The people behind Luo Tian were all excited. Too awesome! Who could be so arrogant in front of the strongest group of people in the Tian Shin continent? No one. Only Luo Tian, this lunatic, would be like this. Too awesome! Fatty Lei grinned and laughed excitedly. This feeling is too awesome. Ha ha ha. Boss is awesome. Trampling everything under his feet. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Awesome. Very awesome. Looking at their expressions as if they had eaten sh*T. Fatty Lei and the others felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction in their hearts. What was awesome? This was what it meant to be awesome, to be able to crush the strongest group of people in the world. Ah! Puffed suddenly. Murong Wanjian roared towards the sky and spat out a mouthful of black blood at the same time. He said, "Luo Tian, I'm going to kill you." Blood spurted into the air. It turned into a bloody flower. It was incomparably gorgeous. At this moment, Song Tianlong suddenly roared, "Spirit King!" The Spirit King was already prepared. His brows moved, and an incomparably powerful intent rushed into Li Shuer's sea of consciousness. He smiled coldly and said, "I've been impatient for a long time." Ha ha ha! Wang Li Shuer's body suddenly sank. Her sea of consciousness was in turmoil. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, and her face turned extremely pale in an instant. Uft! A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Li Shuer's mouth. At this moment, a drop of blood essence condensed between her brows. The blood essence directly flew into the blood that Murong Wanjian spat out, and the 2 drops of blood essence fused together. Spirit King! F***CK, your ancestor! Luo Tian was incomparably furious as he stared at the Spirit King. Seeing Li Shuer's painful expression, his heart was in extreme pain. He couldn't wait to tear the Spirit King into pieces, but now, without waiting for him to make a move, Song Tianlong laughed arrogantly, ha ha ha. Miracle, 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 come to me. The blood essence of the true dragon and phoenix fused together. In between the lightning, a beam of light shot into the sky, directly breaking through the spatial laws of the profound sky continent and shooting into the dark void. On a higher plane, the power of the true dragon and phoenix rushed up, and the power of this higher plane suddenly poured down. At this moment, 11 incomparably powerful energy pillars descended from the sky like a beam of light. In the center of the 11 energy pillars was an incomparably huge wave of energy aura, crushing everything in its surroundings. Everything that came into contact with it was reduced to ashes. Valiant, incomparably valiant power. Everyone raised their heads to look, and Luo Tian's face darkened. Tsang Tianlong and the rest laughed excitedly. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Miracle has come. Miracle has come. At this moment, Morong Wanjian abruptly stood up as well. He closed his eyes slightly and spread his arms wide open. His forehead was facing upwards as he silently muttered something. At this moment, another 2 even more powerful energy pillars descended, directly falling between Morong Wanjian's brows. Boss, what should we do? There's still a bit of time. No matter what, we can't let them get these energy pillars. Otherwise, we'll definitely die. Luo Tian's face became serious. Night fell, and it's time for the chrysanthemum to be destroyed. Brothers of the chrysanthemum team, are you ready? Chapter 809. A miracle had descended. In that instant, it completed the fusion of the true dragon and the female phoenix's bloodline. It was like a guiding force, pulling down the power of the higher planes. At this moment, everyone was looking up at the 13 energy pillars in the sky. Each of them carried an incomparably huge power. This was the power of the higher planes and was extremely powerful. Once they get their hands on this power, Luo Tian's heart sank. However, he did not give the order to kill. He had a feeling that the energy pillars that descended from the higher planes were not that simple. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian, just wait for your death. Murong Wanjin's expression was incomparably sinister as he sneered crazily. Luo Tian did not even look at him. He was only concerned about Li Shuer. At this moment, the hidden sky dragon moved. The Soul King also moved. The Mystic Emperor Supreme experts of the 10 great immortal sects all moved. The 4 Mystic Emperor Supreme experts of the Devil sect also moved. There were only 13 energy pillars, and none of them were the strongest. Their numbers exceeded the number of energy pillars, so they had to fight for them. However, at this moment, a figure rushed towards the altar faster than everyone else. Spiritual Master Liang. Wahaha, ha ha ha. Spiritual Master Liang's face was sinister as he laughed maniacally and said, "Mine, all the power is mine, ha ha ha! Hidden Sky Dragon, you old fart, beat me, scold me, and humiliate me. Wait until I obtain the power of the higher planes. I will be the first to teach you a lesson, ha ha ha, immediately after." Spiritual Master Liang's gaze darkened as he stared coldly at Luo Tian and said, "You dog, the second one will be you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. I will kill you, your brothers, and your women, ha ha ha." No one expected Spiritual Master Liang to suddenly rush out. His expression was extremely ferocious and excited. He raised his head to look at the 11 descending energy pillars and roared, "Come, let me become the strongest person in the profound sky continent. Let me trample on everything under my feet, ha ha ha." He had been waiting for this opportunity. Now he had waited. He initially thought that he had no chance, but after Luo Tian appeared, he understood that the opportunity had come. Luo Tian's appearance created a very good opportunity for him. His heart was about to jump out of his chest. Song Tianlong was dumbfounded. Those Mystic Darch Supreme experts were all dumbfounded. Song Tianlong had spent a few years to calculate everything, but in the end, the fruits of victory were going to be taken away by his eldest disciple. His heart was filled with hatred, extremely hatred. But it was too late now. Although they were only 100 meters away, everything was too late. It was too late. Many of the mystic, the Arch-Supreme experts stopped in an instant. Their faces turned extremely ugly as they glared at Spiritual Master Liang, who was on the heaven worship platform with fiery eyes. Hate. Extreme hatred. Ah! Song Tianlong roared crazily. Bastard, I won't let you off! At this moment, the energy pillars fell, and a power from a higher plane was linked between the 11 energy pillars. The Reverend of the Sun spread his arms and smiled excitedly. Miracle, please bestow power upon me. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 11 energy pillars on the heaven worship platform were the first to fall, emitting a deafening roar. The energy pillars stood in the corresponding grooves of the heaven worship platform. Dust flew everywhere, and his eyes were blurred. For a moment, it was impossible to see what was happening inside. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Suddenly, a series of extremely berserk laughter came from the heaven worship platform. The laughter contained boundless power. This power surpassed the power of the mystic Tharch Supreme Realm. Spiritual Master Liang laughed crazily. The dust dispersed. The power of the mystic Tharch crazily poured into Spiritual Master Liang's body. He instantly broke through to the mystic Tharch Supreme Expert. Power! Power! This is the power of a miracle! Ha ha ha! I, Spiritual Master Liang, instantly broke through to the mystic Tharch Supreme Realm. All of you ants, tremble for me! Ha ha ha! Spiritual Master Liang's hair was scattered, and his entire person seemed to have gone berserk. His body continued to swell, and his face turned red. Luo Tian's expression changed slightly and immediately said, "Be careful!" While they were talking, Luo Tian's face darkened and said, "Golden Bell, cover, Great Perfection Realm, come out! 4 Divine Beasts, Bloodline Power, Defensive Shield, come out!" Buzz. Buzz. 2 waves of power enveloped everyone behind Luo Tian. Titan Giant took a step in front of Luo Tian and laughed excitedly. "Boss Luo Tian, let me block it for you. This kind of power can't do anything to me." Qin Changtian bellowed out immediately, "Dragon Race Defense. Charge!" Old man Yin Shan laughed sinisterly and said, "There's no need for you guys to block this power. Suicide Squad, attack!" Fan Changjian was not willing to fall behind and immediately said, "Defensive formation! Set up the formation!" In a short moment, these people were all blocking in front of Luo Tian. If this was in his previous life, these people would be blocking the cannonballs for Luo Tian. This was a brother. Luo Tian was moved in his heart. Looking at them one by one, he reminded them again, "Be careful!" In that instant, Spiritual Master Liang's body could not withstand it. He was only at the 9th level of Profound God. Although he had broken through in an instant, he was still unable to withstand it. A huge amount of energy rushed into his body, and in that instant his body had already reached its limit and could not withstand it at all. When Luo Tian saw the scarlet-red color on Spiritual Master Liang's body, he felt that his body was about to explode. This kind of explosion was even stronger than the explosion of the primordial spirit. Moreover, the power in his body had already far exceeded his own power, and he was unable to control it. If this kind of power exploded, it would be too deadly. Rumble! Rumble! Spiritual Master Liang's face was sinister as he said with extreme unwillingness, my power, it's all my power! Bam! His body was like a balloon as it suddenly exploded. The heaven and earth shook as though there was a magnitude 10 earthquake. Shockwaves shot out as the alliance army of the 10 great immortal sects were instantly sent flying. They were completely unable to withstand the power of the shockwaves, while the faces of the mystic thearchs turned pale. And at this moment, Murong Wanjin's expression changed, but he did not dodge. Looking at the energy pillar that was getting closer and closer, he bared his teeth and roared out, "True dragon transformation!" Roar! Murong Wanjian transformed into an incomparably huge true dragon. The dragon head suddenly stretched out, directly facing the energy pillar, and roared in a deep voice, "I am not spiritual master Liang. I am the son of the true dragon. I possess supreme power, the power of a miracle. Fuse for me!" Clang! The energy pillar was like a bolt of lightning that struck down, directly rushing into the space between the dragon head's eyebrows. He had tipped more than 3,000 times. "Brothers, you guys are too awesome. You guys are too awesome. You're just 20 votes away from exploding the chrysanthemum. Can you be even more fierce?" Chrysanthemum, the old cow's favorite. Chapter 810. Spiritual Master Liang was a complete tragedy. He thought he was waiting for an opportunity. However, he didn't expect that his physical body couldn't withstand the impact of this energy and was directly stuffed to death. The scene was chaotic. However, Tsang Tianlong and the other mystic Tharch experts were stunned. They didn't move from their original positions. Their eyes were fixed on the energy pillar on the altar. They were also paying attention to Murong Wanjian, who was receiving the energy pillar in his true dragon form. They weren't in a hurry to snatch it. No one knew if their physical bodies could withstand it. If it was the same as spiritual master Liang, this was what they were afraid of. At this moment, they held their breaths and waited quietly. The moment Murong Wanjian transformed into a true dragon and rushed into the sky, Luo Tian moved. Target, the altar. Shifting forms. Flash. He instantly landed on the altar and hugged Li Shuer. Seeing her moist eyes, his heart was in pain again, as though it was being cut by a knife. He carried her and said softly, "Little sister Shuer, I will never let anyone bully you again. No one." Luo Tian was worried. Whether Li Shuer could withstand the energy pillar from a high-level plane or not, he was still worried. What if her body exploded, like spiritual master Liang? It was better to be safe than sorry. Spiritual master Liang had already died tragically, and even his essence spirit had exploded. If Li Shuer ended up like this, then his 3 years of hard work would be wasted. If he couldn't even protect his own woman, what right did he have to continue living in this world? Therefore, Luo Tian carried Li Shuer away the moment the other energy pillar landed and jumped away. In the sky, the extremely dense energy pillar pierced the true dragon's glabella. A huge energy shockwave burst out at the moment of contact. The scene was like a planet exploding. The fiery blue aura burst out for tens of millions of kilometers, and countless energy, dust particles, exploded crazily. It was abnormally strong. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Muffled thunder sounded crazily. The true dragon's body was trembling nonstop. Blood seeped out from under the dragon scales, looking extremely ferocious. Murong Wanjian roared unceasingly towards the sky, letting out one roar after another. He was in pain, but at the same time he was excited. The energy pillar was slowly melting in his body, and the energy was slowly fusing with his source energy. Roar! All of a sudden, Murong Wanjian let out a heavy roar and released a power that was like the might of the heavens, which directly covered the entire Duantian city. At this moment, all martial artists below Mystique Venerable rank were crushed into powder. Instant kill. All the martial artists below the Profound Sage realm were seriously injured and on the verge of death. Just his voice alone was so powerful that it was a mess. It was too powerful. Fused. Murong Wanjian has fused the energy of the energy pillar. His cultivation is breaking through at a crazy speed. While speaking, boom, boom, Murong Wanjian's body kept emitting explosive sounds. His source energy was increasing, and so was his cultivation. Everything was increasing. Second order profound Emperor realm. Third order profound Emperor realm. Fourth order profound Emperor realm. It was still increasing. This speed was simply too fast. Ha ha ha. Power, power, this is true power. Murong Wanjian regained his confidence. His eyes darkened as he stared at Luo Tian with contempt. He sneered and said, "Luo Tian, how can you compete with me now? I want you to die." Wahahaha! Murong Wanjian fell into madness. At this moment, Song Tianlong and the others went crazy. If Murong Wanjian's body could withstand it, then their bodies could also withstand it. Looking at the energy pillar on the altar, they instantly charged over like lightning. At this moment, the other energy pillar on the altar also fell and stabbed into Murong Wanjian's feet. He didn't hesitate and swallowed it in one bite. Kacha! He directly bit it into pieces. Ha 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 ha. I want to become the strongest person in the profound sky continent. Murong Wanjian was completely like a madman. He swallowed the second energy pillar, and a series of explosive sounds came from his body. His power was expanding. The pressure on his body, his aura, everything was expanding. However, in the end, he didn't explode like Venerable Liang. Instead, he completely fused the energy pillar's power into his source of power. His power once again rose crazily, extremely valiant. Fusing two energy pillars, it had to be said that Murong Wanjian was also a madman. The body of a true dragon's bloodline was extremely powerful. At this moment, Murong Wanjian laughed loudly and wildly. Rings of golden light were released from his dragon body. It was as if a true dragon's bloodline was evolving after reaching the great perfection realm, evolving into an even higher level dragon. Compete with me? Do you think you can compete? Compete with me for a woman. Do you have the qualifications? Luo Tian, in front of me, you have always been an ant. It was the same in Jade Mountain City, and it is the same now. Ha ha ha. Murong Wanjian became abnormally arrogant after obtaining the power of the two energy pillars. His current cultivation had reached a terrifying realm. On the altar, the 11 energy pillars were quickly snatched away. However, they didn't dare to devour two energy pillars like the madman Murong Wanjian. They only dared to devour one. Sang Tianlong, Supercluster Ancestor, Soul King, Devil Sex Demon Senior Qilian, and 7 other people from the 8 great immortal sects snatched the energy pillars and instantly swallowed them into their bodies. Everyone's body was crazily changing. Their power was crazily expanding. Half a minute later, like Murong Wanjian, they also withstood the impact of this energy and completely fused with the source of power. Their cultivation instantly rose by leaps and bounds. Sang Tianlong laughed. Supercluster Ancestor also laughed. Soul King laughed. Those who swallowed the energy pillars all laughed wildly. At this moment, Sang Tianlong coldly stared at Luo Tian and sneered. "Dog, I've let you be so presumptuous for so long. I've endured for so long for the sake of the miracle. Now, it's time to send you to hell, ha ha ha." Soul King also stared at Luo Tian with an arrogant sneer. The other Mystic Emperor realm experts also looked at Luo Tian and said coldly, "You almost ruined our plan. If we don't teach you a lesson now, you really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is." His gaze was murderous. His power was like the sea. At this moment, Luo Tian was crushed by more than 10 powerful auras. His face was slightly pale as he put down Li Shuer, looked at Fatty Lei and the others, and said, "Take care of her. You don't have to care about anything else." At this moment, the corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up, revealing a very excited smile, and muttered to himself in his heart, "The boss can still mutate." Last night, Niu Niu suddenly cried. He didn't know if it was because she was frightened during the day or something, but she cried too sadly. Old Cow's heart was about to break from crying, to the point that he didn't have the mood to write later on. Thank you to Little Penguin That Can Fly for the 20,000 book coins Piao Hong support. Old Cow is extremely grateful. Brothers, I'm still 2 votes away from exploding the chrysanthemum in front. Old Cow is asking for firepower. Today, I'll update 7 chapters. If I can't finish writing, I'll chop off the bullwhip. Chapter 8:11. Boss Mutation. This was Luo Tian's first time encountering such a thing. In his previous life, he had never encountered such a thing when playing games. Originally, they were just ordinary bosses. Their bodies flashed with golden light, but it was not particularly dazzling. Only Kang Shenlong, the supercluster ancestor, and the Soul King's golden light was slightly more intense. The other mystic emperor's bodies only had a very ordinary golden light. Having a golden light meant that it was a boss. But now, it was a completely different scene. Their bodies weren't shining with a golden light, but with a dark purple light. It was abnormally dazzling. After fusing with the high-grade energy pillar, their cultivation would become stronger, and the boss's level would also increase? If that was the case, then wouldn't they be able to drop super equipment from the high-grade plane? Luo Tian, couldn't help but get excited. His blood was boiling, and his fighting spirit was ignited. He swept his cold eyes and sneered, "You want to mess with me? Come, bring it on." He wasn't afraid at all. Now, Luo Tian was worried that they would escape. If that was the case, he would lose a huge amount of experience. Boom! No one is allowed to move. Luo Tian is mine. Murong Wanjian suddenly roared and returned to his human form. He leaped up and rushed into the sky like a rocket. Immediately after, he landed heavily, cutting through space and bringing a series of black holes behind him. Immediately after, rumble, a beam of light fell, and the ground suddenly sank and caved in. Murong Wanjian floated above the pit and was only 5 meters away from Luo Tian. His expression was abnormally excited as he said sinisterly, "Your life is mine. I will let you taste all the punishments in this world." Suddenly, Murong Wanjian suddenly moved, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. Boom! A heavy punch. Luo Tian's eyes flashed and his heart sank. Bang! Before he could react, he was sent flying. Everything was too fast, so fast that it couldn't be described with words. Even the strange fire couldn't lock onto him. This kind of speed surpassed all the speed in the profound sky continent. Was this the power of a high-grade plane? Rumble. Luo Tian's body weakened heavily. The imperial city of Duantian City was directly crushed, and dozens of magnificent buildings were instantly turned into ruins. Wahahaha, Luo Tian. Compete with me? You simply don't have the qualifications, ha ha ha. Murong Wanjian's attack sent Luo Tian flying. His expression was abnormally excited as he looked at his hands and laughed wildly. Power, this is the power to dominate everything, ha ha ha. Too powerful. The entire Duantian city fell silent. Everyone was looking at Murong Wanjian. Just a moment ago, he had been crushed by Luo Tian like a dog. Now he had sent Luo Tian flying with a single strike. The energy contained within the high-grade plane's energy pillar was too intense. Murong Wanjian's cultivation had already reached an extremely terrifying realm. Boss! Luo Tian Gij! Boss Luo Tian! Everyone was shocked and their expressions changed. Fatty Lei took the lead as his body directly entered a berserk state. He transformed into a bloody demon ancestor and roared towards the sky. Murong Wanjian, F***CK, your ancestor! Immediately after, he was prepared to charge forward. Angry. They were all angry. Everyone was angry. Seeing Luo Tian being sent flying, they didn't care about anything else. They only thought of one thing in their hearts, and that was to kill Murong Wanjian. However, just as Fatty Lei was about to charge forward, a voice rang out, "All of you, back down!" Whoosh! Amidst the ruins, a thick, dark aura shot into the sky and then landed heavily. Luo Tian! Luo Tian in the Demon Emperor's body. At this moment, blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he stared at Murong Wanjian. The Demon Emperor's aura on his body was like endless black flames as it crazily released. The corner of his mouth curled up coldly as he smiled and said, "You like to play, right? I'll spit on you and have fun." The aura of the demon emperor spread out. The faces of the experts from the devil's sect secretly changed. Humph, I didn't expect you to have two bodies. Is the one just now dead? Murong Wanjian sneered as he looked at the tall and sturdy demon emperor, Luo Tian. He sneered in disdain and said, "Only I have fused with two energy pillars. In this world, no one is my match, ha ha ha. Luo Tian, you are just an ant in my eyes. An ant that I can crush at any time. You dare to be arrogant in front of me? With your little cultivation, you're too weak, ha ha ha." Murong Wanjian was not in a hurry to kill Luo Tian. Similarly, Luo Tian was also not in a hurry to use the strange fire. The reason was simple. Murong Wanjian's HP was unfathomable. The 20-plus mysterious flames were indeed ferocious, and their damage was high. However, this was his strongest attack. If he couldn't kill Murong Wanjian, then he would expose himself. Of course, his trump card had to be used at the most crucial moment. Then again, if Murong Wanjian could fuse with the energy pillars, then he could too. All 13 energy pillars had been divided up. What should Luo Tian do if he wanted to fuse with them? It was quite simple. One word, explode. Fusing with two energy pillars made you arrogant, right? All right, I'll fuse with the remaining 11 energy pillars. This was what Luo Tian wanted to do right now. In that instant, Luo Tian locked onto a person from the corner of his eyes, but he looked at Murong Wanjian and laughed. Murong Wanjian fusing with two energy pillars is awesome, right? Then I'll let you see how awesome I am. Suddenly, the demon emperor's flames on Luo Tian's body soared into the sky. Level 9 berserk. Rumble, rumble. More than 500 times the elemental energy burst forth, and an incomparably huge power roared within Luo Tian's body. He then roared again, "For divine beast's bloodline, come out!" Roar. A ferocious beast appeared on Luo Tian's body. The two powers superimposed on each other, emitting a series of power-resonating sounds. Luo Tian's body emitted white smoke, and the power stripes were like a red-hot iron, abnormally powerful. Humph! Just this little bit of power? It's not enough at all. Murong Wanjian sneered disdainfully. Indeed, compared to Murong Wanjian, this power really couldn't shake him. However, Luo Tian's target wasn't him. Luo Tian smiled sinisterly and said softly, "You'll know later." His body moved. The flames on his body suddenly disappeared. In a flash of lightning, Luo Tian instantly landed in front of the old ancestor of the vast Heaven Immortal sect. With a sinister sneer, he directly released the cultivation technique, Thunderbird, that exploded from Emperor Shinyuan's body. With a cold smile, he said, 3,000,000 volts, Thunderbird. Explode for me. A hand instantly grabbed the old ancestor of the vast Heaven Immortal sect, and 3,000,000 volts instantly rushed into his mind. The second chapter was delivered. This old bull can even say something like cutting a bullwhip. I realize that I'm really crazy. This old bull still wants bullwhip to lick flowers. There's still 15 votes left. Brothers of the Chrysanthemum team, please go crazy. Bullwhip is already unable to endure the thirst. Ha ha ha. Chapter 812. Sneak attack. The speed was faster than lightning. No one would have thought that Luo Tian did not attack Murong Wanjian, but the old ancestor of the vast Heaven Immortal sect on his right. He was also a mystic Emperor Supreme powerhouse who had fused with the energy pillar. His cultivation had also increased by several times. It was too unexpected. Vast Heaven Old Ancestor did not have any reaction at all. He was still sneering at Luo Tian as if he was watching a show. How would he have thought that Luo Tian's target was him? Even if his cultivation was strong, he could not exert it in this instant. Not to mention, suddenly, 3,000,000 volts of electricity directly burst out, rushing straight to his mind. It could be said that he was instantly crushed. His mind, sea of consciousness, and even his primordial spirit were instantly shattered by the Thunderbird. What was the Thunderbird? It was the technique of Empyrean Xinyuan, a technique of the divine plane. It could be said that the Thunderbird was a true divine technique. Moreover, in Luo Tian's heart, Empyrean Xinyuan was the Aini road of one piece. How strong was he? How strong was the Thunderbird? If the Thunderbird evolved to the highest level, Thor's 200 million volts of electricity damage, perhaps even the Tian-Shan continent would not be able to withstand it. Not to mention that Luo Tian had launched a sneak attack. Vast Heaven Old Ancestor could not resist at all. Electricity shot in all directions. Vast Heaven Old Ancestor only symbolically struggled a few times. A cloud of black smoke came out of his mouth. His whole body was charred black and his hair was burnt away. Instant kill. At this moment, Luo Tian's body sounded a voice prompt. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Vast Heaven Old Ancestor, for gaining 0 experience points and 0 Mystic Chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Mystic Yin King's Energy Pillar. Do you wish to fuse it? Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Vast Heaven Old Ancestor, for obtaining the system reward. The reward item is 1 level up. Current level, 2nd level Mystic Emperor. Luo Tian was puzzled at first. How could it be 0 experience points? In any case, it was a purple boss. It was fine if it did not drop a divine artifact. But how could there be no experience points? But, in the end, Luo Tian immediately laughed. He was directly rewarded with a level that was 100 billion experience points. How awesome was that? It could not be any more awesome. Shortly after, Luo Tian moved his right hand and took out the mysterious Yin King's energy pillar from the clear heaven ancestor's body. He placed it in front of Morong Wanjian and sneered, "I also have an energy pillar." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian directly swallowed it. Buzz! A huge power burst out from Luo Tian's body. This power was too strong. At this moment, Luo Tian felt as though he was being crushed by tens of millions of volts. His body trembled, and the power was like a raging ocean that constantly attacked his physical body, mind, and sea of consciousness. Every part of him was improving. This feeling was simply too great. However, it was also very uncomfortable, because the impact of the power made his physical body withstand more power. This power had a chemical reaction on his physical body, and it was undergoing a crazy transformation. The process of transformation was extremely painful. Luo Tian gritted his teeth and endured it. Ha ha ha, it's really King great. Half a minute later, Luo Tian's body was obviously stronger than before, and the aura emitted from his body was obviously stronger. Everyone was stunned. What did he do just now? He actually took out the energy pillar that the clear heaven ancestor swallowed and swallowed it himself. The strangest thing is that the moment he killed the clear heaven ancestor, his cultivation actually rose to the 2nd stage of the Mystic Emperor. What is going on? Even an epiphany wouldn't be so fast. The power in his body, the profound chi, all recovered in an instant. What kind of cultivation technique did he cultivate? The huge lightning just now was like a fierce thunderbird that rushed into the clear heaven ancestor's body. What kind of cultivation technique is this? I have never seen it before. It completely surpasses the existence of the Emperor technique. Shocked. They were all shocked. For a moment, they couldn't make any reaction. The one with the worst expression was Morong Wanjian. He thought that Luo Tian would attack him, and he was ready to fight. But Luo Tian didn't even look at him. He instantly killed the clear heaven ancestor and even swallowed the energy pillar. With Luo Tian's character, he would definitely swallow the 2nd energy pillar. If he really swallowed the 2nd energy pillar, then he would be crushed to the ground by Luo Tian like a dead dog. No, absolutely not. This kind of thing can't happen again. Morong Wanjian thought of the scene where he knelt in front of Luo Tian, and the anger in his heart burst out crazily. He shouted in a deep voice, "Master, let's work together to deal with him." He was afraid. Morong Wanjian was afraid. He was afraid that Luo Tian, this madman, would succeed in a sneak attack and fuse with the second energy pillar. If that happened, then he would really die like Luo Tian said today. Tsang Tianlong also understood this point in his heart. Today he had truly realized how powerful Luo Tian was. A true madman. Even if they had fused with the energy pillars of the higher planes, they couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. Immediately after, Tsang Tianlong roared in a deep voice, "Everyone, it's time to send this dog to hell." As soon as he finished, Tsang Tianlong's voice roared once again, "Disciples of the Alliance Army of the 10 Great Immortal Sects, listen up! Disciples of the Soul Palace, listen up! Disciples of the Devil Sect, listen up! Kill them all!" As soon as he finished speaking, Demon Lord Qi Lian immediately said, "Kill!" The Star Ocean ancestor followed, "Kill them all! Kill, kill, kill!" His voice was like thunder, resounding for thousands of miles. Fatty Lei, who had gone berserk, laughed excitedly and said, "I've been looking forward to this moment for a long time, ha ha ha!" Xian Yuanyi's gigantic sword moved, and the sword's spirit flew out. Blind Lu's demon arrow also followed suit. The coffin on Kuang Dao's back began to drip with scarlet blood. He chuckled and said, "It's time for blood to flow like a river. Brat, today I let you see how ferocious Kuang Dao's slaughter world is, ha ha. In Mountain Death Legion, listen up. Kill. Dragon Clan Guard, listen up. Kill. I am a Titan. Whoever dares to touch my boss, Luo Tian, I will beat him into a pulp. Goblin formation, absolute killing formation, come out. Ha ha ha. Leave the people of the Devil Sect to us. I want them to know what the Devil Sect is, and what the Devil Sect is. Kill, kill, kill." The army behind Luo Tian also let out deafening shouts, their killing intent extremely strong. At this moment, Luo Tian immediately activated the leader system, and his aura instantly increased. At the same time, he was also waiting for the skills cool down. He wanted to devour the energy pillars. He wanted to devour all 11 energy pillars. He wanted to use his strongest state to crush Morong Wanjian's SH*T out. This was his goal for the past 3 years. Today, he had to complete it. Luo Tian pulled out his extermination blade, pointed at the sky, and said in a deep voice, "Kill! Kill him until the sky turns upside down!" There were only 12 votes left. Brothers of the Undefeated Legion, brothers of the Chrysanthemum Insertion Brigade, let the old cow stand at a new height. Please, brothers! Chapter 813. A great battle was about to break out. The Alliance Army of the 10 Great Immortal Sects, Soul Palace, and Devil Sect, the 3 strongest forces in the profound Sky Continent, were fighting against the people led by Luo Tian. Moreover, at such a short distance, without any distance to attack, the moment the battle began, blood flowed like a river. At this moment, Fatty Lei and the others all felt their blood boiling as they laughed excitedly. This feeling is back in Jade Mountain City and Heaven Sword City. This feeling of blood burning is back so great. Xian Yuanyi smiled faintly, looked at Luo Tian's back view, and said, "Following boss, it's great." Blind Lu laughed and said, "In this world, only he can make our blood boil like this." Frenzied Blade did not say anything, and only laughed out loud. The girls looked at them one by one, and said in unison, "A lunatic leading so many lunatics. This is simply a lunatic's world." And Chun Chun giggled and said, "Big brother Luo Tian is not a lunatic. He is the person who treats Chun Chun the best in this world. Big brother Luo Tian, quickly kill them all. We're still waiting to roll on the bed with you. Chun Chun really likes to roll on the bed." Poochie, the girls were all dumbfounded. They hadn't seen each other for 2 years. What had he taught Chun Chun? Chi knew. And Tang Tang had innocent looks on their faces. indicating that they had not done anything, and did not know where Chun Chun learned it from. At this moment, Cold Frost supported Li Shuer and frowned. "Miss, you can't recover. Luo Tian, you must be careful of the Soul King. He is an expert in using poison, and he can poison you without anyone knowing. I'm afraid only he can cure Miss Poison. You must save Mississippi. Save Sister Shui. Save sister-in-law." Luo Tian's heart sank and said, "Don't worry, even if this world is destroyed, I will save her." A rumble. A loud sound came from the sky. It was as if the horn of war had sounded. At this moment, everyone from both sides charged forward. Kill! Kill! Rumble! 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 The scene was extremely tragic. The battle situation was 100 times more tragic than the chaotic war of the 10,000 races tens of thousands of years ago. Luo Tian stood still. Behind him, Fatty Lei, Xian Yuanyi, Blind Lu, Frenzied Blade, Morong Bai, King Kong, and Big Beard, the 7 great demons, instantly rushed forward and directly looked for the Mystic Tharch Supreme Masters, who did not devour the energy pillars. The 10 Mystic Tharch Supremes from the Devil Sect, who had devoured the Mystic Tharch eggs, directly charged towards the Scarlet Refining Devil Monarch. Xian, and Chun Chun were standing behind Luo Tian, one on the left and one on the right. Their bodies flashed with a trace of fluorescent light, a pure and holy light. The two of them looked at each other at the same time, somewhat astonished, but at the same time they both smiled. Luck and fate, these two great forces, were faintly moving. Luo Tian looked at the Poison Widow and the other women and said, "Protect Shuer well." As soon as he finished, he disappeared in an instant, and the extermination blade in his hand released a series of blade cries. The tyrannical blade spirit was extremely savage and arrogant as it crushed out. Luo Tian's face was sinister. He looked at the disciples of the immortal sect, who were surging forward like a tide, and shouted coldly, "All of you die!" The extermination blade moved. The power of the critical hit was activated. Wherever the blade chi went, the immortal sect rankers below the profound god realm would be crushed into powder. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. Ding! Undefeated value +1. Ding! Congratulations to the player. The system frantically sounded out. Luo Tian did not care. These people would not be able to drop anything good, and did not have any experience. His target was the Mystic Tharch Supremes who had devoured the energy pillars. He would definitely devour the second energy pillar as soon as possible. The alliance army of the 10 great immortal sects was too strong. In addition, there were also experts from the Soul Palace and the Devil Sect. His men were no match for them. To catch a thief, first catch the leader. Kill their boss first, and these people would naturally be defeated. Murong Wanjian was also constantly killing, the true dragon's might on his body, crazily crushing everything around him. Those in Mountain Death Squad were directly crushed. He was incomparably ferocious and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha! With this bunch of trash, Luo Tian, your men are too weak. Ha ha ha! At the same time, Song Tianlong, the Star Ocean ancestor, and the Soul King formed a hunting team that was constantly searching through the crowd, constantly approaching Luo Tian. They were the same. As long as they killed Luo Tian, then the rest of the people would not be a threat to them. However, Luo Tian was avoiding them, regardless of whether Luo Tian was their opponent or not. This time, Luo Tian could not lose. He definitely could not lose. If he lost, he would lose everything. His brothers, his women, everything he had would be gone. Luo Tian, get the hell out here for me. You trash, you coward, get the hell out here for me. Ha ha ha. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Come out now. Song Tianlong mocked loudly. The Soul King's mind was crazily locking onto Luo Tian, but Luo Tian's speed was too fast, and he was unable to lock onto him. He was unable to find Luo Tian. This was not good news for them. Once Luo Tian devoured the second energy pillar, no one would be able to stop him. Morong Wanjian frowned and immediately said, Master, make a move on that slut Li Shuer and kill all of Luo Tian's women. I don't believe that he won't come out, ha ha ha. Let's see where you can hide. Sinister. Extreme. Song Tianlong sneered and said, Since you're not willing to come out, then your woman can die for me, ha ha ha. Suddenly, the three of them moved in an instant. They landed directly in front of the Poison Widow and the others. They overturned a few of the Dragon Clan's guards who were protecting them at this moment, and Chun Chun and Xian took a step forward at the same time, in front of the Poison Widow, and Chun Chun's cute little face revealed an expression of disgust for the first time. Looking at Song Tianlong, she puffed up her cheeks and said angrily, I won't allow you to hurt elder sister Shuer. He extended both of his hands and blocked in front of Song Tianlong. Xian said at the same time, It's best if you all retreat, otherwise. The Star Ocean ancestor could not help but sneer and said, You two weak girls want to block our way? You overestimate yourselves. While they were talking, the Star Ocean ancestor suddenly attacked. He directly slapped Chun Chun. Fatty Lei's expression changed greatly as he roared with incomparable rage. Chun Chun, be careful! Girl, dodge! Against a child's little hand. Are you still King human? And Chun Chun did not move at all, and an indescribable power surged out from his body. Looking at a man not far behind them, she gently smiled and said, Big brother, Luo Tian, catch it! Bam! The Star Ocean ancestor slapped him. An unshakable force shot out from Chun Chun's body, directly sending the Star Ocean ancestor flying. At this moment, a bolt of lightning shot out from Luo Tian's hand. 3 million volts, Thunderbird. Explode for me. The second energy pillar. Only 10 votes left. Brothers, explode. Old Cow will go and eat first. There will be a huge wave of updates at night. Old Cow is quite afraid of Bullwhip. Chapter 814. The power bounced back, and it was extremely powerful. No matter how strong the power was, it would rebound back several times stronger. This slap was extremely forceful for the Star Ocean ancestor. It was as if he had slapped the person in front of him to death. It could be seen how vicious he was. Who would have thought? And Chun Chun's body exploded with a strong force, sending him flying. He was dizzy and disoriented, unable to distinguish between north and south for a moment. The moment he landed on the ground, he raised his eyes slightly and his heart turned cold. There was no longer any madness on his face, and instead it was replaced by fear. His lips trembled as he said, I didn't do it on purpose. Don't kill me. I don't dare to do it again. Before he could finish speaking, his pants were already wet. Luo Tian laughed sinisterly, and without any hesitation, a thunderbird condensed from lightning in his hand directly rushed down. Just like before, the power of the thunderbird directly rushed into the Star Ocean ancestor's mind. Pa-la-la, pa-la-la, just like a kitchen knife cutting a wire, sparks flew everywhere. The Star Ocean ancestor's body twitched as he continuously let out miserable cries like a pig being slaughtered. However, he was powerless to resist. After being hit by the Thunderbird, he couldn't resist at all. This was a divine art. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The Star Ocean ancestor's body exploded. The system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Star Ocean Ancestor, for obtaining 0 experience and 0 profound chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Dark King's energy pillar. Do you wish to fuse it? Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Star Ocean Ancestor, for obtaining the reward. Level up. Current level. 3rd Order Xian Emperor. Instant kill. As long as Luo Tian had the opportunity, he would use a Thunderbird to attack. This kind of divine art would directly attack the root of the problem, directly cutting off the mind, sea of consciousness and primordial spirit causing an instant death without the slightest bit of resistance. Luo Tian took out the energy pillar that exploded from the Star Ocean ancestor's body. His eyes swept across it and locked onto Morong Wanjian. He laughed coldly and said, "The second one." While speaking, Luo Tian frowned and directly swallowed the energy pillar into his body. The red light on his body shone brightly. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His physical body was withstanding an even greater force. His heart felt incomparably uncomfortable. It was as if his entire body was being tormented in hell. The pain was heart-wrenching. While he was in pain, Luo Tian's body underwent another crazy transformation. In the process of metamorphosis, his strength also increased crazily. After half a minute, Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly. Boom! Boom! The space on his left and right was directly shattered by the power of his fist, directly revealing a void. Even the space was shattered. This power. "Two mother asterisk king, satisfying, ha ha ha." Luo Tian excitedly laughed. His gaze was filled with playfulness as he coldly looked at Morong Wanjian and said, "Little bastard, don't be so arrogant in front of me again." Morong Wanjian's face darkened. He could clearly feel that the aura on Luo Tian's body was different. It was countless times stronger than before. His face darkened as he coldly snorted, "I want to see how strong you are." "Yo, little bastard is angry. I'm really scared." Luo Tian sneered in disdain. Then he turned his gaze and stared at Song Tianlong, saying, "It's you who wants to touch my woman, right?" Song Tianlong's face darkened. He released the strongest power in his body and looked at the Soul King. The Soul King nodded. Then, the aura on Song Tianlong's body suddenly retracted as he sneered, "There's no need to touch your woman now. Luo Tian, Li Shuer's life is in our hands. Aren't you here to steal the bride today? Haven't you always treated Li Shuer as your woman? In this world, only we can save her. If you want to save him, you can as well. Luo Tian, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me, I will save him. If you dare to be impudent in front of me, I will immediately kill Li Shuer." Not waiting for him to finish speaking, Luo Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. His aura had disappeared. He couldn't sense it. Morong Wanjian's face suddenly changed as he shouted, "Master, be careful!" Too late. Too fast. Luo Tian released the power of the two energy pillars in his body. Song Tianlong, who had swallowed one energy pillar, couldn't react at all. In the blink of an eye, a person suddenly appeared in front of him. Luo Tian. Song Tianlong's face turned pale in an instant. Without waiting for him to make a move, Luo Tian grabbed Song Tianlong's collar with one hand and lifted him into the air. His anger soared to the heavens as he shouted, "I hate it the most when people threaten me. Are you threatening me?" Song Tianlong couldn't move. The power of his ability was too strong. Although he was an 8th Order Mystic Emperor expert, he had only swallowed one energy pillar. He couldn't resist Luo Tian at all. In front of Luo Tian, he was like a little chick being lifted into the air. His mind was completely crushed, and he couldn't resist at all. He could only let Luo Tian lift him into the air. With a pale face, Song Tianlong shouted, "Luo Tian, you have to think clearly. Do you still want to save Li Shuer's life? If you dare to touch me, her life, King ancestor, you still dare to threaten me at this time?" Luo Tian frowned. The chi flames on his body directly wrapped around Song Tianlong. The power in his body moved and poured into his arms. His arms exploded into his palms as he grabbed Song Tianlong's collar and pushed him down. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A huge pit was blasted open. The ground cracked. More than 10 spiderweb-like cracks were blasted open by Luo Tian's pure power. It was completely unable to withstand the impact of this power. In the pit, Song Tianlong's body was caved in, and black blood was spurting out of his mouth. His eyeballs were about to pop out. He couldn't believe that Luo Tian actually made a move on him. Was Luo Tian not worried about Li Shuer? Could it be that all of this was fake? Song Tianlong stared at Luo Tian. He couldn't understand. He couldn't understand at all. Are you threatening me? This is your end. Luo Tian loosened his grip and lifted his right leg. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked at the Soul King at the edge of the pit. He stomped his right foot on Song Tianlong's head and said in a low voice, "Explode for me!" Bang! Song Tianlong's head was separated from his body, like a watermelon, splitting open. Dead. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Song Tianlong. The reward is 0 experience points and 0 mystical energy points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Mysterious Yin King's Energy Pillar. Do you wish to fuse it? Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Mystic Emperor level 4. He leveled up again. Luo Tian flew out of the pit and looked at the Soul King playfully. He smiled and said, "I hate it when people threaten me the most." The Soul King trembled. The 5th chapter has been delivered, and there will be an update tonight. Only 9 votes left. Brothers, help Old Bull and let me get to 2nd place. Even if it's just for a minute, it's all up to you. Chapter 8:15. Wasn't Luo Tian worried about Li Shuer? Worried. Extremely worried. How could he not be worried about a woman who was more important than his own life? However, he knew that Li Shuer was poisoned by the Soul King's poison and not Song Tianlong's. Song Tianlong was arrogant in front of him. If he didn't kill him, it would only make others more arrogant. Luo Tian's personality was like this. If he could kill, he would definitely not cripple. Luo Tian looked at the Soul King. The Soul King was also looking at Luo Tian. He was afraid. The Soul King, who had never been afraid, was afraid. After looking at Luo Tian for a few seconds, he didn't dare to look at him anymore. He looked away and said in a deep voice, "Luo Tian, Song Tianlong can't cure Li Shuer's soul poison, but I can. If you kill me, no one in this world can save her. If you don't believe me, you can ask her mother, Zi Luolan. Soul poison, is there anyone who can cure it?" At this moment, Zi Luolan jumped out. Because everyone knew that she was Li Shuer's mother, they didn't do anything to her. On the contrary, she killed many people on Luo Tian's side. Zi Luolan walked out and stared at Luo Tian with extreme hatred. "It's all your fault. It's all because of you, you dog. That Shuer is like this. Luo Tian, why don't you die? Why don't you stay in a poor place like Jade Mountain City for the rest of your life? Why did you run out? If it wasn't for you, Shuer, I wouldn't have become like this. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. It's all your fault. It's all your fault." Zi Luolan was like an evil woman. Luo Tian frowned and didn't refute. This was indeed related to him. Now that Li Shuer was poisoned, he didn't know how to deal with Zi Luolan. Indeed, no matter what, she was still Li Shuer's mother. If he did anything to her, Luo Tian's heart was filled with irritation. He wished that Violet wasn't Li Shuer's mother, but a powerful boss. If that was the case, he would crush her with all his might. Seeing that Luo Tian didn't speak, Violet became even crazier. She spat out saliva and said fiercely, "What? You don't dare to speak? You don't dare to defend yourself anymore. Aren't you arrogant, powerful, and domineering? You have to take full responsibility for what happened to Shuer. Die. If you die, Shuer, I will naturally get better. She has already bowed to heaven and earth with Murong Wanjian, and they are already husband and wife. In this life, the next life, and the life after that, you can forget about getting Shuer. Don't even think about it." Violet Orchid was aggressive. Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly. He had to endure it. Cold Frost felt injustice for Luo Tian and said, "Madam, Miss is your daughter, but have you ever seen her as a daughter? She is only a commodity in your hands in exchange for your power and status. Have you ever considered Mrs. Thoughts? Do you know what she likes? You have always forced her to do things that she doesn't want to do. All these years, has she ever smiled happily by your side? You said that everything that happened here was caused by Luo Tian. If you had agreed to Miss and Luo Tian, then everything that happened today wouldn't have happened. Madam, please respect Mississippi. Impudent! A lowly servant dares to lecture me? Violet was instantly enraged. Her figure moved, wanting to give Cold Frost a slap. Just like in the morning, ruthlessly slap her. Cold Frost's face darkened, but she didn't dodge. It was also because Violet was Li Schwenner's mother. No matter what, she couldn't dodge. She closed her eyes and waited for the slap to fall. However, she stopped for a few seconds and the slap didn't fall. There was a huge back in front of her, like a mountain, giving her an inexplicable sense of security and warmth. Luo Tian stood in front of her and grabbed Violet's hand. His eyes darkened, and he said in Violet's ear in a low voice, "Please don't challenge my bottom line." After that, he let go of her hand. He turned to look at Cold Frost, who was slightly opening her eyes, and said, "Fool, if others hit you, you should dodge. If you can't win, I will call you husband. Don't do this in the future. You are my woman, Luo Tian's woman, not someone's servant. Whoever hits my Luo Tian's woman has to die no matter who it is." The word die was especially emphasized. This was said to Violet. The meaning was obvious. If you dare to be unreasonable and touch Lung Han's Huang again, I will kill you in a matter of minutes. So handsome. Sir, you're so handsome. I love him to death. The poison widow's face was intoxicated, and she couldn't wait to throw herself into Luo Tian's embrace. Looking at Luo Tian, it was as if she was looking at a yellow banana. She really wanted to take a bite out of it, and this impulse became incomparably strong. And Chen Chen also giggled, clapped her hands, and said, "Big brother Luo Tian, so handsome!" It wasn't just the two of them. All the women around him revealed a blissful expression. They were completely stunned by Luo Tian's words and were completely infatuated. All of them were like young girls in heat, wishing that they could immediately give birth to a large group of babies for Luo Tian. Cold Frost was so moved that tears flowed out of her eyes. Luo Tian gently wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes, looked at the girls and said softly, "You guys are the same. Whoever dares to hit you, I will kill his 18 generations of ancestors. No one can touch my Luo Tian's woman." Suddenly, Luo Tian's gaze turned and landed on Zi Luolan and said coldly, "You are Shui-er's mother. I respect you. If you leave, I will still call you mother-in-law in the future, and you can stay, but if you dare to kill me again, I will definitely not let you off." Then, Zi Luolan suddenly trembled. Being stared at by Luo Tian's sinister gaze, a sense of fear rose in her heart. At the same time, Zi Luolan looked at the Soul King. The Soul King's eyes moved and said, "Luo Tian, I will cure the soul poison in Li Schwetter's body. I will leave from now on. We will not interfere with each other's business." Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "Sure." The problem now was to deal with the poison in Li Schwetter's body. Luo Tian did not want to delay even a second. Therefore, Luo Tian's answer was very straightforward. As long as the Soul King was cured, he would not touch the Soul King. However, seeing Luo Tian answer so straightforwardly, the Soul King's face darkened again. He was suspicious by nature and thought that Luo Tian was playing tricks on him. At this moment, Zi Luolan directly said, "Lord Soul King, you will definitely not be able to live after curing her poison. Luo Tian is despicable and sinister. You must not believe his words. Luo Tian, didn't you want to get my daughter? I won't let you do as you wish. I'll let her die. I'll make you suffer for the rest of your life. Ha ha ha." Zi Luolan laughed crazily. Then, her gaze was sinister as she laughed sinisterly. "I forgot to tell you, she's actually not my biological daughter. My daughter died a long time ago in the Ghost Prison Mountain Range. She's a bastard child I picked up from the ghost prison mountain range. Ha ha ha! Hee hee! Luo Tian was instantly enraged. Die for me! Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, every brother. The old cow had never thought that she would stand at the second level. Thank you all, I can die in peace. The old cow will work even harder to write. There is still one more chapter tonight. Chapter 816. Not his biological daughter? Bastard child. When these words came out of Zi Luolan's mouth, Luo Tian's anger immediately soared to the heavens. He glanced at Li Shuer, who had a dull look in her eyes. Luo Tian's voice suddenly disappeared, and in the next second he landed in front of Zi Luolan. One hand grabbed Zi Luolan's throat, and Luo Tian said with a murderous look on his face, "Go to hell!" Zi Luolan was not afraid. Instead, he looked at Luo Tian with a sneer and said, "Kill me if you kill me, Shui, or will blame you for the rest of her life. She has been poisoned by the soul poison, and she didn't hear what I said just now. If you kill me, she will hate you for the rest of her life. Ha ha ha! Kill me! Kill me! Ha ha ha!" Zi Luolan had calculated everything. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to say it. It was purely a coincidence that she picked up Li Shuer. Her daughter couldn't stand the bumps and died on the way. She was heartbroken, and when she entered the ghost prison mountain range, she actually picked up this snow white little girl. The little girl was sleeping soundly, and the moment she picked her up, she opened her eyes. At this moment, a phoenix phantom soared into the sky from her body, letting out a mournful phoenix cry. It was also at this moment the phoenix bloodline appeared out of nowhere. Zi Luolan was already seriously injured at that time, and she was secretly excited in her heart. This girl would definitely be an incredible figure in the future, and her cultivation would definitely reach a terrifying realm. However, she couldn't escape with her. Coincidentally, they met Luo Hauren, who was looking for spirit grass in the mountains. He was also Luo Tian's father. After handing it over to him, he quickly left. Later, Zi Luolan returned to Jade Mountain City, took Li Shuer away, and returned to the Soul Palace. Because of Li Shuer, Zi Luolan, from a small outer sect elder, suddenly soared to the Vice Palace Master of the Soul Palace. This made her very satisfied, and she was very clear in her heart that all of this had a lot to do with Li Shuer. Afterward, she wanted more. When the hidden heavenly dragon of the commanding god immortal sect came to propose marriage, she agreed without hesitation. She thought that the true dragon was her son-in-law, and the female phoenix was her daughter. Who in this world could shake her position? Immediately, she had been looking forward to the day when Li Shuer and Morong Wanjian got married. Once they got married, she would be the mother of the profound sky continent, the person with the most power in this plane. However, Luo Tian's appearance had disrupted everything she had planned. She hated it. He hated it so much that his hair stood on end. Now that she had become like this, she hated Luo Tian even more. It was Luo Tian who had taken away everything that originally belonged to her. It was Luo Tian who had turned her into an evil woman. If she couldn't get what she wanted, then no one else could. Looking at the trace of hesitation in Luo Tian's eyes, she laughed. She laughed proudly, ha ha. Luo Tian, you don't dare, right? If you kill me, there will always be a knot in Shue's heart. The two of you will always be separated by something. Ha ha ha, laugh! She laughed proudly. The surrounding people's faces all changed. It was incomparably ugly. However, no one said a word. Cold Frost didn't say a word. Qinyu didn't say a word. Even the lively and Chun Chun was silent. It was just as Zi Luolan said. If Luo Tian killed Zi Luolan, there would be a knot in Li Shuer's heart. This knot might be a knot that could never be untied. Even if everyone said that Zi Luolan wasn't her biological mother, she had always treated Zi Luolan as her biological mother. Could she believe it? The more she said, the more it would backfire. Everyone was well aware of this. The Soul King looked at Zi Luolan. For the first time, He felt that Zi Luolan was an incredible woman. He couldn't help but smile proudly. Luo Tian, for Li Shui, I's sake, you'd better know your place. Otherwise, you won't be able to obtain her body, and you won't be able to obtain her heart. Why don't we make a deal? I can help you get rid of the soul poison, but you have to listen to me. We'll join forces to rule this mainland. I know that your heart isn't here. As long as you help me rule this mainland, I'll let go of Li Shui and let you go to a higher plane. How about that? The Soul King was excited. He now knew Luo Tian's weakness. His weakest point was Li Shui. As long as he could control Li Shui, he would be able to control Luo Tian. This was simply too great. The Soul King couldn't help but feel happy. As long as Luo Tian was used by him, conquering this mainland was only a matter of time. He would be the ruler of the Tianshan continent. At that time, thinking of this, he became more and more excited. However, Luo Tian's expression became very cold, very cold, very cold. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a grim smile. He looked at Zi Luolan and said, "Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Do you think I care about the knot in Shui-Er's heart? You're wrong. You're very wrong. Moreover, I believe that time will prove everything. I also believe that Shui-Er's biological mother must be in some corner of this world. As long as we find her mother, everything will be proven. Zi Luolan, you shouldn't have said that Shui-Er isn't your biological daughter. Otherwise, I really wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Since you're not Shui-Er's biological mother, then you can go to hell." After that, he didn't give Zi Luolan any chance to speak. His 5 fingers exerted force and directly broke Zi Luolan's neck. Fresh blood spurted out. Half of his body stood on the spot and was on the verge of collapse. His head fell off, and his 2 eyes were wide open as he looked at Luo Tian with incomparable fear. Everything she had calculated, but Luo Tian, this madman, didn't care at all and directly killed her. The moment her head rolled down, Luo Tian moved, and the power of 2 energy pillars immediately rushed forward, crushing Zi Luolan's body and head into powder, which scattered with the wind. Luo Tian said coldly, "I've really endured you for a long time. Now I'm going to make it so that you won't even be able to be a ghost." Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Zi Luolan for obtaining 1 experience and 1 profound chi. Ding! Undefeated value +1. Luo Tian spat on the ground. Pfft, a little experience. Just as Luo Tian raised his head to look at the Soul King, the system sounded out again. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the quest, Find Li Shui-Er's mother. Quest level. Quest reward. A series of question marks. Quest description. Enter the ancient world, find the ancient king, and obtain information. F***CK. Ancient king, isn't that my master? Luo Tian's heart sank, and with a thought he immediately chose to accept. Even if there was no quest, he would still help Li Shui find her biological mother and prove himself. Just as Luo Tian was about to kill Zi Luolan, an incomparably huge true dragon flashed with a 7-colored light and released a berserk power. He roared, "Luo Tian, your time of death has come, ha ha ha," the son of the true dragon Morong Wanjian. After fusing with the remaining 7 energy pillars, he already had 9 energy pillars in his body. Chapter 7, Delivery. The old bull's penis was saved, Thank you to 122-963-1547 for the 10,000 book coins. Thank you to the brothers who accompanied the old bull today. Thank you, it was you who gave the old bull everything. Bow 90 degrees to express my gratitude. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Chapter 817. When Luo Tian swallowed the 2nd energy pillar, Morong Wanjian started to worry. However, he was the same as Luo Tian, a madman. Since young, he had been cultivating with all his might. Since he was young, he swore to become the #1 expert in the Tianshan continent. For this, he cultivated crazily. Swallowing one energy pillar was already his limit. He didn't hesitate to swallow two. His physical body couldn't take it anymore, but he was very clear that Luo Tian's four divine beasts' bloodline power could crush his perfect true dragon bloodline power. Luo Tian's lightning bird could crush his emperor technique. Everything about Luo Tian could crush him. He didn't want to lose, especially in front of Li Shuer. He didn't want to lose even more. If he wanted to win against Luo Tian, there was only one way, and that was to swallow more energy. Murong Wanjian didn't hesitate. Although he couldn't burst out energy pillars like Luo Tian, he was very clear that after the energy pillar's energy was absorbed, all the energy would be absorbed by his physical body, blood, bones, everything in his body. If he wanted to get the energy from the energy pillars, he had to eat those mystic Dharch experts alive. He had to swallow them alive with his true dragon body. He swallowed 7 mystic Dharch experts who had swallowed energy pillars in a row. There were 13 energy pillars, and there were 9 in his body. Furthermore, he had the body of a true dragon, which was abnormally powerful. His body flashed with 7-colored light, and the aura emitted from his body carried the concept of looking down on the world. Strong, extremely strong. No one would have thought that Murong Wanjian would be crazy to this extent. Even Luo Tian didn't expect it. Spiritual Master Liang's body would explode from the powerful energy. Wasn't Murong Wanjian afraid? Wahaha, Luo Tian. Compete with me. Compete with me again. I want to see how you're going to compete with me now. Haha. Murong Wanjian laughed crazily as his enormous dragon body crushed everything in its surroundings. At this moment, Fatty Lei was in the strongest state of berserk transformation. He directly pounced forward and roared, "Demon ancestor split!" Humph! Murong Wanjian remained motionless and coldly snorted in disdain. When he saw Fatty Lei rushing towards him, he didn't even think of dodging. In his eyes, Fatty Lei's so-called demonic ancestral rend could no longer cause him any harm. Therefore, he did not dodge. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Feng Lei's enormous demon ancestor power exploded out, but he was unable to get close to Murong Wanjian's dragon body. In front of Murong Wanjian's body, there was a 5-elemental energy chi shield, just like the defensive shield on a battleship. Unable to get close, they were blasted apart. Murong Wanjian didn't move in the slightest. With a face full of arrogance, he said, "Come, explode again." "Ha ha ha. A piece of trash like you dares to be so arrogant in front of me? Even if your primordial spirit explodes, you won't be able to harm me in the slightest." Ha ha ha. Incomparably arrogant. Murong Wanjian's strength was too strong. Whether it was defense, speed, or strength, they were all extremely powerful. In the profound sky continent, the power of a higher plane was an absolutely crushing existence. Furthermore, Fatty Lei and the others had not fused with the energy pillars, so they were even more unable to harm Murong Wanjian. Their attacks were all misses. At this moment, Fatty Lei rapidly condensed his body from a drop of blood essence. His face was slightly pale, and he panted like an ox. His eyes turned sinister as he raised his head to look at the incomparably gigantic dragon god. He looked at Murong Wanjian, who was standing in the clouds. Hearing his arrogant smile, Fatty Lei became even more furious. He roared in a deep voice, "I don't believe it. Demon ancestor, please bestow me strength." With a roar, the blood-colored scales on his body became abnormally dazzling, and his body became thicker. It was like a small mountain. However, in front of Murong Wanjian, who had fused with 9 energy pillars, his body was still incomparably small. Seeing Fatty Lei's anger, Murong Wanjian sneered again and said with disdain, "Dog, with your little strength? It's simply too weak." Fatty Lei didn't say anything. He rushed up again and roared, "Demon Race's Spirit King split, explode for me." At this moment, Xian Yuanyi also moved. The sword spirit directly fused with his forehead, and the gigantic K sword also completely fused with his body. Xian Yuanyi's body directly turned into an incomparably gigantic sword. It was extremely sharp. Blind Lu's eyes darkened as he roared heavily, "Ancient demon, come out!" Without any hesitation, he directly summoned the ancient demon hidden in his body. His back was torn open, and an incomparably ferocious ancient demon rushed out. It was somewhat different from the ancient demon in Heaven's Sword City. This time, Blind Lu was able to completely control the ancient demon. His target was Murong Wanjian, who had the body of a true dragon. The three of them rushed out. A frenzied Blade, who was constantly killing in the crowd, suddenly laughed wildly and said, "How can I miss out on this kind of thing?" Slaughter World, blood fills the sky. The coffin on his body was suddenly thrown into the sky, and frenzied Blade slashed it open. Inside the coffin was scarlet blood from his entire body. Fresh blood filled the sky, and in just half a second, the entire sky was dyed red. It was exactly the same as the slaughter world that he cultivated. The sky was filled with blood. The ground was also filled with blood. The entire world was filled with blood. Eerie, terrifying, cruel. Those who were still fighting stopped at this moment. They looked at the sky and watched as the four of them rushed towards the incomparably huge true dragon. Other than that, King Kong laughed excitedly and said, "Mother, this group of people is too valiant. If I don't release my strength when I'm with them, I won't be able to continue following Boss. Mother, please forgive me. Power of King Kong. Power of Bones. Come out for me." King Kong let out a deep roar as his body underwent a crazy change. The bone spurs all over his body erupted one after another, and his body also crazily expanded. In the end, he turned into an incomparably huge bone demon, and his body carried the strongest power of the Bone Clan. His body was like a battleship as it shot out explosively. Morong Bai's eyes turned sinister. "This is really killing me, this group of lunatics." He also rushed out, "I'll go crazy with you." "Ha ha ha!" The bearded man laughed out loud and said, "Since you want to go crazy, how can you leave me out? Ha ha ha! Heavenly centipede art. Shocking heaven beast, come out for me." The seven of them were like seven war gods. They were so valiant. They rushed towards Murong Wanjian from 7 directions. The 7 powers were all different. Murong Wanjian sneered and said with contempt, "I'll let you see what the power of the mysterious Een King is." Mysterious Een Great Art. Kill. A powerful force burst out from Murong Wanjian's body and shot out. It split into 7 and directly rushed towards the 7 of them. At this moment, Luo Tian stared at the HP bar above Murong Wanjian's head. He was calculating Murong Wanjian's HP. He was prepared to use the strange flame to directly blast him to death. During the day, he was busy with other things. At night, Old Cow was desperately writing, "Brothers, today's monthly votes are a bit lacking." Chapter 8:18. The amount of health was a very crucial issue. The strange flame's cooldown was very long. He had to kill him instantly. He had to crush Murong Wanjian to the point where he couldn't get up. This was the most crucial point. Murong Wanjian had already fused with 9 energy pillars. His strength had reached an unshakable level. This was also his negligence. Of course, it was also because Zi Luolan was too despicable. Luo Tian was completely infuriated by her, so much so that he neglected Murong Wanjian. He didn't expect him to be able to swallow all the mystic Dharch experts alive in such a short time. Luo Tian didn't expect him to be able to fuse with 9 energy pillars so crazily. However, the stronger he was, the more Luo Tian liked it. If killing a mystic Dharch expert who had swallowed an energy pillar could raise him by 1 level, then what about killing Murong Wanjian? Would he be able to break through the mystic Dharch? Would he be able to advance to the ancient world? This was what Luo Tian was excited about. He was even glad that he didn't use the strange flame to instantly kill Morong Wanjian. Otherwise, how could there be a boss with such a rainbow halo? He had never encountered such a thing in the game in his previous life. Mystic Tharch! Just thinking about it makes me excited. Luo Tian's heart sank. His eyes stared at the health bar above Morong Wanjian's head. He thought to himself, if the amount of health is within the range of instant kill, then you are dead for sure. At this moment, the 7 of them charged forward. Morong Wanjian also released the Mystic Een technique. His body turned into 7 shadows as he faced the attack. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound shook the sky and was deafening. The 7 of them flew out from 7 different directions. They released their strongest power, but they still couldn't resist the power of the Mystic Een King's energy pillar released by Morong Wanjian. The power of a high-grade plane was absolutely crushing in the Tian Shan continent. Bang! Bang! 7 corners, 7 streaks of dust flew up. 7 people. The 7 strongest people by Luo Tian's side were completely crushed by Morong Wanjian. Every one of them was on the verge of death. However, at this moment, the HP bar above Luo Tian's head revealed a specific number. Luo Tian's pupils abruptly contracted and his face darkened. F***CK, it's out of the strange flame's range. Things had suddenly become troublesome. Xian's eyes moved. Looking at Luo Tian, she said, "They're fine, they won't die. Don't worry, I'll go save them now." Luo Tian heaved a sigh of relief and said, "And quickly go and save them." After saying that, Luo Tian rolled up his sleeves and revealed a sinister sneer. And Chen Chen looked at Luo Tian worriedly and said, "Brother Luo Tian, please don't do anything rash. I can deal with him. I still have the strength to deal with him." Luo Tian squatted down and gently scratched in Chen Chen's nose, then smiled and said, "Chen Chen, just watch how brother Luo Tian kills him. For Fatty Lei, for Crazy Blade, for your sister Shui, and for the others. Those who touch me, Luo Tian, will not live in this world." In an instant, Luo Tian moved and directly flew into the air. He stared at the incomparably huge Morong Wanjian and laughed. "Fusing with 9 energy pillars isn't good, right?" "Ha ha ha! Luo Tian, you finally appeared. Look at those trash brothers of yours. They're so weak that they can't even deal with a shadow of me. Where did you find these trash?" Morong Wanjian mocked. I forgot. You're also trash. It's normal for trash to be together with trash. Ha ha ha!" Looking at Luo Tian, Morong Wanjian's eyes were filled with dense flames and killing intent. Luo Tian was the same. However, a trace of excitement appeared in Luo Tian's eyes as he said, "I'm trash?" Just now, who was the one who was crushed by a piece of trash to the point of kneeling on the ground? His knees were broken, and he couldn't even speak. "If I'm trash, then what are you?" "That's not right. Normal people usually don't step on trash. You're even worse than trash." Thinking about the scene of him being crushed by Luo Tian, Morong Wanjian's heart became extremely furious. He roared and said, "Luo Tian, stop talking nonsense. Just now was just now, and now is now. You want to snatch my woman? Now, I'll let you know what it means to be crushed. Mysterious Een King, please bestow me with strength." Morong Wanjian roared towards the sky. In the sky above the heaven's altar and the temple of heaven, the light beams that led to the other plane were still there. The dense energy was still continuously pouring down, and the sky became darker and darker, as if an incomparably huge planet was blocking the light of the sun. At this moment, the sky suddenly sank, as if it had been summoned by Morong Wanjian. The power on his body changed once again. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! A wave of energy, ripples, shot out from his body. Like a gigantic halo, it enveloped half of the Tian Shan continent. Luo Tian's body slightly trembled. Being attacked by this power, his body actually became somewhat unstable. What a strong power! I'm afraid that this heaven's altar and the temple of heaven are the bridges that connect to the higher planes. It seems that the power is still continuously pouring down. What will happen next? Damn it! Brothers and women are both here. If the creatures from the higher planes really descend, then we really won't be able to resist them. I must kill Morong Wanjian as soon as possible. Immediately after, Luo Tian's gaze moved, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Demonization!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. His body changed again, becoming the demon emperor Xing Tian. Using his blade as an axe, his eyes locked onto Morong Wanjian as he rushed forward. Level 9 Berserk. 10,000 demons, great art. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The power was like thunder as it wreaked havoc in Luo Tian's body. Morong Wanjian sneered in disdain and said, "Luo Tian, is that all you have?" The power of 3 energy pillars was too weak for Morong Wanjian. Luo Tian had only fused with 3 energy pillars, but he had fused with 9 energy pillars. The difference in strength was threefold. Even if Luo Tian released the 2 types of Berserk and 10,000 demons' great art, all of the power added together was still inferior to Morong Wanjian's. Seeing Luo Tian rush forward, Morong Wanjian laughed sinisterly and said, "Go to hell! Mysterious Yin King, sword spirit, come out." As soon as his voice fell, the aura of a sword spirit that was countless times stronger than the true dragon sword spirit directly cut through the space around Morong Wanjian. A power that did not belong to this world completely crushed the spatial laws of the profound sky continent. A sword suddenly appeared. It pierced through and directly locked onto Luo Tian's throat. This sword, Luo Tian's palms were drenched in cold sweat as he thought to himself, "I can't block it." Since that's the case, Luo Tian clenched his teeth. Looking at the complacent Morong Wanjian, the corner of his mouth turned cold. "Then I'll let you experience my strength. Invincible mode, activate." Old Bull was still fighting with his life on the line, and there were still updates at night. Chapter 819. Invincible mode. As soon as Luo Tian finished speaking, Morong Wanjian was startled, not knowing what trick Luo Tian was playing. At this moment, his mysterious Yin King sword spirit directly chopped off Luo Tian's head. Plop! Luo Tian's head fell from the sky. Everyone in Duantian City was dumbfounded. Boss, Luo Tian was instantly killed. How can he not die with his head cut off? Oh my god, how could this be? Impossible, Boss Luo Tian is invincible. Many people were terrified. A head dripping with blood fell down just like that, rolling onto the ground. 2 eyes popped out, filled with malevolence. It was definitely Luo Tian's head. He couldn't even block a single attack. He was instantly killed. This was too unexpected. Big brother Luo Tian and Chen Chen immediately burst into tears. Looking at Luo Tian's head dripping with blood, her face turned pale and she almost fainted. Luo Tian. "Sir, how could this be? How could this be? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He can't possibly die." All the girls' tears gushed out. Even Li Shuer, who was affected by the soul poison and whose body was completely controlled by the soul poison, couldn't help but shed tears. She was sad, extremely sad, and her heart felt as if it had been pierced by a steel needle. In 7 directions, in 7 huge pits. Fatty Lei was the first to climb up from the deep pit, just in time to see the scene of Luo Tian's head being chopped off. His face instantly changed as he roared like thunder. Luo Tian, F***CK, your ancestor. As he spoke, he recklessly rushed forward. Luo Tian was his boss. He would always be his boss. Even if he were to die, he would die first. He had promised Luo Tian's father that he would take care of Luo Tian for the rest of his life. Now that he saw Luo Tian's head being chopped off, he was going crazy. Everyone's heart was bleeding. Their hearts sank again and again. They suddenly felt that there was no meaning in living in this world. Heartache, pain, numbness. His eyes were lifeless and his heart was dead. In midair, Murong Wanjian laughed, very arrogantly and very complacently. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Invincible mode, invincible mode. Invincible mode was beheaded by my sword. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian, you are simply a joke, ha ha ha. I thought it would be a powerful cultivation technique. Invincible? Wouldn't he only be invincible after he died? I won't be able to kill you if you die, ha ha ha. This is hilarious. Murong Wanjian laughed crazily and laughed until he was convulsing. At the same time, the Soul King also laughed coldly. Looking at Luo Tian's women, he couldn't help but say, Luo Tian is dead. You guys can go and die too, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian is a joke. Invincible mode almost scared me to death. This time he is really invincible. Murong Wanjian is the true son of the true dragon, the strongest existence in the profound sky continent. Compared to him and competing with him, Luo Tian, this brat, is nothing. What qualifications does he have to compete with young Master Murong? That's right. Now that he is dead, Luo Tian's brothers and women are all going to die. Look at those beautiful women. They make me drool. They are too alluring. The encirclement of the 10 great immortal sect alliance army suddenly tightened. Many people stared at Cold Frost and the others, drooling and laughing lewdly. If Luo Tian died, their fates would be very miserable. But was Luo Tian dead? Of course not. In Devil Emperor Xing Tian's passive mode, when his head was cut off, he would be invincible and ignore all attacks. Just as Murong Wanjian was laughing, Luo Tian's body gently swayed. Buzz! It suddenly disappeared. No one noticed, not even Murong Wanjian himself. At this moment, everyone was cheering. The 10 Great Immortal Sect Alliance Army was cheering, Soul Palace and Devil Sect were cheering. With Luo Tian's death, their momentum was gone. No one on this continent was their match anymore. Just as they were cheering, half of Luo Tian's body disappeared. In that instant, an explosive sound came from the sky. 3 million volts, Thunderbird. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Rumble. Rumble. Lightning splashed in all directions, illuminating the sky. The dark sky was illuminated. The entire world was illuminated. That lightning was simply heaven-defying. It bombarded Murong Wanjian's body. Even if he swallowed the 9 mysterious Yin King's energy pillars, he still wouldn't be able to resist the Thunderbird's attack. What kind of cultivation technique was Thunderbird? Divine technique. The cultivation technique that Empyrean Xinyuan dropped. 3 million volts would cause great pain even if it hit an ancient world's expert, let alone Murong Wanjian. His HP crazily dropped, and the huge true dragon spat out mouthful after mouthful of black blood. The powerful energy within his body was crazily wreaking havoc. The power flew out, and he was almost unable to control it. Too powerful. Everyone in Sky-Shattering City quieted down once again. Looking up at the lightning in the sky and seeing half of Luo Tian's body floating in the air, releasing the destructive Thunderbird attack, they were all dumbfounded. Isn't he dead? His head is cut off. How can he still be alive? How could this be? Puzzled. His head was cut off. How could he still be alive? This was impossible. The demonic bear monarch's face sank, and then he laughed wildly. Ha ha ha! This is the power of our demon emperor. He won't die even if his head is cut off. Ha ha ha! He really is the demon emperor, the supreme war god of our demon sect. At this moment, everyone from the devil sect knelt down, including the devil sect disciples brought by the Qi Lian demon lord. They also knelt down at this moment. The devil emperor Xing Tian was their faith. In the past, with Lu Qingfeng suppressing them, they did not believe that the Devil Emperor had reincarnated. Now they saw it. They no longer dared to have the slightest disrespect. Big brother Luo Tian didn't die. Big brother Luo Tian didn't die. Big sister Shuang, big sister Yu, big sister Tang Tang. Big brother Luo Tian didn't die. And Chun Chun wiped the tears from her face with her sleeve. She was like a big tabby cat, happy as if it was the new year. The girls also smiled through their tears. Looking at the sky, their hearts also relaxed. The one with the ugliest expression was the Soul King. When he saw that half of Luo Tian's body was still moving, his face turned pale with fright, and he almost shit out of himself. He said in a deep voice, "Murong Wanjian, kill him." Murong Wanjian's body trembled, and his anger surged out. His two dragon eyes stared fixedly at Luo Tian, and he roared angrily, "Go and die, I will crush you into powder." Luo Tian didn't move. He completely ignored any of Murong Wanjian's attacks. His fist sank, and the power of the 3 energy pillars was completely activated. The power of the 9th level was released, the power of the 9 dragons and 9 elephants was released, and the power of the 10,000 demons' great art was released. Luo Tian released all of his power. Critical hit. 10,000 punches, boom. Old Bull still had to write, and there would be an update at night.